All right, all right. We should be live. I'm doing a microphone check. Okay. Microphone sounds good. All right. So now let me just go ahead and shit. I didn't mean to do that. All right. So I think it's only right that we start from the beginning. Right. You got a lot of people coming in that's new. I don't know what's going on. Like we had Linda call in last night, first time caller. She's new to everything, and she's like, "Okay, what did I just invite myself into?" Okay, so she might people like her have no idea what's going on. So I think it's best we just take this one from the top. Okay. So for people like Linda that's out there that's new to what's going on and you're trying to embrace your lineage, right? Lineage folks, and you want to make sure you're on code, right? What's going on, up to speed. You're with the in crowd. Okay, so Tariq Nasheed documentary, Hidden Colors, HC6 Part 6 Hidden Colors series. Filmmaker, author, public speaker, activist. You dig? Does a Hidden Colors series where he promotes information that's not commonly widely known in America. And it's centered around non-Europeans mainly. Okay, so he's been having guests come on from different backgrounds as non-European that talks about what they talk about, right? Uh, the um, the narrative of the film series, whatever personal issues they got or ideas, the ideologies, they usually don't put that in the video. That's personal. Anyway, so 19 Z's was his latest guest. He was going to appear on Hidden Colors 6, right? He actually was already recorded. He's part of the trailer, and he decided to speak against the lineage FBA, which he already knew what it's about prior to the recording of Hidden Color 6. Him and others. So there's other people in Hidden Color 6 that we're going to speak about as well, who we believe should be off because they're like no different 19 Keys. They uh, did it live yesterday, and they pretty much crashed out on some 19 Keys type time. So like they should also be off the Hidden Color series. So when Tariq's live, all y'all should be calling for her to go. You dig? You know. Okay. So anyway, so we're gonna touch on what 19 Keys actually said about Tariq Nasheed and the lineage. Now, for one, Tariq Nasheed coined the term FBA and trademarked it to protect it from scavengers, bottom feeders. Okay, Foundation FBA stands for Foundation of Black Americans. That is our delineated term. That's what we go by to differentiate ourselves from anybody in the world, but more specifically, people in America who looks like us, who is categorized as us. So, Foundation of Black American has been a term coined to delineate us from other people who look like us. Really, that's what it is. It's not more, nothing less. Okay, it's the name of a lineage who was already here. It's the name of an ethnic group who was already here. Okay, so 19 Z's correction knows about that, and he knows there's no leader of a lineage. So he goes on to talk about Tariq Nasheed is the leader of the lineage. Random COINTEL, Fed agent, backdoor talk. He went on to talk. He went on to say those words after the the filming of his part and hidden colors. So I'm just going to catch up people up to speed if they don't really know what's going on, and we'll get into that shortly. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. When I put the link in the chat this early is normally for people who disagrees with the lineage, because that means I have a show. So anybody who's with us, that's on code. Do not click the link. This ain't for right now. I got some stuff to play. So we're gonna be live for a little minute. So you got time. So I like to have the people who disagree with us call in so we could work that out. See what they disagree with. Okay. One second, family. Okay. Give me a second. Just trying to reply to some of the comments on my posts and videos real quick before I start to share my screen. Oh yeah, okay. Wait, who's this? Okay. I got some Pan-African. I'm inviting a link to some Pan-Africans that's hating on the lineage. Okay, let me make sure they get yeah, the family funny as hell. All right. Okay, all right, we're about set. Let me just put the link in the chat. Again, the link is for those who disagree. They can call in and interrupt the show. It's okay. Because they are the ones that's possibly spreading misinformation about the lineage that we want to just address right away. And sometimes they fall back. They be like, all right, okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know this. Grand rising to the family. Grand rising to the family. Damn. I gotta switch back to the other account to pin it. Oops. 1 second. I thought I was ready, but I wasn't. Then I gotta pin the code. But yeah, so the Pan Africans, they got the little cult channels. All they do is talk about us, but what's the rule? They'll talk about us, but they'll never talk to us. They come in our spaces and they act like we are co-hosts. It's like, no, you're a guest and you're going to behave like a guest. So I can't. Okay, there we go. All right, let's get to it. All right, here we are. So here's the recap. We're going to start with 19 Z's. Then we're going to play Tariq Nasheed response. Then we're going to play some things he said afterwards. And then we're going to get to 19 Keys response. And then get to the other people responses on hidden colors, 6 that should be removed off the video now, the documentary that's going to come out. Okay, they got to go. And I'm definitely going to play evidence today to suggest that they are no different, just as not probably worse than 19Zs. Here we go. So this is what started him to get kicked off. Stuff like this.
You good? Peace, family.
Now, obviously, he got another guy with the same hat on our left, and so this is a whole setup. Like, this is how he wanted it to go. Okay, look at the other guy hat, it's just like his. So they asked him direct questions, and he wanted to respond to these direct questions with the answers he gave. So this was all pre-planned. This was not like a random interviewer just asking random questions and was starting SHIT. This guy is with him. These are pre-planned questions. This is what he wanted the world to know and how he felt about Tariq Nasheed and the lineage FBA.
Welcome to a new episode of the Man to Man podcast. I'm your host, Steve Jones, here with my good brother, Mr. 19.
Yes, sir.
Peace to the God, man. How you feeling?
Man, I feel good. Let me get a little sound check over here one time, man. Sound check.
Yo, the sound check is horrible. Yo, dude, sound like you in a... Yeah, it sounds horrible. All right. And the dude, 19 Keys, he come off really weird, like nerdy, like nobody really rock. Like his vibes ain't normal. Like you don't listen to him and be like, okay, I could rock with him. Like I could see myself in the same inner circles with this guy, like chopping it up. He seems boring and dry. Like no soul in the guy at all.
To the people, let me know y'all can hear us and you coming in clear.
Nah, you're not clear.
We just coming off another distracted weekend and whatnot. And
this is a fact.
Even, you know what I'm saying, even last week, man, you know, we just came off an All-Star weekend. And I see they shut down my good brother Jalen Brown event.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I ain't like that. You know what I'm saying? I somebody called me and they was like, you see they shut down Jalen event? I said, yeah, it was too black. And then they shut it down. As soon as Keys put up, I said, he got too black. You know what I'm saying? But I know what happened, man. You can expound on that for me real quick.
Yeah.
Nah, we don't care about that.
Yeah. You know, I think I was just having a bit of like withdrawal. Your singers. Guapole was in the building, Town Business. See my conversations with him. Oh, yeah. Sit down, Bear Davis. But at the Jalen event, was telling LaRussell that he was one of the main inspirations.
Dude, stop.
Music. I was just saying something to Mike. Apply for a permit. You didn't receive the permit. They going.
And that's why we call him 19Zs. His personality is so dry and boring, man.
Went through this little back and forth, and
that's why he sell coffee beans to keep you up while you listen to this guy.
Well, you bring people out. Some people fly. You feel me? So, even when he was on my show, he was talking remarks about him on a recent podcast, and he showed him love. He was like,
so they ain't look like no tension on the court, man. They
Is he sipping that Ghanaian coffee right there? Because then he putting himself to sleep.
I know. But
here we go.
I've been seeing a lot on my timeline about black people, Africans.
Oh, before we get started, man,
don't interrupt me like that.
Because I wanted to start off with
a bagel.
We got these ain't bagels. Don't disrespect. These are sweet rolls.
A sweet roll
from the Way of Life Bakery, man. This is we sponsored by the Sweet Rolls. They gave us cookies, granolas, the whole nine. You feel me, for this Ramadan. So Ramadan Mubarak. Thank you to my brother Farrar. You can get out.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here.
To Antioch, go to Way of Life Bakery. These are so fire. They so fire. I'm not sharing with Steve. You know what I'm talking about? Like, they that good.
Yeah, it's so good you're not eating them. Go ahead. Yeah, sure.
That good. Like, I grew up off these, childhood, healthy.
So this was the bakery that you worked at, grew up at.
Yeah.
But they so good you're not eating nothing on that table. Sure.
Yeah, I might have to steal one of these. See what
amazing.
About. Yeah. But, you know, before I was rudely interrupted.
I wasn't so rude.
I want to talk about the diaspora wars that's been going on. You know what I'm saying? And me personally, I feel like it's just another distraction. Talk about the diaspora.
Yeah, what was with that laugh that 19Z's just did? What was that about?
Wars that's been going on. You know what I'm saying?
The hell was that? Like a damn Karen.
And me personally, I feel like it's just another distraction to keep us from building, to keep us from coming together and building at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? I want to know what's your thoughts on it, because it's been flooding my time now.
There's a lot. So the diaspora wars, to me, there's some validity in it, only in the sense that everybody's right, and you're right, and there's a degree of being wrong at the same time. Yeah. Right? So essentially, a lot of this is centered around foundational Black Americans. That is a lineage-based group who does act like an organization or a movement with a center head, which would be Tariq Nasheed. Now, he says...
Now listen, this is supposed to be diaspora wars. And he said everybody is right, everybody's at fault. But the only person they list as being in fault, being in error, or the troublemakers are FBAs. Everybody else is off the table. The Africans, the Caribbean, just the FBAs. Somebody commented on one of my videos, and they was like, they said something slick, and I was like, yeah, you know what? You know what's crazy? White people used to call us troublemakers and say it was all our fault when we called out white supremacy during the Jim Crow period. When we called that out, when we protested and when we marched and when we demanded equal justice and we demanded, access to public accessible things that we were being denied, violating our civil rights, when we demanded those things, requested those things, protest, march, they called us troublemakers. So they're gonna mislabel our actions something evil to discourage us from doing what's right. It didn't work then, and it's not going to work now. So I'll take it from the top.
What's your thoughts on it? Because it's just another distraction. Talk about the diaspora wars that's been going on. You know what I'm saying? And me personally, I feel like it's just another distraction to keep us from building, to keep us from coming together and building at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? I want to know what's your thoughts on it, because it's been flooding my time now.
There's a lot. So the diaspora wars, to me, there's some validity in it, only in the sense that everybody's right, and you're right, and there's a degree of being wrong at the same time. Yeah. Right? So essentially, a lot of this is centered around foundational Black Americans. That is a lineage-based group who does act like an organization or a movement with a center head, which would be Tariq Nasheed. Now, he says that he is not the head of it. It's a lineage, right? And we are not a group, but he definitely acts like, the leader of the group, if you will. And then there is the way that they treat and talk about Africans. So it's very demeaning.
Wait a minute. You just said everybody was right and everybody was wrong, but the only people you're singling out are Black Americans. What happened to the diaspora war?
Right? They talk about delineation, right, which is a separation and saying that, look, we are Black Americans. We are not associated with other groups, and we don't want to be grouped and classed in as well. We are from America, right? We have our rights in America, and we're going to continue to make strides and progress here in this land, which is not a foreign concept, right? When there were schemes to push the Black people in America towards Liberia, right, by the oppressors, Frederick Douglass says something similar to that as well, right? And then there's also been African descendants enslaved, the ADOs, right? Then, of course, the perpetuator and the popularizer of the term African American just died, Jesse Jackson. Then you have the being called Black people, or by Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he say Asiatic Black man. Then you have the Moors, who say that we are legally Moors.
All right, dude, what the hell are we talking about? Dude, you didn't went from people just saying stuff to what we actually are. All right, come on, dude. Just trying to sound so deep. I can't stand people like this, man. Like he's like a low budget young Pharaoh, low budget young Pharaoh, man. All right. So that's what he said. So I'm just doing a recap. We're bringing it all home to how we end up today. For those who are new, following what's going on, like Linda last night, 53 years old, called in. She's pretty new to the spaces. So I'm just catching people up like her. There are new people who are, so for those who act like it ain't happening, it's happening. People are embracing the obvious. Like Tariq Nasheed said, it's logical to know you're a foundational Black American. It's not even like a hard concept to grasp if your lineage originates in America. Yes, we are native to the United States. That is a better word to use. Better, so we are native to the United States of America. Okay.
And we're not claiming our nationality, and more ethnicity and belief based.
Okay, cool. So let's get out of there. So now this was Tariq Nasheed's response to that.
See, that's the problem. If you think some bullshit, okay, you think some bullshit. But if you chopping it up with me and you got my number, you hit me up and we done seen each other and we out having lunch and I'm interviewing you and you interviewing me and you acting like everything is cool, but you harbor that type of shit. And it's not like 19 Keys don't know that's some bullshit what he said. He knows that's bullshit what he said. He knows that. That's why, okay, why would you say that? Why do y'all think he said that, family? Why do y'all think he said that? Hold on, who is that? Somebody, we got some tethers in here? Who is this? Oh, that's the ashy mouth tether. Okay, if he's right, somebody say, well, he's right. If he's right, why would you be a part of the project? If you believe that, what does that say about you being a part of the projects, huh? If you feel that way, which ain't true, but even if you thought it's participating in projects and having me on your program and all that shit, if you believe that's right. See, yeah, you can't really, it's kind of hard to spin. Now, that's a tether in the comments, but yeah. So a lot of people are like, hey, man, he should be out the film. They were like, you got to take him out and take out Dr. Mayat. Now, let me say this with Dr. Mayat. Here's the difference. And I love Dr. Mayat. I have a lot of respect for Dr. Mayat. Dr. Mayat hasn't really said anything crazy about me. The thing is, some of the people...
She haven't said anything crazy about you directly, but she definitely been saying things crazy about the lineage. So that's her little, what she believe is her finesse. The way she's going to backdoor her hate. Okay, she like figured it out, according to her. Okay, just don't say anything about Tariq. Just say it all towards the lineage, FBA, and that'll work, which is almost working right now. So Tariq, yeah, she didn't say nothing directly towards you, your name, but she's disrespecting the entire lineage, all 43 million. And I'm gonna show that later on because she's part of this broadcast today. Irrefutable proof. She went live last night. I downloaded it in case you try to make it private or whatever. And she has some harsh words for the lineage. We are stupid. We want to be white. We hate Africa. I'm gonna go into all that. So what he's saying right now, this is based on his limited knowledge of her. He's not keeping in touch what she's doing, but now she is as bad as 19 Z's. She just ain't say his name, but she's way worse than 19 Z's.
People that she does these broadcasts with, she'll call me and just say, hey, I didn't say this, I didn't say.
Let me go back.
Pops. Bullshit. Some of them Baltimore people who Mayat hasn't really said anything crazy about, and take out Dr. Mayat. Now, let me say this with Dr. Mayat. Here's the difference. And I love Dr. Mayat. I have a lot of respect for Dr. Mayat. Dr. Mayat hasn't really said anything crazy about me.
Okay, what we want Tariq Nasheed to do is do a poll about her. And I guarantee you that poll be worse than 19 Z's. 19Z's 80% said take him out, 20% said leave him. I guarantee you, Dr. Maya, shit, that thing will be like damn near 99 to 100% take her out. She's a disrespectful, passive aggressive op.
The thing is, some of the people that she does these broadcasts with, they say some real off the wall bullshit.
Right. And you can't have her around because she's lining you up. She's the backdoor queen, my guy. She's the backdoor Baltimore queen.
Some of them Baltimore people but they sound like cops though. Some of them Baltimore people sound like damn police. Some of them pan goofies, they sound like straight up cops. But the thing is, what I respect with Dr. Mayad, she'll at least call me. If something is off the wall or something said, she'll call me and just say, hey, I didn't say this, I didn't say that. So she hits me up all the time, and I can respect that.
No, we can't, because that's called damage control. She wants to see what reached him and what didn't. She's trying to control that narrative. Oh, I didn't say it. It's all of the guests I ever have on my show that I handpick. They all say what I want to say about you. I don't say your name. Just all of my guests that I hang around with all day long in Baltimore, they say your name and bad things about you. And I invite them on my platform to keep saying those things about you. No, but I didn't say it. No. She's their leader. She's Queen Nzinga for the Baltimore people. She's Queen Nzinga. That's her nickname, Queen Nzinga.
I can respect that, even if we disagree. Sometimes I'll say something that she'll disagree with, and she'll text me. So at least she's G enough. I can respect that. I can respect that. She'll hit me up if we have a disagreement or whatever, and she'll hit me up. But it's respect with me and her. But again, them dudes around her, they sound like cops. They sound like for real cops. And y'all know Baltimore is the damn informant capital. I done told y'all about that. But I rock with Dr. Mayad. But with 19 Keys saying this is a little something different. It's a little something different. Yeah, because you've been around me in person like that. You've been around in person, and you've never said anything like that to me in person. You understand? You never said anything like that to me in person. You see? And also, since this video has come out of him saying this, Keys hasn't really corrected it. You understand? He hasn't come out and corrected none of it. He hasn't said anything about it. It's just out there. He knows it's out there. He ain't said nothing. He ain't called and nothing.
Nah, he actually doubled down, and that's the update. That's part of the video. He responds. I'm gonna play that next.
All right. Yeah, he never said that to me. Who said they said it? He said it. No, nobody. He didn't say that to me. No. You know? So here's the thing. So we got the film Hidden Colors 6. And this is where I need to talk to the family. I need to talk to you guys. Now, with me about leaving him in the film, because we've already taken out James Small. We took him out. The footage of Keys is not too much footage, but it's good footage. I would like to keep it. I would like to keep it in the film.
Yeah, so like I said, we might as well just get rid of all three of them. Smalls, Queen Nzinga, and 19Z's.
Like to. Just from an artistic standpoint, because it looks good visually. It looks very good. I'm thinking in the terms of a producer, all right? And we're gonna look at this from all sides, okay? We'll look at this from all sides. Okay, no, let's calm down. Let's look at it from all sides. I'm thinking, should we keep the footage or not? There's pluses and minuses, all right? Again, visually, because if you see the trailer, the way we lit it, we just really took our time and just lit it. Just the visuals look phenomenal. You know, so just from an artistic standpoint, I would want to keep it. But let's look at the pros and cons. Let's look at it from both sides. And let me get y'all input, family. Let me get the input, because I want y'all to chime in. This is a community project. All right, this is a community project. Now listen, let's look at it from different perspectives. Now, if we keep them in the film, we can look at it like, okay, a strong documentary doesn't have to collapse every time a featured person says something disappointing outside the project. Okay, if his segment is serving a larger theme, then the film can stand on its own. So that's one argument. Another argument is that, okay, we've already invested time, structure, editing around him in the film, and once the person is built into the rhythm of the film, removing them can create holes in the pacing, the transition. It kind of disrupts the flow, and then it takes time to reconnect that flow with another narration or another speaker. So again, I'm looking at this, y'all looking at it from fans' perspectives. I'm looking at it from a fan perspective and a producer perspective. So I'm looking at it with different eyes, but I'm feeling you. Also, again, like I said, it looks very good on camera. The segments help the production look real polished. It brings value to the narrative to a certain degree. Time constraints are real, because I do want to have this out by summer. That's why we've been delayed, because we have to take out James Small's stuff. So do I really want to just keep taking out everybody's stuff? Okay. And if we replace him with somebody else, we got to find somebody else. Who else could we get? Do we got to schedule somebody, shoot them, edit the footage in? Who else would we get? Right? Another argument is that the segment he's in, it may still contain very useful information. Even if he moved deceptively outside of the film, said something foul, the argument could be that he could still deliver poignant arguments in the film that's informative and compelling. So the usefulness of the material and the narration could help the flow of the film. That's an argument. The controversy might be outside just the film itself. If the remarks were, he didn't say nothing in the film. If the segment itself ain't tainted by that energy on screen, some viewers might be able to separate the off-camera behavior from the actual work. Or some audiences might be mature enough to judge for themselves. Some viewers might be able to handle complexity. Some people might say, I don't rock with how he moves, but the film contains broader truths. So should I do a poll? Can I do a poll on here? Can I do a poll on, how do you do a poll on here? Hold on, let me see some poll. Okay, let me do this. Give you us two options. Okay, let me try this. Clearly state your representation. Okay, hold on one second. Let's do a poll on here. Vote now. Hold on one second. Let's do a poll on here. We're gonna try a poll right now. Poll, let me see. Gift poll, custom poll, Okay, hold on one second. Standard vote, okay, we're gonna do a 5-minute poll. Hold on. Okay, okay, where's the damn poll? Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's not what I want to ask. Hold on, let me end that. I didn't want that. Hold on one second. Okay, it's not. Okay, there we go. Okay, let me. Okay, let me manage this. Let me get this question together. Okay, create a new. Okay. Okay, hold on one second. Hold on one second. All right. We're going to do a poll. Hold on one second. 1 second. Yeah, we're going to do a poll. We'll do it just like that. Option. All right. Hold on 1 second.
So again, I'm just giving a thorough recap for new people who are coming into their own, embracing their lineage, standing on business. We had Linda calling last night, 53 years old. She's new to all of this. So yeah, people are coming into to their own, embracing the lineage, attempting to stand 10 toes down. So this is a recap because they're like, hey, what's going on? Who's this? Who's that? What's it? Why this person out when they were in? So this is just for them. So I know you guys already know, but just be sympathetic for those who don't know and are learning right now.
Yeah.
And then we'll get to his response, his updated response.
All right. Okay. All right. We'll do that in a minute. We'll do that poll in 1 second. We'll do it in a second.
And by the way, make sure while you're listening, just like the video. That's all.
All right. What did the Black Receipt say? What did he say? Black Receipt, what'd you say, brother? All right. What did the Black Receipt say? All right, but listen. Okay, so listen. Again, there would be some issues, production-wise, taking him out. So again, I don't mind either way. I'm just thinking of the big picture. He said some bullshit. I don't know how old the video is, but again, some people do make some very good arguments to take him out the film. Now let's be clear, there's some good arguments to take him out the film. All right? Hold on. There are some good arguments on taking him out the film. It was recent. I don't know how old the footage was. I don't know. But one reason, some of the reasons to take him out the film, well, trust matters in a documentary. So if a featured person is publicly being disrespectful to the producer while appearing in the project, that can kind of taint the integrity of the curation of the project. Also, his presence being on screen can now distract from the message. Instead of people focusing on the substance of the film, they'll fixate on him, and that becomes noise around the work. It just takes people out of the film because they're thinking about him being shady. You see? And also, we got to understand something too. A documentary is somewhat of an endorsement by placing a person in there. Now, I put him in without knowing this already. So even if I don't verbally endorse everything he says, featuring him prominently in the film signals that he's somebody worth listening to. And some people might feel that's just too much. Also, family, we got to protect the, excuse me, we got to protect the spiritual and the political tone of the film. You understand? If people really feel like his deceptive energy clashes with the mission, leaving him in might feel like the film is contaminated. Does that make sense, family? And listen, there's a lot of people, a lot of y'all invested, man. Hey, man, this is a community thing. Y'all came and supported the film financially, so I'm gonna listen to you. Whatever you want, I'm gonna get down on it. That's why we're talking. It's on y'all. I'm gonna put it on you. I'm listening. Because y'all are part of this damn project. And yeah, if it's gonna rub folks the wrong way, I'm not gonna rub y'all the wrong way. The people who are most invested in this, if you see that, his presence in it is disrespectful, that'll be disrespectful to you too, So I don't want to do that, because a lot of people are like, hell no. And, some people might just want prestige of being connected to my platform while privately trying to undermine. So cutting him could send a message that, hey, this ain't something that you can exploit. And here's the thing, having him in the film, and then if more clips come out, he's talking greasy, the problem gets worse later. People will be like, well, damn it, we warned you, all right. You know? So, and the film really should reflect disciplined curation. See, everybody in the film should be intentionally chosen, you know, not just left in because. So, removing him might strengthen the discipline of the film. And also peace of mind matters. So if you watch the segment and now you feel irritation, you feel betrayal, you feel second guessed, you know, that feeling can linger through the entire release. So sometimes cutting a person out is about protecting your own clarity. You know? Yeah, Reza is already in the film. Yeah, Reza is in the film. So, oh man. All right, so let me put the poll up, all right? Let's put the poll up, ladies and gentlemen. All right? Let me start the poll right now. Hold on. Let me see. All right, y'all see the poll up there? Can y'all see the poll? All right, do y'all see the poll? All right. Let's go. All right, the poll is gonna last for 5 minutes. So everybody, can y'all see it up there? I put the poll up. Y'all can't see it? Y'all can't see it. Okay, why is it not being seen? Okay. Okay, where's the damn poll? Okay. Okay, well, now some people are voting, so. Okay. Can y'all see it? Y'all look above on the top here. On the top left, you can see it? Okay. Y'all can see it, yes, it's on the top left. Okay, right above the thumbnail, right above 19 Keys' head. All right. All right, it's a 5-minute poll. All right, so the question is, should 19 Keys be removed from Hidden Color 6? All right. So it's a 5-minute poll. Can I play the clip one more time? Let me play it one more time. Let me play it one more time, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Hold on 1 second. While you guys are voting, let me play the clip one more time. All right.
Around Foundational Black Americans, that is a lineage-based group who does act like an organization or a movement with a center head, which would be Tariq Nasheed. Now, he says that he is not the head of it. It's a lineage, right? And we are not a group, but he definitely acts like, you know, the leader of the group, if you will. And then there is the way that they treat and talk about Africans. So it's very demeaning, right? They talk about delineation, right, which is a separation and saying that, look, we are Black Americans, we are not associated with other groups, and we don't want to be grouped and classed in as well. We are from America, right? We have our rights in America, and we're going to continue to make strides and progress here in this land, which is not a foreign concept, right? When there were schemes to push the...
All right, so that's the gist of it. So yeah, I'm not appreciative of that at all. Okay, yeah, I'm not feeling that at all because that was some bullshit. And he knows that, and he's never said that to me. And he had all the opportunity to say that to me or just not be in the project. If you felt like that, yeah, if I feel a certain way about folks, I don't be in their projects and then
right. None of us will be in a project.
That's not me. But again, I think
none of it. No FBA do stuff like that.
You know, I got a way of doing things. You got other people who got certain ways of doing things. I don't know what these people's agendas are. Some people say that's agent talk. I don't know. But you do have a lot of backbiting, sabotaging things going on out here in these so-called conscious community streets. You understand? You got a lot of booby cakes. Who the hell are you talking about, booby cakes? All right, who is Booby Cakes? Who is these people? Hold on. Booby Cakes, you want to get on in here? Get on in here, Booby Cakes. All right. All right, Booby Cakes, get on here. All right. Get on here, Booby Cakes. All right, and we got a couple of minutes left for the poll. Yeah, Booby Cakes, invite yourself up, please, because you got some kind of weird Finsta account, and I can't bring you up. So Booby Cakes, hop on in here and let me know what you're talking about, because what we don't do is just say stuff in the chat room. Whatever you say, you got to get on up here and stand on it. All right? So Booby Cakes, where are you? I don't see you. I need you to make a request, Booby Cakes. All right? Booby Cakes, I need you to make a request. All right, we got 30 seconds left in the poll. All right, we got 30 seconds left. And y'all let me know what it's going to be. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all let me know what it's going to be. But Booby Cakes, hop on here. All right, or you're going to get blocked for trolling. You just don't say stuff in the chat room and then go duck and dodge. If you say something, stand on it. All right, so let me look at the poll. All right, let me see. All right, the poll is done. Almost 80% of the people said yes, remove them. Damn. 20% said no. Interesting. Okay. All right. 20% of the people said no. All right. Let me read off the people who said no. We should basically keep them. Azira, Bowie Rose, Erica, Trap Board, Vertical Real Estate, Morehouse. All right. Interesting. All right. So it looks like, according to the family, we're going to get them up out of here. Yeah, Booby Cakes. All right. So yes, the audience is spoken. So you voted wrong. Okay. Okay. So you voted wrong. Okay. So I guess we're going to have to take them out. All right. That's just what it is then. The family has spoken, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what it is. All right. Let's get some people in here. All right. Let me get some folks in here. Raise your hand in the comment section because y'all know how it is.
All right, so I'm gonna stop it right there. Not gonna play the whole thing. Now let's get to what he said recently this morning, and then we'll play 19Zs. All right. So this was this morning. Right. Go right here, because he spoke on it briefly this morning. Somebody asked. See if I could find it real quickly.
A lot of them, just like what our good sister Janet Jackson. And the way they've been treating the black.
Come on.
Successfully deflect the conversation. Who is this?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Who is
Here
this?
it is.
You know, this is Welsing Fan Club from X. How you doing?
Beloved, how are you?
How you doing? Real quickly, I just wanted to address three things. Something that you were talking about earlier.
Yes. Oh, what happened, dear?
Okay,
From
let me get
TLC.
past that.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
You know
About that, her giving these ethnic groups all left. They're on her bumper.
You're all about.
Yes, indeed. So what do you think about the show so far?
I like it.
Thank you so much. All right. All right, Latavia.
Hey, Tariq.
How you doing,
Damn.
beloved? What the hell is that coughing?
She came on here with the flu.
I'm so sorry.
Here we go.
Damned if he'd take him off. And I said, well, why? Even before we left that live, it was decided you were going to take him out, right? You're live the other day. Oh, yes. Every Saturday.
You are filling them lungs up, Lord. So what's on your mind, beloved?
Oh, nothing. I listened to your live the other day, and you did the poll about if you were going to take the 19 Keys guy out.
Yeah.
So it was, I believe before we left that live, it was decided you were going to take him out, right?
Right.
So then I was on another space today, and they're saying, "Oh, I'll be damned if he take him off." And I said, "Well, why don't y'all believe that he will?" I just don't believe he will. And me and the other guy was on there defending it and saying he wouldn't have asked if if he didn't care about his viewers. So
Right.
one of the ladies said, well, "Why didn't he just do a private poll?" Like what people just contributed only, and it's just like you cannot win for nothing. It's
Right.
always a bad faith argument, always some downplayer hating that stuff. It just drives me crazy. So
Yeah.
I said, he confirmed it. He confirmed he's taking him out because he respected his subscribers.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So,
So yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah,
Thank you, beloved. Yeah, but yeah, I'm taking him out. Yeah, the family wanted out, so I'm taking him out. Yeah, I don't know what people think that I wouldn't. Yeah, the family don't want it in. They ain't gonna be in. Just out of respect for the family. The family don't want to see him. All right.
And there's one more person who we don't want to see on that Head in Color documentary, and that is Queen Nzinga.
And this is a community project, man. The community is invested in it. The community has supported it. So this is what makes these films so good. We do them for the community. Whatever you all want, what y'all want to discuss, who y'all want to see, who y'all don't want to see. So that's what makes it good.
Tap in with them, family. I'm only one person. Let them know you don't want to see Dr. Queen Nzinga on that thing, especially after what I exposed today.
This is grassroots. It's a grassroots project. Yeah, we don't have no bullshit ass agendas. No. This is what makes the Hidden Color series so good. It's really grassroots. Whatever the grassroots wants, that's what we gonna give you.
All right,
And
well,
then some.
we want
If somebody
Dr.
say, "Oh, we don't want that person," oh, that person ain't a good look, well, then we won't have him in there.
Y'all heard it, family. Make your opinions known. Get Dr. Queen Nzinga up off that damn movie.
Yeah. Because I don't. The problem is again with agendas. That's what makes a lot of shit on TV corny. That's what makes a lot of movies and films corny.
Okay, you're right. The agenda they have, and their agenda is to further promote their BS, Pan-Africanism, mythology lie. Okay, we all gonna all get along one day. Meanwhile, all they do is um, they preach Pan-Africanism while most of their participants are Foundation Black Americans. Okay. All right. So now let's get to the response. So anybody new, anybody just catching up, I think you got enough background of what's going on with 19 keys. Okay. So now let me switch it over and find 19 keys latest rant. All right. Give me a second to find his latest rant. And Grand Rising family, Grand Rising. Get this over with. Where's the 19Z's thing at? Here we go. Okay. Happy spring break to you guys. I got kids. I know your kids home acting a fool. Okay.
Peace to the family, man. Peace to the gods. Video and they say, no, I don't need to. Peace to the family, man. Peace to the gods. To the family, man. Peace. Extend your mind with skill sets that you've never had, for degrees that you've never learned ever, right? You could be
Now
a
this
good
is all
writer if you don't
plebiscite
even know how
babble.
to write, right? You can utilize prompts so that
Yeah,
you know
people
how
think
to
that.
communicate with people before you communicate with them, so that it feels like you came
Can I
from
pause it? Yeah, most of us never. Yeah, the first time I ever heard this dude talk was on a Hidden Colors trailer. Like NCU, I heard him say he never heard, and when people come on the platform over here, they're like, I never heard this guy. You know, we heard of his name, but we never heard him talk before. We never heard his information. As you can see, it's just plebiscite babble. It's like the whole, like everybody, you know, you got to take mushrooms to like appreciate what he's saying. You got to be into mushrooms, and somehow when you take those hallucinogenic drugs, this all just makes complete sense. If you sober, this is babble.
background, you understand me, of esteem. It's beautiful. You know what I'm talking about? Now, I know y'all want me to address the whole thing going on with the FBA. I ain't tripping on being on the FBA list. You know, I always thought about, as a black leader or an entrepreneur, a revolutionary, you're supposed to be on the FBI list, if that was anything.
This guy said it. Oh my
God. Nowadays, it's this weird thing because, you know, the way I speak, the way I think, the way I travel, the way I move, you understand me? I'm God body through and through. You feel me? I'm from Oakland, California, and I stand on my own too. And I really don't give a fuck what nobody is a part of or not a part of, or opinion somebody has or don't have. When I put out information and content, I put out context connected to that content, specifically for the
What the
reason.
hell did he just say? Again, if you're sober, this is hard to listen to. You're gonna fall asleep. And then you need to buy his coffee. Stay up.
So that individuals can have an understanding. And so when they look at it, they go say, you know, here's 1 hour of context. But the problem is that people will look at 10 seconds of content and they become reactionary. And then I ask them, did you watch the video? And they say, no, I don't need to. That's ignorant. If you open up any book in the world and you read
Wait.
one
We
line,
heard it. We heard it. We heard it. We heard it. It was something staged by your own show. We heard it. You staged it. You said what you wanted to say. That's it. Stand on it, man.
right? That line can say anything. And without context around why this is here, you are a fool to then go and repeat and say, oh, I don't like that book because I opened it up. And one of the lines, one of the sentences in there, one of the paragraphs I disagree with. It makes no sense in the world. And for me as an intellectual, as a thought leader, it is very hard for me to engage with people who don't think. Because there's no foundation of logic or reasoning even connected to their rationality in the first place.
What? Yo, dude, what are you doing, bro?
So that level of ignorance is hard for me to even imagine because my brain has never been that ignorant. Ever in the history of life.
That's a goddamn lie. Based upon your vocabulary and the words you put together, your brain has been that ignorant and more.
I'm a person that holds so much nuance. It's almost impossible for me to just like say one thing. I'm always going to give you multiple perspectives.
Right. That's called a back talker, dude. A back door, backslider, back everything, back to back. Yeah, you got to be able to stand on something, man. Your words got to be able to mean something. They got to hit something. They can't be like a shotgun, a bunch of pellets going everywhere, all over the place. They got to be able to hit the target. When you talk, people need to understand exactly what you're saying. It shouldn't always be left up to an interpretation. Nah, that's not what I really meant when I said that. See, what happened was when I said that, I really meant this. See, we ain't doing that. Yo, unbiased Ron, yo, call me at 11 a.m. All right, I'm gonna pick up, yo. I'll be there. I call you 11. I call at 11 a.m. Nobody pick up. Now I can't hold you accountable the next day because you talking about. Nah, see, 11 a.m., bro. I meant when I say 11 a.m., I mean the hours between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. See, I ain't got to say all that. All I got to say is 11 a.m. and you should automatically know that's the hours in between 11 and 5. Like, dude, block. Like, not doing that.
On something, because my brain can hold multiple domains.
Oh my God. This dude brain can hold multiple domains. Domains. Dude, stay off that white stuff, man.
Cognitively sovereign. I have my own agency and independent thought.
And we have ours. So why are you condemning us for our independent sovereign thought?
No matter who I grew up with, what environment I'm around, who I connect with, I am cognitively sovereign. Nothing runs my mind but me.
Okay, so are you trying to say Tariq Nasheed runs our mind? It's weird. Dude's a weirdo.
And that's how we should all be, and we should all be striving towards and to. And I'm at this point now where the ignorance of the world is not something I want to engage in. You see, there's two ways you can go about it. I can address ignorant things and I can get views, and I can get likes, and I can get comments, which also turns into money.
Dude, stop. Yeah, you're not popping. You're not lit. Nobody's checking for you. Let's just stop.
And people say things about me, and I'm like, don't you know I'm intelligent enough to run the same game that you running if I wanted to?
He's talking about Tariq Nasheed. He can run the same game that he's running. You know, the leader, the fake leader, like this dude, you already are doing it, and you're failing at it, my guy. You already are doing it. You're this fake thought leader that's teach this babble, where people brains can hold multiple domains at the same time. Dude, you're already doing it, my guy.
But that ain't where my heart is.
Shit, that's where your brain is at.
I'm not some clout chasing, trendy, let me make a reaction video about every single goddamn thing that go on in the world.
Nah, you just allegedly scam. Okay? That's what you do. You just allegedly scam everybody all the damn time. We'll talk about that too.
That shit weak. It's intellectually weak. And that means that you don't stand for nothing. There's no meaning or movement behind anything that you do. It's very easy to just jump in the algorithm. Oh, we got beef going on. Let me utilize this so therefore it can go up.
Bro, you started it. Nobody said nothing about you until you said what you said. Tariq's the leader of this FBA cult, and we are xenophobic and we attack Africans. You said that. Prior to that, nobody said nothing about you.
I got camera people with me 24/7.
Oh my God. Yeah. Here go the fake rich stuff. Oh, dude. Here go the fake rich stuff. I got camera people with me 24/7. I'm just rich. No, you're not, dude. You want these fake rich people. Oh my God.
Understand me? See, you got a retard right here talking about go against your own people. Who, you? You not my people? You're a retard. And anybody who thinks like that is.
Oh, here we go. See, this is what they always do. We don't read, we don't study, we don't think, we're not thought leaders, we all followers, we're part of a cult, we're retard, and he's the stupid person in the room.
Ramadan is over. You know what I'm talking about? All this, how are we people? Explain it. You have followers, you have supporters. A follower is somebody who actually support what you do. They have context to understanding you, right?
They have context to understanding you. Yeah, I mean, he just say words.
A follower is just somebody who watches you. They can love you or hate you. You should never worry about losing a follower because they don't matter at all.
Ain't that what he just said, though? All right, I won't rewind it. It's like he just said the same thing. It sounds like he said a follower is a supporter.
A man.
Hold on. Yeah, let me go backwards. It sounds like he said a follower.
I can tell
that fault.
You extend your mind with skill sets that you've never had, for degrees that you've never learned ever.
Let me check over here. 444.
And without context around why this is here, you are a fool to then go and repeat and say, oh, I don't like that book because I opened it up.
Later.
You see, there's two ways you can go about it. I can address
we're getting
ignorant
close.
things that I can get.
It's about over here. Let me try this right here.
That is.
Okay.
See, Ramadan is over. You know what I'm talking about? All this, how are we people? Explain it. You have followers, you have supporters.
What is a follower? What's a supporter?
A follower is somebody who actually
he said
support
it.
what
I knew
you
it.
do.
He said a follower is somebody supports what you do. He just said it. I knew I wasn't tripping. See, his brain be in two different domains. So he said a follower is somebody who actually supports you, right?
Have context
and they have the context of understanding. That's called Babel. So that's what a follower is. So a follower is somebody who supports you, and they have the context of understanding you. That's what a follower is, right?
Right? A follower is just somebody who watches you. They can love you or hate you.
Wait, so now a follower is somebody who just watches you. A follower is somebody who either loves you or hates you. So okay. So how do you different? You're using the same word to describe two different people. That's night and day.
You should never worry about losing a follower.
But you just said a follower is one who supports you and they have the right context to understand you.
Because they don't matter at all.
Okay.
Right now, there's a man on this line that's watching me because he don't like me. Now, I'm not sure if he's homosexual or not.
Oh my God, I ain't know you're gonna do all that. There's a man who called him out. Tell your family, when you hold these guys accountable, they all say you hate them. Or why you hate Africans? Why you hate these people? Why you believe I hate them? Because I'm calling them accountable. I'm holding them accountable. Oh, you hate John Rick Clark, or you hate this, you hate that, because I'm holding them accountable. Gaslighting ass.
You understand me? But it is weird behavior to want to see a man's face that you don't like and listen to a man's voice that you don't like.
Okay, now that's weird. Now he got all these domains in his brain, but he falsely judged this guy and then presupposed that he really is a hater. No, he's a supporter who knows you're off cold and he wants to know, yo, what's up, man? Like, why you doing this? He's holding you accountable.
There might be something you need to deal with within yourself. Because to make that choice, to say that this brother and what he does, I'm in total disagreement with. But let me take time on my day. Let me go log into my phone. Let me make sure I got the notifications on to his platform. And when he goes live, make sure I'm there so I can communicate with him.
He's your brother keeper. How about this? Remember, you got all these domains in your brain. How about check the other domain? How about he's a follower who respects you and he was happy for you when he found out you'd be featuring Hidden Color 6. And then when he heard that you were disrespecting the lineage, he was brokenhearted, right? And then when you got kicked off HC6, he was like, yo, what's up? And now you're unapologetic. You're not taking back your hateful words. He's like, yo, man, what's good with you? What happened? Can that be the other scenario? Can that be the domain in your brain?
Oh, I think that's very weird behavior. And I think you need to check yourself. And if you had anything going on in your life that was worth your attention, that's where you would be putting it. But
right. Okay. But damn, then that's all your supporters. So everybody who's watching you, they have nothing better to they have nothing better to do. Everybody, good job.
And the only thing you have left is your identity. And it's so fragile that anything that questions that identity. And
hey, they love to babble, man. Now, then they always tell you what you don't have. You're like, look, you don't have what?
Intellectual ability to defend what you believe.
He's actually doing that now. He's defending what he believes on your platform and you're condemning him.
You automatically attack and go into ignorance. That's you.
Now, again, if you're sober, this is babble, this is stupidity. Okay, but if you're not sober, this is like, this dude sound like the most educated man on earth.
That's your profile. So therefore, you will always be a slave to a master who has to tell you what to think because you don't have cognitive sovereignty.
Oh my God. And his master he's talking about is Tariq Nasheed. I'm telling you, Tariq, dude, if you're listening, all these guys that wear these funny hats that want to be somebody, they can never be comfortable and at peace around you because you're everything they always wanted to be. Like they wish they can like for example, whether y'all agree with this man or not, Kevin Samuels never had that type of insecurity, right? Because he built a platform where he was right there. You dig? Like he didn't have to. He could be in a room with Tariq and still be himself. He won't be uncomfortable because he built a platform that that large. And even the weird guy, the top G, even him, give him a little credit. Like he built a platform where he don't got a clout chase. He don't. You dig? Like he is who he is, and he's gonna be confident, comfortable wherever he's at. You got a lot of men like that. Corey Holcomb, people like that, that built their platforms. They believe in who they believe. You know, they know who they are. They're not insecure. They don't mind, sharing the space. It won't be no envy or jealousy. But you got guys like this who's all the way insecure because he don't believe he reached where he should be. He believes he should be the guy above Tariq, above everybody just named. He believes he should be the guy with 1 million views, 100,000 live viewers, on some ISO speed type shit. He believes that's where he should be. And he believes life ain't fair. That's why he ain't get there. Anybody that's above him, he feel like they don't deserve that. And, he has a crab in a barrel mentality. He want to pull you down. So he'll get close to you to steal your shine. Now he thinks I get close to you to steal your shine, to steal your glow. But our glow is green, dude. Your glow is yellow. You can never steal our glow. We got the right glow.
Which one of you have spent your time going around the world teaching black people damn near for free?
My guy, then how are you rich? Okay, for one, right? Which we know you're not rich. You're faking it. But how are you getting paid then? How are you maintaining these fake monopoly millions? You're not going around teaching black people around the country. There's no black people around the country. Okay, so you're teaching a bunch of non-black people around the world. You're not even teaching them, bro. What's the message? This stupid shit right here? How to understand the context of the domains in your head? No, dude, that's not teaching, man. That's not teaching. But everybody's a teacher. And again, I think I'm one of the only people who actually teaches and get paid for it. Like I don't do free teaching. Like for what? Like I said, how are you gonna make money and pay and live a lifestyle that's compensating the teaching part? Like that's why I am pro people should donate cash apps, super chats, and even in the ministry, even in ministry with the churches. Unless like now if they scamming different story, they making you pay your rent money. But if people are donating freely and they're able to maintain their lifestyle, they're paying for a message. I don't agree with those messages, but they do, and those messages do something for them where they're now here living a savage life. So I don't be pocket watching like that. So, but I do believe people time when it's demanded is worth $1, and I believe when it's valuable is worth a cent. So this teaching for free stuff, like stop, bro. It's a scam. Nobody teaches for free, my guy. You're being funded somewhere by somebody.
Concepts and frameworks other people dare to even whisper to black people. They push ignorance and entertainment and filth on you. Which one of you has built an independent platform specifically just to give the knowledge and the science?
Oh, so that's what he's talking about? Because he's always talking about nobody's building nothing. They all do that. Well, so what did you build? Dude, what the F are you talking about? What did I build? What am I supposed to build? So now you see the building is a platform. Well, we all have done that. We all got a YouTube or some type of social media platform. Is that the building you're talking about? Because look, I'm gonna go to a different video and the building would be something different. So right now in this context, the building is a social media platform. In his other video, the building is actually building something. Like, dude, like a brick and mortar. Like, dude, stop, man. Everybody ain't gotta build a goddamn church.
Of consciousness and sovereign wealth building to the people on their own dime. I ain't never raised nothing.
Because it don't cost nothing really to get a YouTube platform, my guy.
See, when I see ignorance, sometimes you can chill, you can sit back, you can relax like I do. I'm sitting here, I just did about 3-4 hours of work.
Hey, dude, showing the hotel means absolutely nothing. Well, okay, that scam was already done by Jay Morrison, Polite, bro. We've seen that before. We've seen people scam people out of $100,000 and they go rent an Airbnb or a mansion, whatever, and they act like it's theirs. We've seen that play before, bro. You're not doing nothing there. Okay, there are certain people that live in a mansion and all their lives are in their mansion. They don't have a different scenery. It's the same scenery every time they put their camera on. So I'm not impressed with you showing a hotel or Airbnb or a mansion you're renting off allegedly scam dollars, dude. This ain't nothing. All right, we're past this.
And studying, and I'm still doing it because guess what? Look at this.
What book you reading?
You see these AI agents right here? Foundation, intellectual structure, culture, media, power system.
Yeah, that laptop a little dusty for a millionaire. But what the hell are you? So this is what is this?
Things of that nature. They're doing work for me while I'm talking to you all, right?
Oh my God, dude, work, dude, what type of work? Yo, this guy, yo, these guys. I did something slightly on Anton Daniels. Now, in my mind, from my research, Anton Daniels literally faked it until he made it. He faked the rich stuff, just like him, until he made it. The Billy Carsons, like all these guys are faking rich in my mind, in my research, faking rich until they make it. And it looks like Anton Daniels, I don't know about rich, but he faked it till he got some type of money where it is now somewhat real. But the Jay Morrisons, they all did the fake rich until they made it. A few of them actually made it where they got some real wealth from this scenery, but a lot of them didn't, dude. And the first red flag is, dude, how are you making your money? Since you're putting your business out there, right? We don't really care. We're not pocket watchers. But since you're putting it out there, how are you making your money? It shouldn't be that hard to find out how you make your money. And it's just babble.
I have multiple systems set up all the time running, right? We're setting up multiple things at once. We're executing.
Hey, is that a toilet? Yeah. Yo, behind that laptop, is that a toilet, yo? Why is your toilet right there? Yeah, I know I ain't tripping. That better not be a toilet.
We're utilizing our intelligence to build systems in real time and then ship them to the people.
That could have been. That's probably like a jacuzzi or something. But what is he talking about? I'm doing all this fancy stuff with my computer. So, yo, that don't translate to wealth. That doesn't translate to success. That looks like just some program you paid for to allegedly scam and mislead people. Or it might be your coffee bean stuff. But I got all these people working for me. Family, trust me, trust me, trust me. People with the real money that's coming in, they don't care to prove it to you. People with real money don't care to prove it to you. Okay? Like, for example, this guy I'm gonna name you. He's a tether, but he got money. Academics. Like, you don't see this guy out here like showing off this and that, this and that. Like the dude signed deals with Spotify, this deal over here, this deal over here, little baby throwing him 30K. Like the dude got money, and you don't see him like trying to prove he's rich or he's trying to sell you something. So I pay attention to things like that. Like people with money. I ain't even talking about super rich, but people with a good income. They don't care to let you know how they're making their money. They're not trying to prove nothing to you, and they're not really trying to sell you anything either. You dig? Because they already got their lucrative big deals. He's trying to convince us. What he showed us didn't make. Did anybody make any sense of what he just showed us? No. So if it doesn't make sense, how does it make dollars, my guy? It doesn't make sense, man. That don't mean nothing. That didn't translate to, this guy's making money. That just looked at like you just showed us you're doing a project that's could be doing okay, could be doing well, or it could be in the startup, stage. We're just starting, and it generate no wealth. But that didn't convince nobody that's listening to me right now. Stop.
So even when I take out time to do this, I only do it because I have something else, entities working on my behalf.
Oh my God, he just we seen the same thing from Billy Carson. Billy Carson just so rich. Like, dude, how are you so rich? Can't tell you. Like, dude, stop. Like, we know how Charlemagne $200 million contract. We know Joe Butt. We see these guys. We see Kai Cenat. We see Aiden and these guys. We see how they're getting their money. It's not hard to track and find. Whack 100. Stay busy. We see how people are getting their money, my guy. It's not that difficult to follow the money. Nas and Nas investment. I'm just naming people who come off the top of my head. Nas and Nas investment. We see how they're making their money, my guy. It's not difficult. And Nas ain't out here trying to prove to us that he's rich.
But instead of you sitting down, learning that knowledge of AI architecture so that you can build, right, something valuable for your future so you can have.
And who's going to teach us? You?
Have a financial security in the future.
Oh, my God.
You'd rather be ignorant.
Right. So you could be rich rocking with him. Being one of his, what's those pyramid scheme things where you're the bottom people and you got to get somebody else? That's what it looked like he just showed us. A pyramid scheme. The bottom tier got to go get another tier so they could be the new bottom and they could stand on top of them and they're going to tell them, hey, get another bottom tier so we can push us up closer and closer to that tip. Like, dude, it looks like you just showed us a what's that thing's called? I ain't talked about them in so long. But those marketing things, man. It looked like you showed one of those, the little bottom tier people working, trying to get new people so they could work under them. It looks like a pyramid scheme, my guy. AI architect. Why is it so difficult to comprehend, man?
Instead of learning about the cognitive architecture that is needed for the future mind in his
the cognitive architect. He just saying words.
Fast-paced digital world, you'd rather be ignorant. Instead of saying keys, let me just get the keys. Let me learn from you.
I knew it. It's coming back down to how much, man? How much your program costs? Let me learn from you. You're the rich guy. How much? How much it costs? Yeah, you might want to get a loan. It's gonna be 15 G's, but you'll make 150 that year. It's gonna be something like that. Just go get a loan for 15 G's. I guarantee you make 150 at the end of the year. You'll get it all back plus.
I'm the big brother you never had and you never go have because big brothers don't like sucker little brothers.
Oh my God. Oh my, he's a new top G. Oh my God, he's gonna be the guy to make us all rich. AR architect of cognitive.
No, we like to see the ones that prove themselves. That's strong, that's resilient, that can think for themselves, that can hold their own context and understanding of life.
Hold their own context in the understanding of life. Dude, stop. We see right through you, my guy. You're a charlatan. You're just making up words. They don't make any sense. And you keep saying the same words over and over. Stop, man. The dude studying Young Pharaoh and Brother Polite, trying to get some vocabulary together.
When you learn to be a man, you stand on your own. In the life of 19 Keys, as you know me by this name, I have lived a real life throughout my whole life. I have been outside my whole life. And grown men have respected me my whole life for one reason, because I'm a respectable person of character. And nobody has met me and said that 19 Keys ain't who he say he is. Behind the scenes, I am like this. In front of the scenes, I am like this.
Like what? Boring?
I ain't no perfect person. Shit, I embrace my flaws. I'm from Oakland and St. Louis. Just surviving what I survived was miraculous. But to make...
Oh my God. All right. I'm done with the babble. Oh boy. Wait. Let's see what else he's building. Okay, now he said a platform.
There were so many people that...
Okay. Now he's talking, look.
I only want to hear from builders in this era. Everybody else can shut up. You feel me? If you haven't built nothing and are not in the process of building something, shut up. All this commentary, observation, think pieces, you know what I mean, video essayists, it all sound good, but you're not building anything worth qualifying you to be a leader or whatsoever. And it's much harder to build something than it is to destroy something. The people that build are going to make mistakes. They're going to fuck up. They're going to find out things about themselves that they did not know in the process. But if you to label people as evil, and to...
This sound like he is motivating the people who's working for him in his multi-level marketing. That's what it's called, multi-level marketing scheme. It seems like he's motivating them, because these are the people who's making everything. They're gonna mess up. They ain't gonna make any money at first, but they keep going hard. At least they're building. See, they building. See, y'all ain't building. They ain't making no money. They kicking money out to me, but they building something. They have a dream to like look forward to build towards, and the bottom line is they're actually building. You're not building. You could be building too. If you just go ahead and get that loan for 15, no, his name 19 Keys, because he want 19 G's. Hey man, if y'all go ahead and get that loan for 19 G's and get that to me, right? I'll make sure you be a great builder. All right, you building his heaven.
Just send out hate, envy, and jealousy, because it's easier to be a critic, you understand me, than it is to build something that requires critical thinking, right? That makes...
All right, okay, we get it. You're a motivational speaker, my guy. You just ramble and ramble and ramble. No source of information, no direction, no premises, nothing. It just talk. And yes, see, and you guys got to build, because so, it's like the good cop, bad cop rhetoric. At first he cooks you. You ain't building. You ain't shit. You ain't nothing. Then he switch it up for you. Yeah, man. See, it's all about love, right? It's all about prosperity. So I want to motivate you guys to keep doing what you're doing. You see, because if you keep doing what you're doing, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, and we'll be all doing it well. Like LL Cool J said, you dig? So yeah, man. I just want to hit y'all off with that. Don't forget to buy my package, How to Be a Millionaire in 3 weeks. All right, dude, stop. Had enough of that. Okay. God. All right. The dude is babbling. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me play a little more so he can't say I took it out of context. You know how he does. You take it out of context, and if you're not in the context of the context, then you just stepping on the text. Play a little more. Is there some more? Yeah, building. Okay. All right, God. We got the message. Now, I think JT the Pocket Watcher did something on 19Zs. Let's check it out. When you make it to JT the Pocket Watcher, that ain't a good look. I'm gonna tell you that right now. So let me see if I can find that video. I mean, the dude just really said nothing. All right, what are you selling, my guy? Like, it shouldn't be that hard to like understand, man. Like, no, bro. Like, everybody know a good salesman got to be clear. in their messages, right? Good saleswomen got to be clear in their message because you're approaching people that don't want to be bothered, and you're offering a great opportunity. You want to be very clear in the opportunity. They don't want to hear about no AR technology and context. And see, what happened was, bro, we're not doing that, man. You got to be very clear. All right, so I found something on my guy. It was actually, it was two people. It was O'Shea Duke Jackson did something on him. All right, so let me see. Because JT the Pocket Watcher did something, and I can't. Sleep Bay, thank you for the super chat, 1999. And if anybody else, I'll read it later. So yeah, the super chat does work. Thank you, Sleep Bay, to let them know the super chat does work. Okay, thank you very much. Let me. I think O'Shea Duke Jackson did something on him. Let me go ahead and pull that up. O'Shea Duke Jackson. And then we're going to talk about that Dr. Queen Nzinga woman that's on HC6. She got to go next. She's a big hater of the lineage. And I'm going to prove that in a second. Don't go nowhere. All right. Let me play the O'Shea Duke Jackson. He has something on 19 Z's. He's calling him a alleged scammer, I think. I think he has some evidence. Okay. 1 second, I'm gonna pull it up. O'Shea Duke Jackson, 19 Z's. Oh, got it. Got it. Okay, here we are. And this was 2 years ago, by the way. So shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson, who was on this guy 2 years ago. Like I said, I don't know who this guy is, and a lot of other people don't know who he is either. I always heard his name before. Now I knew who Red Pill was. I heard them talk. I knew Blue Pill. I knew everybody else. X the architect, whatever. Nah, the KT the architect, all those guys. I knew who they were. You dig? I heard them speak too, but I ain't never hear this guy. I just heard his name. Didn't know he's so damn boring. And I'm like, is that why he sell coffee beans? Like, it's a package deal. You listen to him, you need to then. It's like a movie and popcorn. You listen to 19 Z's, you want to drink this coffee, or you're going to be asleep in 3 minutes. All right, check it out.
American community has many problems online as it does in real life. And we all know in real life we have those problems with those grifters.
All right, so now look at all the people he got on there. All the alleged scammers, right? Some confirmed, right?
Scammers and con artists. But unlike other con artists, ours are pretty cool. They typically have the gift of gab, charisma, and they're always tied for the most part to some level of religious or Pan-African ideology. You typically never get a scammer that doesn't come from that particular school of thought.
Hey, is that not a red flag? I be telling you guys, man, the minute they say they're Pan-African, get away. Get away. It's not even worth the chance of them being legitimate or legit. Just get away, because they have the reputation just precedes them. Like he just said, that's their culture. It started with Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey is a scammer. If you don't believe Marcus Garvey is a scammer, click that link. Let's have a small dialogue. The Pan-African historians, what's his name? Dr. Ben Johannesburg and Johnny Clark. These guys they tell lies in their research as Pan-African scholars. They tell lies. You have who else you have? You have Umar Johnson, alleged to be a scammer. He's going to like his second century of no school. All right. And I did say century. I'm being funny. Yeah, but not yet. This background, he's onto something. This background of calling yourself a Pan-African, I don't know why you must be an alleged scammer. It's like part of it. Like, yo, you have to be a scammer.
When you think about Brother Polite in the Hoteps and the Black Woman is God, or Young Pharaoh and the Black Woman is God, or Black pastors, they are all tied to some level of religious identity. If
Wait. Oh, dude on the left, is that the financial teacher? Wait, nah, he ain't got my boy on there. What's his name? The financial dude. The Black Billionaire Club. What's his name, family? The one on the far left. He got a known name. He's like an economist or something like that. He always talking about money. I can't. Yeah, I think that's him. I didn't recognize him at first.
Not religious identity, you're going to hear Hoteps, Nation of Islam, 5% Nation, Baptist, Church of God in Christ, California. We are like Twin City. Now, at first, we got it. But there is one guy in particular who's been making a lot of moves. A brother by the name of 19 Keys, aka Jabril Muhammad. Now at first, I was biased about this young brother because I didn't want to do a video about him simply because he was from Oakland, California. And me being from Sacramento, California, we are like twin cities. So you know, people from the West Coast, I typically don't like to go after. But after reading and getting some information about Mr. 19 Keys, he left a lot to be desired. Now, I'm not saying that he is a quote unquote scam artist, but I will say that some of his dealings with people, it kind of leaves a lot to be desired. Like this guy, Jay Morrison, who definitely is a crook. This is what Jay Morrison had to say about 19 Keys.
19 Keys, Wall Street Trapper, sat in my office while I was planning out the political party. They know. Everybody in the community know what I get into. Him 500 was at our corner class in 2016 in Bankhead. I can play you. We can edit into the video. I'll give you a testimonial from the corner class in 2016.
I've been to plenty of paid real estate courses, week trainings, 2-week trainings. I've never got the information that I've got as impactful as I did on this corner. It is free.
He knows. Earn your leisure. They're most requested. If you're really serious, you have Jay Morrison on your platform.
The number one person that everybody has been requesting for months now is Jay Morrison.
Yeah, that's a fact.
They know. So for everybody to try to box me out and not even have the decency as leaders, as men, right? This is a platform about men talking real shit. Real men do real things where I'm from.
All right, so he went to Jay Morrison's course. That's not necessarily a big deal.
Oh, no wonder he's talking that plebiscite babble.
Anybody could go to his course, but that doesn't make them a scam artist. But then again, Jabril Muhammad, aka 19 Keys, drives a striking resemblance to somebody else that I've seen in the past, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Just look at how he tries.
Hey, yeah, he got the did I say the dishonorable? Yo, this dude, O'Shea. I used to watch some of his stuff back in the day. I stopped watching it just because I be busy with my own stuff now. But now I didn't know he was this funny. It says the dishonorable Jabril Muhammad, yo. But I told you guys, people who come to my channel often, by the way, subscribe if you're new here. If you're FBA, I'm gonna wrench you up in a second. Everybody that's FBA or even an FBA supporter, a rider, needs to have a wrench. All right, so then we know who's with us and who's not. You ain't got a wrench, we know you're not with us, and there's no way to fake the wrench. So you can fake the wrench a little bit, but the chat or myself usually out you because you guys can't hold your hate towards us. So you end up spewing it. We got you. We wrench you. We get you up out of here. But I've been saying that this guy, what he's doing with the headset, I don't believe this guy was ever a Nation of Islam member, ever. If you got some evidence he was, please present it. Please give me the mosque. That's all. Because every Nation of Islam member have a home mosque. Give me the number of the mosque. You dig? And let's say somehow he was, I don't believe he was there long. Because members and ex-members do not, that have respect for Elijah Muhammad, do not wear the headset. They don't do that. The only people I ever known to wear something like a headset like that was Elijah Muhammad, Farrakhan, and Dr. Khalid Muhammad when he started to do his when he was trying to, like, his identity thing. He's trying to find himself. He's everywhere. He's Kemet, he's Pan-African, he's a Black Panther. So when he was doing that thing, he had some head things on. But those are the only 3 people, notably, I ever seen with a head thing on. Because Nation of Islam members, people who love the teachings, do not cosplay as Elijah Muhammad. That's like taboo. So when I see this guy that come from nowhere, and any notable person, I'm going to know if they're from the Nation of Islam or not. I'm going to know because I'm like connected with them. And nobody knows who this guy is. So for him to rock the headset, it's like, okay, he's being disrespectful. And so Osei's on something, but he don't know that much. He don't know that it's actually disrespectful. And it is dishonorable to cosplay as Elijah Muhammad, especially if he didn't pass the baton. Elijah Muhammad passed the baton. He anointed Minister Louis Farrakhan. That's why it's not a big deal. But if you're not, if they didn't anoint you, if they didn't pass that to you, nah, that ain't right. So just off that, I knew something wrong with this guy.
To emulate him in the best way possible, especially with the hats. Let's find out a little more.
I was born in a Muslim household. I was born and grounded in the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But you have to understand it's going to be a paradigm shift. And this is the...
Okay, now listen, he said he was born in it. He didn't say he was a registered Muslim. He didn't say he was active. He didn't say he was in the mosque selling final calls. That part. See, being born into it and being born around the teachings, yeah, that's possible. I know people like that. But I want to hear him attending a mosque, selling final calls, and going to FOI practice, Monday practice. I want to hear about those stories.
The most important part of it all is the shift when the vacancy of that seat is no longer there and he's not at the helm of that leadership. Then you see like, okay, what's going to happen with the people then? Because whether you know it or not, you're affected by things that happen in the Nation of Islam.
So by attaching himself to the Nation of Islam and with the dressing style or the hat wearing style of Elijah Muhammad, he's already good to go.
And then I point out, then you'll see him dressed like Ibrahim Traoré with the Ibrahim Traoré hat. And I already exposed him trying to look like Ibrahim Traoré a lot often too.
Not to mention, he's a guy that speaks fairly well, and he's a brother that speaks the Black Power.
And just just let you guys know that we're not xenophobic and haters. I actually like Ibrahim Traoré. Like, I hope the guy, I don't know about him like that, but a little bit I know about him. I hope he's successful. I hope he gets Burkina Faso up and running. You dig? Just for the record, for those who think we hate Africans, I actually wish the best for Ibrahim Traoré.
Narrative. But this is very interesting to me myself, to be honest. He appeared on Earn Your Leisure. Now, if you think about Earn Your Leisure, it is the biggest African-American platform when it comes to financial advice and financial literacy. And hey, by far, they've done an excellent job for the most part with putting a lot of people on from the Black community. But if you look at the most popular videos that Earn Your Leisure has, none of them are about finance for the most part. And guess who has the most views? Ancient Civilizations, Multiple Dimensions, Aliens in Time with 19 Keys and Billy Carson. Now that
y'all don't find that odd? Earn Your Leisure is a financial platform, but their most viewed videos got nothing to do with financial advice or finances at all. Nothing. It's about aliens. Featuring Billy Carson.
That is a video of 6.4 million views. Now let's come back to Billy Carson in a minute, but let's check out a little bit of this video to understand what the hell these guys are talking about.
So light is very interesting. You understand me? I want to talk about light and water for a second.
Hey family, if you're sober, this is going to make absolutely no sense to you. If you're drunk right now, or if you got that booger sugar or some type of fentanyl thing, this is going to be complete beautiful science to you. All right, so bear with me.
Look like we might get to the whole elemental period by the time we're done with this conversation. So, I remember before I got on a journey of, teaching the financial literacy and liberation aspect,
I'm sorry, but I gotta warn you guys. Anybody say the words "I teach financial literacy," they are a liar and a scammer, most likely. Like if that's not their education, I'm talking about they got to Boyce Watkins was the other picture on the far left. That's who that was. But if you're going to say the words financial literacy, you need to really have that as your educational background. Otherwise, we have to look at you as a scammer. because there are talking points that scammers use to get you to trust them. And they teach financial literacy is one of the huge talking points of a scammer that does not have a educational financial background, a financial educational background. If they don't have that as their background, most likely they're a scammer.
Deeper studies was into quantum physics and science and psychology and, you know, a multitude of different things that I believe would help guide and light.
Family, y'all ever try to read a quantum physics book or all these like these physics books? Like, do you know the type of math you got to know to try to get too far in there? I tried that. I thought it was cute. I went to Barnes and Noble. Ooh, look at this book. It's about some crazy quantum physics. I bought that book home, man. I started reading it. It was English at one point, and then that thing started to turn to shapes and pictures, and I'm like, oh, oops, let me get my money back. No, bro, your math, like most people that's into like physics, a lot of them are mathematicians. Even like engineering, like your math got to be pretty high for that. I had an uncle who was into that, and his math was pretty high. Even in chemistry, I'm gonna say science, period. But I'm gonna definitely say science, physics, engineering. Like your math got to be like pretty high. So for this guy, who doesn't sound like he made it out of high school, to say quantum physics is laughing my ass off.
You understand me?
Yeah.
And so studying light, I start studying the fourth phase of water, right? Where in between, you know, for those who don't know, you know, water has 4 different phases. Some people say 5, but we're going to the 4. You understand me? Solid, liquid, gas. You understand me? And I used to think about that because I say the only difference between the water and each structure is the proton arrangement, not the proton count.
Right.
So it's not something new that's happening to the water that is entered into it that changes its state. It's the arrangement.
Yeah.
Family, this guy ain't studied chemistry at all. I'm gonna tell you right now, not even the basics at all.
You understand me? Of its energy. And so when I thought about that, and then of course, you know, light is energy. So we can say that it's light that changes, and then water has the most different states out of any other element. Yeah. And so I liken that to consciousness, right?
Yeah.
That our consciousness can be in rigid states, it can be in flow states, right?
Yeah.
But what changes?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man? Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
Now, guys, I got a bachelor's of science in biology and a doctorate of medicine.
Yeah, they got that Ibram Trey look. All right. Yeah, I don't believe he even studied the basics of chemistry. Okay, if you ask him what an isotope is, he probably would draw a blank.
Degree. In the
Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
All right, watch the Ibram Trey fit.
I got a bachelor's of science in biology and a doctorate of medicine degree. And the way that these guys talk about science, I feel like I'm lost. Either they're smarter than me, or what they're talking about doesn't really make a lot of sense. I probably believe that what they're trying to prove doesn't make sense. But that's neither here nor there. I want to get to this guy, Billy Carson. Now, the fact that him and 19 Keys work together quite often, especially most of these views that come on Earn Your Leisure that drive the channel are with these two guys, always with 19 Keys. There's only one episode that 19 Keys is not in. That's in the top like 4 or 5 videos, and that's the Steve Harvey episode. But every other video, 19 Keys is in, which means people really like him. But that's very interesting from a financial perspective. And with somebody bringing this much traffic, it kind of makes me think about Earn Your Leisure in a different way. Why do you have this guy on a financial platform when clearly it seems that's not what he does? According to his own admission here, Mr. 19 Keys doesn't even really have a business.
I go by 19 Keys. My value add to the culture and the BWO. I'm an architect of mindsets. You understand me? I allow people to unlock their mind to build the exact type of mindset that they need to actually be successful.
Oh, so that's what he's building? All this you ain't build nothing talk? Come on, bro.
Teaching you actually how to learn and download the information so you can upgrade and have a paradigm shift.
What?
To go into a higher consciousness when it comes to becoming a man.
So that's what he's teaching you. How do you measure that?
And when it comes to building a legacy, you understand me, leading beyond life. And that's the establishment of principles, universal law, order.
And you got people downloading mushrooms and like, yeah, I need that. I need that. I need that.
Organization.
But another thing about Brother 19 Keys that is very interesting is his appearance. Now, I talked about the Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam look that he tries to emulate. But what's different from Mr. 19 Keys and Elijah Muhammad? The excessive wearing of expensive gold chains. That is very different than what you see in Elijah Muhammad's case. See, Elijah Muhammad didn't dress like that, although he was a very wealthy man. But Mr. Muhammad here, and I'm talking about Jabril Muhammad, makes sure that he always has a lot of gold on. And we'll talk about that later. But then again,
right, that's to sell you that they're rich. They're trying to fake it until they make it. And it's probably not even real gold. Like, I forgot, what's that jewelry called? The embossed. What's that jewelry called that look real as hell, be shining better than gold? A lot of that stuff be that.
There's Mr. 19
I might get that just to troll.
His particular involvement in the BWO, the Black World Order, which of course, if you know what that was, it was a big scam that went down into the flames. And according to Pocket Watching with JT, Mr. 19 Keys was one of the main culprits of why it went down. And of course, one of his ex-business partners is going to pretty much lay that out right here.
With no further ado, we about to bring
I was just talking about Ben X. No, Ben X. I just gave you credit, my guy. So this must be old because I was just saying Ben X. I think he found his way. I think he left the scamming alone and started to like do stuff that fits him. Okay. Ben X. But these days right here, I was so embarrassed for Ben X that he was tied into these scams. Like, oh my God, dude.
Someone who has a testimony with the auto trader, the one you've been looking for, the one you've been asking about, the one you've been trying to see. Hey, what they got going on? How much money they done made?
Hey, yeah, look at this prompt. $1,700 in an hour today. Hey, you know what's funny? That they be having jobs still. They be working at Walmart. Like, yo, so why you work at Walmart? Oh, nah, I want to hide my wealth. I don't want people to know. Oh, you on some Batman shit. I get it. All right, some Superman. Okay. I got it.
We got no other than Brother 19 Keys coming up is going to give his testimony of the auto trader. Here we go.
Hold on. What up, family?
Yeah, look at I want y'all to pay attention to the prompts that come up. This guy got 4,200 with 2 auto trade. Oh my God.
Blessings and opportunities, man. Let me put this kilo worth of gold chain on real quick. And there's a reason that I waited till I got on screen to put this chain on because I want y'all to know, number one, I bought this with the market. You understand me? When you buy things with the market, it's a little different, man. The energy is different.
This is Pocket Watching with JT.
So when he talked about like he bought it from the markets. Actually, what was the name of the company? You remember? It was that crypto stuff, right? So with the crypto, most people don't know. Sushi. It was a company called Sushi Coin. Sushi Coin. Jabril was actually wired advertisement money. How much was it?
It was $40,000 in Ethereum.
It was $40,000 in Ethereum to his wallet that he used, and then at his event, the biggest crypto play ever, in Jabril actually on the Breakfast Club. Actually references that the biggest crypto play ever was one of the ones that really put him on game on crypto. It was Jabril wasn't talking crypto for real and actually trying to be a white paper analyst until after all of this stuff, because he was trying to figure out what value add could he add, because at the time Chris Cole was over all currencies, trading and currency, so crypto and everything. He said, oh, Jabril, we'll give you crypto, learn crypto, know crypto, and then as you learn it, you'll be able to put yourself into position. So the biggest crypto play ever was in what, Miami?
Yeah, Miami.
In what month?
Hollywood, Florida, and I posted a video.
Hollywood, Florida, and he posted a video what day?
May 19th.
May 19th.
2021.
2021. Jabril got wired 45 or 40.
It's the day that we posted.
Hold on, let me unshare my screen.
No, it's there. You good? You good?
Okay, good. You good?
This the date that I posted the video, and this is out there at where the same stuff. I got live documentation of when exactly he said he made the money from the market.
So he didn't make money from the market. He got wired money from the company to be an endorser and advertiser for this crypto coin. They gave him coins and they gave him cash. He actually called them back and asked them for more money. The owner of the coin called Iggy and was like, "What's up with your guy?" He asking for more money. He went to the market telling everybody he made money in the market when he really got wired advertisement dollars through Ethereum and crypto.
Wow.
That was the first bit of bread. So when he doing that,
those Pan-Africans, man,
chain, crypto, God stuff, that money came from advertisement money. When you're advertising a coin, you're trying to get your audience to believe in this coin. So you're talking about the papers, you're talking about what it is, you're talking about the greatness of it, so that people can buy into the coin. It raises the value of the coin. More people are into it. You're market making the coin or the trade. So when people are getting in, everyone that gets in first, they're making the money. But everyone on the bottom, they're losing. They're taking the L.
Didn't I explain that earlier when he showed his computer? I said that looked like one of those multi-level marketing pyramid schemes. People working for you. He calls that, people on the bottom trying to get people to join so they don't be on the bottom no more. They know the bottom don't never get paid.
We had an event in Miami that was based on educating people of crypto. Like Jake said, if you go back and you listen to the Breakfast Club interview, he talks about how we teach earning crypto versus just making crypto, like from wherever, like actually earning it, understand the skill set that it takes. So he came to the event that me and two of my business partners put on free. So first of all, he charged people that he invited to come to a free event. They paid him.
Wow.
First, they paid him to come to an event that was free.
Now, if you've heard that, it's very interesting.
Wow, he charged people to come to a free event. That's wild.
And it's very telling. And the reason why it's very telling is because it appears that Mr. 19 Keys charged his own audience to go to a free business conference. That's pretty interesting. A guy charging to go to a free business conference. And again, when I look at this young man, I don't really know very much about him, but it doesn't look very good. While I can't say he's as bad as Boyce Watkins or this other guy, Jay Morrison, it definitely appears that he's guilty by association. Guilty of what? Hanging around scammers, and birds of a feather typically flock together. Most of these guys try to pretty much talk to you about this knowledge, this other level, these systems,
domains in your brain,
these magnetisms, and all this other crap that they can't prove at all, and it makes them sound more intelligent than what they are. Young Pharaoh used to talk about these same things. Brother Polite too. It's the same typical jargon that typically ends up in getting people scammed, and these guys really have no particular skill set other for the fact that these guys have a lot of charisma, and outside of that they have nothing really to offer. So what I will tell you guys is that you should never take business advice from guys like this. These guys are typically phony motivational speakers from what I can understand, and that's pretty much it. Probably no real college education, no real skill set other than being able to run their mouth and talk about a lot of things that pretty much don't make sense. And under my investigation, while he is not as bad as the other guys that I have aforementioned, I would still be very suspicious of somebody like this because it appears greed is in the city. But God,
hey, I told you, family, if somebody is faking to be rich, it's not that hard to prove you're rich, and well, it's not even prove, but it's not that hard to follow the money, right? And then secondly, I said people who are actually rich and wealthy, and not just rich, they're just fine. 500 grand a year, 300, 800, like they're not trying to prove they got money, okay? Because it's normal to them. They're like, I know what I got. I know how I'm living. I know what I'm driving. I know what I'm investing. I know what my savings look like. I don't have to prove. I don't got to show my computer to folks to what I'm doing. Nah, you just, hey, I'm working on this family, and that's it. You dig? And they move on. Like even Tariq Nasheed, wealthy. Do you see him showing off his homes. You know what I mean? Every chance you get, like every so often, you'll see him in the drop top rolls, but that's once in a blue moon. But you don't see him like trying to show off money and talk about money. Like he be really humble. I heard him in a TikTok space. Some bum ass woman tether was like, "You broke, you broke." And like he didn't say, "Oh no, I'm rich. Oh, I got this much money. I made this. What you got?" No, he just laughed it off and ignored her and just kept roasting her. It did. Like people with money do not go out their way to prove they got money. They just don't. That's not like a an attribute of people that get real money. Matter of fact, they do the opposite. They try to play down they don't have money. Oh nah, how's business? Oh, it's okay. They're always trying to play down, like, yeah, now my money tied up, man. Shit. Got these investments. I'm stuck in this one. I can't get out. This investment partner ran on me. They're trying to tell you, you know, low key, like, don't ask for nothing. Like, I ain't got it. All right. So, now there's a woman on Hidden Color 6 who I call Dr. Queen Nzinga. Okay. Who I believe is just as bad as 19Z's, if not worse. And I'm saying people should be hitting Tariq up saying, yo, get her off too. Like there's other people. You got Dennis Sperling. You got other people out there you could throw in Hidden Colors and it'll still go. You dig? Same topic, and they got better personality. They got a buzz too. But here's my reasons for why I'm saying people should say, let Tariq know, like, don't invite her on the Hidden Color series. Okay. She just went live yesterday to speak about the Ghana reparations thing. Now, she's a Pan-African. She's a self-admitted Pan-African. So now there's two sides of Ghana speaking on reparations. There's two sides. One side is saying, hey, Africa has no place speaking about reparations and mentioning Black Americans in the same breath. The other side is saying, oh, yeah, Ghana's right. They need reparations. Oh, my God, the white man is wrong. He's the devil. He's the white man, the colonizer. He's the imperialist. That's the other side. Dr. Maya is a Pan-African. Which side do you think she's arguing? So before I even play it, you can automatically, you could just guess. You could guess. You could guess what side she's on already, just by her admitting that she's a Pan-African. Okay. But looks like she had a lot of smoke for the lineage. Now she's a slick woman. Tariq said, oh, nah, she never said anything about me. She calls me up, Tariq. She don't say anything about you, my guy. She invite a whole bunch of people to say something about you. So, because she's the leader. She's the queen of that Baltimore group. Okay. And she calls the shots. So she invite them on to say what she don't want to say because she want the tangibles. Like she goes live, she gets no buzz, nobody come by. So she wants that large stage. And then she's going to do the same thing, 19Zs and area and the Professor Smalls, because they're Pan-Africans, man. Their ideology, they don't believe they can truly be a Pan-African and FBA lineage. They believe it's one or the other. They believe FBA is an ideology. They don't accept the fact it's a lineage. So they think they're warring thoughts, ideologies, philosophies, and they cannot exist at the same time. That's why they choose a side every time. Every last one of them that claim to be Pan-African, every last one of them end up choosing. Okay, so just go ahead. We got rid of one Pan-African, Professor Smalls. We got rid of a second one for talking greasy. Both talking greasy, 19Zs. And then there's a third one talking greasy. But she's not going to say Tariq Nasheed name, but she's going to disrespect the lineage and call us. She's going to disrespect us. Okay, I'm not disrespecting him, so I should be safe. I'm going to disrespect the lineage. The hell with them. Okay. So here is the proof to that. Okay. It's embarrassing. Yeah, I do not want to be looking at her on the Hidden Color documentary, knowing what I know, what she been saying about us. Okay, watch this. So I'm gonna do a little different on this one. I'm gonna go to the end and then bring it back to the top. That's how important this one is. I gotta go to the very end and then come back to the beginning, because I gotta set the stage with her. She's a real evil one. You know, she's passive aggressive, very disrespectful. Okay, check this out. Y'all let me know.
And peace be upon the soul of this brother right here. I want to lift up this African-centered psychologist right here. I want to lift him up. Peace and love. Peace be upon the soul of Dr. Kobe Kambon. Dr. Kobe Kambon, he pioneered African-centered. He's a pioneering African-centered psychologist who focused on the development of African or Black personality theory and the decolonialization of the psychology to restore African consciousness and cultural identity. So I want to lift up his definition right now. He has a book, family, and I think all of you should get it and read it. It's called Cultural Misorientation.
No, thank you. All they do is sell books and tell us to buy books. We're good. We're good. We got enough books. We're good. We don't want no books, and we definitely don't want none from a Pan-African author. We're good. Okay. We'll pass. I'm speaking on behalf of the lineage without their permission. We'll pass on that. We're not buying no books, period. We got enough, and we definitely ain't buying none for no damn Pan-African author.
It's called Cultural Misorientation. And he defines cultural misorientation as a cultural, let me zoom in a little bit, as a cultural-based psychological disorder that's prevalent in continental and diasporan Africans, acquired through the internalization of the European worldview, i.e. the European cultural reality. Some of you think white.
Okay, when you say you think white, family, I went to the end. The you is, she's speaking to FBAs. She's not speaking to the Caribbean. She's not speaking to the Haiti. She's not speaking to Africa. She is speaking to Black Americans. She's saying we think white when they come over here and they say, I'm talking about Africans and some Caribbeans. They say that they were taught by white people to stay away from us, that we're lazy. They say this. So their testimony that they literally think white. And then she's saying this book right here applies to Foundation Black Americans. We think white. All of their criticisms come to Black Americans. I say they, Pan-Africans. And when the Africans and the Caribbean say disrespectful stuff, it's always an excuse. It's never they think whites. It's never harsh words like she's going to show right now against us. So this Dr. Kobe Kambon, right? His theory of cultural misorientation, which he's saying that some people think white, like that's his diagnosis. Some people see the world through the eyes of their oppressors. They hate Africa and are operating in a pseudo-normal psychological state. She even connects it to a psychopathologies and disorders. So she is literally saying, family, she connects this book to psychopathologies and disorders. That means that this woman is diagnosing Black Americans with a disease or some type of brain dysfunction because we're delineating, because we say we're not African, and because we say Africans were indeed involved in the slave trade. Because we're standing on 10 and not kissing Africa's ass and holding Africa accountable, saying no thank you, no reparations, get out of our way. She's saying that behavior of ours, that is called thinking white, that is cultural misorientation, and we are diagnosed with a brain dysfunction. Only Black Americans. I'll let it go in for a little bit. I'm going to take it to the top.
You think very white. You think very white. You see the world through the eyes of your former oppressor. That's why you hate Africa so much. That's why you hate being of African descent so much. And I don't even want to say African. I really just want to say African. But as soon as I say the word African, you think I mean continental African, and I don't. And I explained that at the beginning of this broadcast. I absolutely don't.
Yes, you do. Then why call us African? Say African descent. Real simple. Because that's two different realities. You got people who are African descent who are not African, and you got people who are African. Because when you ask this woman, hey, is a Puerto Rican African? Wait for her response. It'd be crickets. Because based on what she's saying and what she goes by, this DNA stuff, she would have to say yes. So then why call them Puerto Ricans? Or Colombians? Are they African? Or Mexicans African? You dig? And she got to keep saying yes, yes, yes. So everybody's African. So it goes back to that. It's stupid, silly, and irresponsible. And for this reason and many more, she got to get off of Hidden Colors. She's very disrespectful, and she has harsh criticism, unprovoked criticism towards the lineage. She hates the lineage. It's reverse. She's lying saying we hate Africa. I just gave even Tariq some credit, but she actually hates FBAs. She won't say it directly, but she'll say it indirectly, and she'll invite guests on her panel who would say it directly.
I'm clear on our culture and our unique culture and history here. So I'll just say of African descent. You hate Africa a lot. You hate Africa because you are culturally misorientated African. That's why you hate Africa. And how did you become this way? Because you have internalized the worldview and the culture of your former oppressors. That's why.
Look at her energy, family. Look at her energy. Why is this in it? And she's talking to Foundation Black Americans. She's not talking about Africans. She's not talking about the Caribbean. Look at her energy towards us. Family, you can get on your damn phones or emails. Send this to her. Send this to Tariq. This is at the hour and 45-minute mark of her last live video. She cannot be on Hidden Colors, man. Nobody want to see this crazy woman on that documentary.
That's why. And so when you are culturally misorientated, he says that you're operating with a weakened African self-consciousness, and he says that cultural misorientation occurs in different degrees, may be minimal, moderate, or severe. And cultural misorientation Africans operate daily in what he calls a pseudo-normal psychological state. So you all think that it's normal. You think it's normal to hate Africa the way you do. You think white folks probably looking at you like you lost your damn mind. You hate the very person the very entity you came from, the geographical place, the people that you came from. So you live in you operate in a daily, he says you operate daily in a pseudo-normal psychological state. You actually really think this is normal. You think this stuff, we hate the Africans. Y'all think that stuff is normal. No, it's sick. It's sick. And see, Dr. Naeem Akbar, before I get to Dr. Naeem Akbar, Dr. Kobe Kambon, he says that cultural misorientation is a precursor to a lot of psychopathologies. So, that alien self-disorder and anti-self-disorder and self-destructive disorder and materialistic disorder, and all of that stuff. So he said that in his book, in Cultural Misorientation. He said, when you become a culturally misorientated African, that's a precursor to a lot of psychopathologies. So I want to take an excerpt, and I'll close on this note, from Akbar Papers. Shout out to Dr. Naeem Akbar, Papers in African Psychology by Dr. Naeem Akbar. Tell me who this sounds like in the chat, guys. What group of people does this sound like? This is a psychopathology, the alien.
Catch it, family. What group of people do this sound like? I'm going to read this diagnosis from this weirdo Pan-African booty scratcher doctor. And what people does it sound like he's describing that fits this diagnosis? What group of people? Those FBAs. Get this woman off of Hidden Colors, man.
Self-disorder. It says the alien self-disorder represents that group of individuals who behave contrary to their nature and their survival. They are a group whose predominant behavior patterns represent a rejection from their natural and cultural valid dispositions. They have learned to act in contradiction to their own life and well-being, and as a consequence, they are alienated from themselves. These are the growing numbers of African Americans in recent years that have been socialized in families with primary.
Did she say African Americans? What she mean? When she say that, they don't call us Black Americans, by the way. No Pan-African call us Black Americans. No Tether call us Black Americans. I'm sorry. No Pan-African, no Tether call us Black Americans. I said it right. They all call us African American. They have an agenda. They don't want to call us Black. They want to so-called remind us where we're from, right? So we're the African Americans. So the book is guided towards Black Americans / African Americans, not Africans who are clearly destroyed mentally, not psychologically destroyed, cake soap, white people are angels to them, not the Caribbean who got this sick love for white people, the queen died or the king. No. Black Americans, the people who fought against white people, the people who resent any comparison. If you compare family, think about this. Only foundational people know this. If we do something in life that's seen as great, and you compare us to a white person, we are highly offended. Or especially when it comes to like sports or some type of athleticism. When we're clearly more superior, like we are completely offended, thoroughly offended. Oh, wow, let's say somebody's great at basketball. You say, oh man, you remind me of John Stockton. Yeah, you likely to be getting beat up on the spot. Or a great boxer. Yo, you remind me of Ricky Hatton. Like, you good, man. You really good. You remind me of Ricky Hatton. They'd be like, what? Like, man, you don't chill out? Yeah, so this is disgusting. Watch this.
Materialistic goals. They see themselves as basically material beings and elevate their worth by the prevalence of material accoutrements, which they possess. These families are usually preoccupied with materialistic goals, social influence, and rational priorities to the exclusion of moral objectives. So it says these alien self persons have been socialized to deny critical social realities, particularly as they relate to issues of race and oppression. They're encouraged to ignore blatant inequalities of racism and to view their lives as if slavery, racism, oppression never existed. They have learned to pretend in ways inconsistent with their valid cultural identity and their survival. They are a group characterized by behaviors that represent a rejection of themselves and anyone who is socially or culturally identifiable as being like them. Hold up. They are a group characterized by behaviors that represent a rejection of themselves and anyone who is socially or culturally identifiable as being like them. These are individuals whose primary behavioral patterns contradict those things that would ensure their cultural well-being and the welfare of their social and cultural appropriate group. They have learned to pretend that there is no reality, no social difference between them and the descendants of their historical oppressors. They live in complete denial that there are forces of injustice increasing their collective survival. They're encouraged to always adopt the perspective of the dominant culture, even if it means condemnation of self. Let me read that line again. They are encouraged to always adopt the perspective of the dominant culture, even if it means condemnation of self. Hold on, y'all. Last definition, last psychopathology that I would like to go over. The anti-self disorder. The anti-self disorder.
But family, they got whole books. You want to talk about being hateful, dismissive, divisive, xenophobic. These Pan-Africans got whole books describing how dumb we are to be proud Americans, to resent being a generic African. They write whole books trying to explain our psyche. What makes these strong, brave FBAs stand on 10? We got to diagnose them with something. This is crazy.
The anti-self disorder adds to the alien self disorder, overt and
so basically this does not apply to you if you say you're African. If you say you're African and you belong in Africa somewhere, and you worship Africans, this doesn't apply to you. You are exempt from this. This only applies to people who say they have went through an ethnogenesis. This who these diagnoses apply to from these witch doctors.
Covert hostility towards the group of one's origin and by implication towards oneself. The anti-self disorder not only identifies with the dominant oppressor group, but it also identifies with the projected hostility and negativism toward their group.
If you don't get the lie right, goddamn it, let's go backwards. Get the lie right. Spit it out.
Self-disorder adds to the alien self-disorder, overt and covert hostility towards the group of one's origin and by implication towards oneself. The anti-self disorder not only identifies with the dominant oppressor group, but it also identifies with the projected hostility and negativism toward their group.
If you don't get this lie right, man.
Or origin, toward their group or origin, towards their group or origin, towards their group or origin.
The origin, who's the origin in her mind of the group? Oh, Tariq, I don't say your name directly, but indirectly I imply you when I talk about you, when I dog you out. Oh, I don't say your name. Nah, that's the people I'm around. Towards the group or origin of the group. A lot of these weirdos see Tariq Nasheed as the leader of the cult that they call FBA, Adolf, Friedman. They call it as a cult. And the origin, the leaders are Yvette Carnell and Tariq Nasheed. They're the leaders of these tribal cults. And she made sure, she said that thing like 4 or 5 times. Yeah, like she stood on 10, like, yeah, I'm saying it, but I ain't saying it though. I ain't say your name. No, Tariq, I didn't say your name. She called him up. No, I didn't. No, not you. I didn't say your name. Did I say your name? I didn't say your name. I said group origin. The group. What group? The FBAs and who's the origin? You. I mean, but not you though. You get what I'm saying? Not you. Oh, you slipped up. You said you. You know what I mean? Not you, but like you, like the, the Pan-African side, whatever. Your white side, whatever you be saying. Your Jewish side. The little conspiracy theories. Yo, she made sure that you guys took away the group and the group's origin.
Alien self-disorder, overt and covert hostility towards the group of one's origin and by implication towards oneself. The anti-self disorder not only identifies with the dominant oppressor group, but it also identifies with the projected hostility and negativism
goddamn,
toward their group or origin, toward their group or origin, towards their group or origin.
Okay, I was daydreaming. I ain't gonna lie. So she could be talking about Africa and origin. I don't know. I'm kind of lost. Either way, it's sneak dissing. Okay.
Towards their group or origin.
Yeah, because she could be talking about the tether class and their African origin. I got lost. I got bored. I got sleepy. You guys figure that out. You know, you tell me. By the way, the link is in it. The link's in the chat. Click the link. Click the link. Those who disagree, because I got to finish playing this video. Once I end up when I'm finished playing this video, you guys could tap in, lock in, and we could go over this hateful video that you're going to witness for yourself towards the lineage. All right. So just keep in mind. But anybody who disagrees with FBA, who has a question, who thinks we're xenophobic, we are divisive, we are a hate group, we're a cult. Tariq Nasheed's the leader. If you believe Marcus Garvey is not a scammer, if you believe John Henrik Clarke is a great scholar, if you believe Dr. Ben Johannesburg is a great scholar, okay, you might want to click that link and explain why. All right. So the link is for those who disagree right now or have questions, want clarity, not for those who are on code or not right now.
It says right here in terms of France Fanon 1968, they represent the true colonized mentality. They have so thoroughly identified with the colonizer or slave master that they desire to preserve the very social structure and values that accounts for their oppression. Fanon describes the colonized mind as one who seeks to restore the system of white supremacy that existed prior to the actual liberation of that.
So we want to restore white supremacy. This is how she like narrowing this down. FBAs, they really want to secretly restore white supremacy. They want to go back in slavery.
People from their colonizer. This dangerous aspect of this group is that unlike the alien self-disorder, they feel quite comfortable with their alien identification. Most often they exemplify
the alien identification. What is that? To her is FBA, Adolf Friedman.
The very epitome of mental health according to the standards of the democratic sanity. They are usually the very model of stability in the context of the dominant group. They are held up as models for how the members of the oppressed group really should act. Dominant group members often compliment them by proclaiming, "You are not like the others." You are not like the others. Hold on. Let me.
Not like us. Not like the others. Yeah. Yo, she got to go. Look, lady. And I got to expose her website. Yeah, I did some digging. Everybody who talks like this, they either got an African lover, so they got some half African kid. Their business is in Africa, their business partner, and I looked through her website. Yeah, it's definitely African centered. It's not Black American centered. All right, so we're gonna look through that in a little bit. Okay, so it's literally. So why am I saying this? In her mind, delineation is killing her business. This African outreach program. Okay, so yeah, so she is direct. Basically she has a dog in the fight. All right. So everybody who was tying Africa to us before delineation, they're all feeling like they took a hit or they will take a hit. So they're trying to get ahead and find ways to undermine delineation and to sabotage and call us a hate group. And they're all trying to get ahead. That's all, to preserve their small, tiny business. Like they act like this thing is like $1 billion. Like their business in Africa produces hundreds of dollars, maybe thousands. That's it. And they're saying we'll sell out the entire lineage to keep this small organization going, this small thing going. We'll sell out 43 million. We'll cripple them financially forever. Interesting.
Yeah. It says the danger from this group with the anti-self disorder is that they are unlikely to seek help, as is the case with the previous group. The alien self group will often seek assistance because of discomfort and stress that they experience from trying to fit in to a niche that was not made for them. The anti-self group receives such social support and reinforcement because of their rejection of their own people, that they experience little of
their rejection of their own people. They're not our people. I don't care what Pan-African witch doctor says they are people. They're not our people. Okay, we're not. They're not our people. They're not. Okay? If anybody's going to be our people outside of FBAs, it's going to be the Caribbean, the diaspora. It's definitely not going to be Africa. So all is just going on. It falls on deaf ears. We don't hear this.
The personal discomfort of the no man's land dwelling alien self person. The anti-self person is likely to be coerced into treatment by the legitimized authorities, since they represent the real models of legitimate assimilated behavior from the perspective of the outer group. These persons generating considerable praises and adulation.
Yeah, and they say we are the white supremacists. Yeah, this guy wrote this whole book. Look how long this thing is about us. About this book is about Black Americans who are proud to be Black Americans, who are standing on lineage business, and we want to delineate and we dare to demand reparations for what's owed to us and our ancestors. They're calling that a disease, basically. You can't make this up. They're calling that a disease.
From the members of the oppressor group express the characteristic hostility of the dominant group towards their own kind.
Okay, you hear that? Hostility towards their own kind. So look, she just blamed us. So she's the second person who said diaspora wars. You heard 19Z say that earlier, but then they just blame us. Wait a minute, I thought wars, you got two sides, people going at it. So it's not a war. What is it? An invasion? What is it? A coup? Like what is it? What are we? What are we? Because it ain't a war because you're not condemning the other side. It's a one-way war.
So you acting like white folks, banging on Africans and Caribbeans and all that.
You're acting like white folks fighting on Africans and Caribbeans. I told you, she's talking about the entire lineage, Tariq included. But she ain't gonna say. But because she don't say the name, she's safe, right? It's not disrespect because she ain't say the name. Come on.
Oppressor group express the characteristic hostility of the dominant group towards their own kind. So you acting like white folks, banging on Africans and Caribbeans and all that. You sound like white people. You sound like your oppressors. So anyway, family, I appreciate y'all pulling up. Check out these books when you can.
We definitely not buying those books. Told you. All right, so I'm gonna go to now. That's the ending. Like that's how she closed out on us. We're banging on Caribbeans and Africans. But meanwhile, she's banging on us, the entire lineage. It's because she won't say a name. Who she really want to talk about is she really want to say Tariq Nasheed and his cult, ADOS and their cult. That's what she really wants to say. But she thinks she's being safe. So what she said, family, and what she read is not just harsh. It is pathologizing dissent, question begging, ad hominem at a clinical register, ideological circularity. She assumes disagreement, right? She assumes disagreement with her Africa center framing proves psychological damage. Basically, we're retards. And that makes her position unfalsifiable. Her position is unfalsifiable. Okay, so basically, if you agree, you're conscious, you're down with them. If you disagree, you are a disorder, you're in a cult. Family, she always talk about she has a doctorate degree and they hang with this doctor and that doctor. That is not scholarship. That is ideological diagnosis. So basically disagreeing with Pan-African framing is not evidence of mental disorder. Once you start calling dissent pathology, you stop debating and started policing identity. Okay. She turns disagreement with "We Hate Africa." She said critics want to be white. She mocks education literacy. She treats UN language as if it automatically settles all legal political questions. And she pathologizes dissent as psychological disorder. That is not careful scholarship. That is contempt dressed up as consciousness. This, okay. So Dr. Mayat makes mockery, identity policing, and psychological pathologizing for careful engagement with Black Americans, real concerns about lineage, claim dilution, and historical distrust. She didn't want to address that. She want to just sum it up as we have a disease. That's, and she say that we're acting white. That's what white people did during the period of scientific racism. They said Black folks wanting to be free and wanting to be great, and they are being great. Not just wanting to be great, they are actually being great. Okay, the fact that they're being great and want to be great and don't want to be subjected to bondage. These guys, and they gave us a diagnosis back then, a clinical diagnosis. You dig? So, ma'am, you just practice and you support and you condone scientific racism of the 1800s, the mid 1800s. Okay. So now let's go to the beginning. So you could, without a doubt, understand who she's talking to. All right? Don't take my word.
Shout out to Sister Juju. Shout out to the pseudo killers. Letter resolution. Shout out to Ghana. Some of you all are mad. And you know who those some people are. You are mad that Ghana put forth a resolution.
So that ain't Tariq. Tariq ain't part of that mad. So because she don't go and say the name, it's okay. Some of you guys are mad at Ghana. You know who you are. I ain't gonna say the name Tariq, but you know who you are, FBAs. I ain't gonna say your name, FBAs, but you know you're mad at Ghana. Listen to this.
Resolution family. Letter resolution. Shout out to Ghana. Some of you all are mad. And you know who those some people are. You are mad that Ghana put forth a resolution family to declare the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized chattel enslavement of Africans as the gravest crime against humanity.
Okay, so we clearly say she's reading. All right, it's okay, because sometimes I read. It's okay, but she's reading.
All right, and if you look at some of these articles on the internet, a lot of them are removing the word gravis. I saw some of the journal.
Yes, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. See, family, that word that they put on there, I didn't like, because that was made well known way back in like the 80s and 90s. Like they don't like when you compare like harms. They said a person who got deleted through a fire, a house fire. You can't say that person deletion was worse than the person who got caught up in a drive-by, right? So yeah, so America, these politics, they don't like when you compare injuries and harms, who's worse. Okay, so when I seen that word gravis, I knew I know for a fact, I knew that was language to sabotage or to make reparations on our end look bad. Even though we didn't say it, they said it on a global scale. So it kind of like pins to us indirectly because we're doing reparations on a national thing. They did it globally. So they kind of hijacked us and put words on us that we didn't put on ourselves, basically. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that should be taken off.
List removing that word gravis. Even I was kind of shocked. I shouldn't have been shocked. Roland Martin, if you go back and you look at his YouTube channel, he removed gravis. But on the actual resolution, family, all right, that is what it is titled. It's titled The Declaration of the Trafficking of Enslaved Africans and Racialized Chattel Enslavement
Get it right.
of Africans as the greatest crime against humanity. That is what it's actually called. And so a lot of people are removing that word, the gravest. But we've been saying it. African scholars, and when I say African, I'm talking about continental and diasporic Africans, have been saying.
I don't know anything about diasporic Africans. I know about diasporic Caribbean, Afro-Caribbeans. I know about diasporic Haitians, and I know about Black Americans. I don't know about these Africans that don't have a homeland. They just in the West on the islands, and the agenda got to stop. Like, she's clearly part of the Africanize everybody agenda. It's ugly, it's tacky. It got to stop. What did they promise you? Because she was talking differently not too long ago. I'm gonna show you how she was talking before, family. At one point, she was on code or appeared to be on code, and that's when Tariq Nasheed most likely took a liking to her, because she was not talking like this not too long ago. I'm gonna show you who she used to be. Okay.
In that for a while, that the enslavement of African people was and is the gravest crime against humanity, especially if you're familiar with the history and what it for us. They were complicit in the slave trade, and I mean, Dr. the gravest crime against humanity, especially if you're familiar with the history and what occurred. All right, but there's some people who are upset, man. Dr. Ma'at, Ghana shouldn't have been leading that. They can't speak for us. They were complicit in the slave trade. And I mean, it's crazy when you say Ghana was complicit in it. I mean, Ghana wasn't even Ghana at that particular time.
Okay, so then how is Ghana? We knew we'd get them, family. We knew we'd get them. So how the hell Ghana is now saying their old reparations, fam, for a time they did not exist in? I knew I would catch these dusties. I knew I'd get them. Okay, so Ghana didn't do it, right? They didn't sell nobody, right? So how is Ghana collecting or leading something, reparations, something that they have nothing to do with it? Okay, shit, who's next? China? Hawaii? Who's next? Anybody can just represent reparations that had nothing to do with it. So, family, we knew we'll get them. I knew it. We talked about that over here. We said, watch me get them. Ghana is allowed to speak on reparations and claim that they were impacted, but then say they didn't exist when we hold them accountable. So when it comes to receiving something, oh yeah, Ghana existed during that time. But when they're held accountable and may got to pay out something, oh, Ghana never happened. So, please get this woman off Head and Colors, man. So now all of a sudden, Ghana wasn't there. So why does Ghana have something to say about something they were not there? They were not involved in. Why are they saying they're old? Why are they putting themselves there? Ghana is putting themselves there. They're saying we, us, our. They're using those pronouns to imply they have belonging to. Okay, ownership of.
For us, they were complicit in the slave trade. And I mean, it's crazy when you say Ghana was complicit in it. I mean, Ghana wasn't even Ghana at that particular time. But, that's what folks are saying. Ghana, Dr. Ma'at, they were complicit in the slave trade. You don't know that? And I'm sitting there looking at them. So Ghana is complicit in it. So they shouldn't be spearheading nothing.
Yeah, you could tell she is tight. She is tight. Whatever plan, whatever deal that her, Professor Small's 19Zs, whatever deal they made with Ghana and these African countries is crumbling. Their contracts are being voided. They're not getting paid. The promises are not being delivered, and they are upset. They want to get that back in blood. On some Pooh Shiesty type.
They were the ones selling it. Then they bring up the famous the Dahomey. That's the go-to example. The Dahomey, Dr. Ma'at, the Dahomey kingdom. So they had no. You all did all that stuff, and then there's this rumor on the internet that Ghana is trying to steal Black Americans reparations. You can't make this stuff up, family.
That's not what we're saying. So you did just make that up. Okay, we're not saying our reparations. We're saying they're hijacking the like they're finessing their way into reparations. So we know our reparations is our reparations. Like, if something happened in America, we know that they can never hijack that. But we're saying that they're hopping on the reparations swag, the reparations vibe through us, because that's our thing. They don't have no history of calling out for reparations, and they don't have a dog in the fight. They don't have a leg to stand on. Actually, they were involved in it. Yeah, they were. Okay, so that's what we're saying. We're not saying take ours, but if you're trying, if they are indicting our government, then now, yeah, you're playing with fire now, because that's less funds that's going to be for us when we keep fighting our fight. So in that way, they're stealing, but they're not stealing our claim, our case. That's not what we're saying. But you could play stupid.
You can't make this foolishness up, okay?
You just
Ghana
did.
is trying to now steal Black Americans' reparations.
That's not what we said. We're saying it's hijacking the reparation fight. Okay, we have one over here. CARICOM has theirs, and now here come Africa.
These are the rumors going around. And so this says a couple of things to me. One, I don't think they read the resolution. Okay, I don't.
And that's a talking point these Pan-Africans use a lot. Black Americans don't read. We're stupid. We don't read books. We don't have jobs. We just sit around waiting for a plantation to put us back to work. That's where they go, and they claim that we have the white talking points, but we don't read though. A whole bunch of people don't read. Actually, we did read it. I got it right here, 7 pages. I don't think you read it because you're going to say some things that's untrue. Go.
I think, these folks read the resolution. And then I also feel it's kind of like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. First you complain and African nations don't do anything for us. They don't stand up for Black people. And then when the African nation does stand up, now you're telling that you got to make up your mind, family. You got to make up your mind. What do you want? I'm at a point, if you hate Africa, then just say you hate Africa. If you hate being African, being of African descent, because I ain't no African, I ain't no.
Okay. Same way. Just admit it. If you hate Black Americans, just say it. And if you hate being a Black American, just say it. Because that's what it sounds like to us.
You all think that when we say African, that we believe we're continental Africans. I don't know any Pan-Africanists, and there's some in the chat, who actually believe that those of us who've been in America for hundreds of years are continental Africans.
Yes,
I don't know any. Maybe you all know some Pan-Africans who move like that, but I don't move like that.
You do. You call us Africans. The hell wrong with you? No, that's not going to work, man. All that babble, it's not going to work. You call us Africans. You dig? So you do that. You do just that. You got to stop lying to yourself.
We're clear that we are 400 and 500 years removed from that continent. We're clear on that. We're clear that here on this land that we call the Americas, we are super clear that we have created a unique culture. And I can define for you what that culture is. I'm clear on that. We've created a unique culture on this land, and we have a unique history on this land. We're clear. So when we say African, we're not saying continental African, because when we use that word African, it's all encompassing. We're saying the African world. So it doesn't matter whether you're on the continent, in the UK, in Europe, or.
All right. So she's calling everybody. Stop it. That's not what you're saying when you call us African. And you only call us African after we say we're Black American. Then you say, no, you're African nigga. Like, that's what y'all do. Stop it.
Australia, South Africa, the Caribbean, the North America, Canada. When we say that, it's all inclusive of all African nations, all African ethnicities. That's what we're saying when we call ourselves African. We're clear that we're not continental Africans. So I don't know where you all are getting this
No, you're not.
foolishness from, that we think we continental Africans. I don't think.
Family, she is in her feelings. Whatever promise they gave her, whatever contract that they made void now, oh my God, she is furious.
And then another thing you all say, which is getting to me too. Oh, Dr. Maya, y'all don't even want to admit that they was complicit. Y'all romanticize Africa. No, we don't.
What the hell you don't? Yes, you do.
There's nobody. We ain't over here romanticizing no damn.
Your great scholar, John Henry Clark, said Africans were not involved in slave trade altogether. That ain't outright lying and romanticizing Africa. Y'all all romanticize Africa.
We're clear on the issues that are over in Africa, especially some of us who go back and forth to the continent. We're clear on those issues. Y'all don't want to speak up and indict those Africans who talk about Black Americans. Y'all don't. Yes, we do. We have those conversations.
All right. So hold on. Let me get back to her. We have a caller. All right. Calling in. Let's invite him more. See what he agrees with and disagrees with, and we can move on from there. Hello, caller. Is this 227 Kemet?
Yes.
Okay. You're calling in unbiased Ron, my show, right?
Yeah.
Is that true? Okay.
Yeah.
You ready to answer some questions?
I was calling about Dr. Mayat, brother.
I got you, but you're still calling the show. So,
yeah.
Yeah. So, yes. Okay. When people call in, right, we have a large audience listening. They want to know what, okay, after you have an opinion on something, your pro or cons, people want to know your background. They want to know your thought process coming in on the platform and then giving an opinion, whether you're pro or con. Like, people like to know who they're listening to. So that's why I like to ask questions to let my audience know what type of individual opinion you're listening to, right? Because we are, as you can see, we self-identify as FBA, ADOS, Freedmen, whatever delineating term, we all agree to that. So we're on code. So when people call in and hop on a panel, we automatically think that person is in the same mind frame. So when they say something that's off code, they're like, "Yo, what's going on?" So to avoid the confusion, I ask questions, just like any other talk show you call in. They're gonna ask you questions. Okay. But you shouldn't be embarrassed of what you know and don't know, right? It's real simple. So just so they know who they're talking to or listening to. 227 Kim, I switched your name. You're familiar with John Henry Clark, right?
Yes.
You think he's a great scholar?
He's a grandmaster teacher. Yes, he's a great scholar.
Wow. Did he teach that Africans had no role in the transatlantic slave trade?
Yes and no. He never said they didn't participate, but he said they didn't play it as far as the European did, brother.
Okay.
They didn't have nothing to do with it.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to just share the video, and you let me know what you heard and didn't hear. Is that okay?
Go ahead, brother.
Okay. All right. So that's why I say I like the audience to hear the integrity of the callers, right? To see if they're trustworthy. All right. So let's go ahead and play the video, and everybody gonna hear it together, and let's see what he said and didn't say. Give me a second to go find that video. Everybody, if you haven't done so far, like the video. A real easy action as I'm looking for this video. So this is a commercial break. Like the video. If you send super chats, I will read all of them because YouTube got a new feature that they allow you to find all the super chats. Because I guess they realize people complaining like, yo, people donating and we can't even respect the donation. So they fixed that. And the Cash App is $ unbiased Ron. You dig? All right. So let's go into what Clark said and what he didn't say. And then we will get to your Your Dr. Mayat question. Mm-hmm. My life yesterday it should be in the intro somewhere. Okay. Give me a second. Well, you know what? While I'm doing this, you can talk your Dr. Mayat thing. Go ahead.
Okay.
So it won't be too dead of a silence.
All right. Well, first of all, I'd like to say Dr. Mayat is doing great things for the community, especially for our youth, okay? Because she teaches a great STEM program. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand that some people may be upset with her because she has her opinion about FBA. I get all that.
All right. So hold on. Okay, brother. If a person is saving kittens from a tree, that's a good action. But if they're also caught on camera calling little black girls and boys the N-word, white people will say, yeah, but look at the good side. She's also see what we preach over here, bro, is consistency. We don't like people that's flip-flopping, going this way, going that way. If you're doing great things for kids, great. Keep doing great things. Don't do bad things. So when you go into the bad side, then guess what you're doing? You're doing good things and bad things. Like you got drug dealers who sell drugs, that's bad. But then they'll hand out turkeys on Thanksgiving. That's a good thing. So you can talk about the good things, that's great, but you should also talk about the bad things. We don't pretend one doesn't exist because that's what we want to believe. We talk about it all. That's your history. So Malcolm X had a great history of, Nation of Islam and his works after that. But he had a bad history before the Nation of Islam. We talk about it all. He talks about it. So yeah, your history is your history. You can't erase it. That's what white people do. White people try to scrub out the bad. They're doing that with slavery. They're trying to say we were indentured servants and we were immigrants imported over here to work. No, you cannot do that. The good goes along with the bad. But go ahead and talk about this STEM program she's doing. Go ahead.
Yeah. So like I was saying, she does great things with our youth. And we need that right now in our community. We need somebody who can motivate the youth. And from what I see from her, she's doing a great job. Now, she has her opinion. Now, I was hearing you earlier saying that, and I agree with you about 19 Keys. Okay, I do agree with you on that, because he's a clown. But at the same time, I hear you saying that Dr. Mayat should be out of it too. And it's like...
Yeah, that's my opinion. Wait.
Yeah.
Brother, you're not valuing everybody's opinion. You just value hers, and now you're devaluing mine. You just credit her opinion. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
And don't you have yours?
Yes.
Right. So everybody have their opinion. She has hers. I have mine.
Yes. And ain't nothing wrong with that, brother. Ain't nothing wrong with you having your opinion.
I know.
You know
I thought so. Yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Okay. It's just like, I'm just saying, like, but when I see people like Dr. Mayat, who's really trying to help the youth, you know what I'm saying? You may call it being biased.
Brother, you already said that, but that has, okay. Is she part of a documentary called Hidden Color 6?
Yes.
Is that documentary primary targeting people who call themselves FBA? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so if it's targeting me and not Pan-Africans primarily, why would I want to hear somebody on the documentary disrespecting the people that's targeted? So yes, I'm going to say get her off, just like anybody else. If there's a person who's injuring dogs, right, and they're on a show, the PETA people are going to say no, gotta get them off. If somebody did something towards the LG, they're going to say get them off. This is the issue. When you say something that offends a large group of people and they have influence, then they're going to they ain't going to want to see you. Somebody who got domestic violence past issues when they were young, probably, but now they're on the big screen. Guess what? Those people who support to stop domestic violence, they're going to have an issue with that person, even though it's past issue. They're going to say, nah, you got to get a better face. So now she's not the only person that's doing this, what she's doing in America. So same thing. We're saying you got to get a better face. Now, did we say she did something super crazy? No, we're just saying she's talking reckless. That's all. And I'm offended by the talk. I'm so offended. Like, I would rather not see her. And I already said on public record that I would rather see Professor Smalls in her place and 19Z's place. I said that. Okay, I said on record. So then I said, hey, even Sarasota Seti. So you guys can't say we're xenophobic or we hate all pay. I propose, the chat disagreed, but I propose replacing them two, 19Z's and Queen Azinga, with Professor Smalls and Sarasota Seti. That's what I said. The chat said no more Pan-Africans. So that's what I said. I said just replacement two more. All right. So I was talking with Sean. So Sean, your peoples, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we was talking through a thread. Do you think he's a good scholar?
He's a great scholar.
Okay. Do you accept, not believe, do you accept evolution?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree? Wait, which statement is true? Only Africans produce albinos, or all races produce albinos?
I'm not sure, brother. I'm not that deep into it.
Okay, cool. So what if the data says all races can produce albinos? Would you, after hearing that data and that research, that fact, would you still stick on not just Africans, or would you accept the evidence that all races can produce albinos?
Well, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna accept what science really says. And if it says all races can produce it, then all races can produce it.
All right. Well, check this out. Check this out. So don't mind the satire words. Okay. I want you to focus on the right here. Right.
Lies to that they.
And even if it's the truth, how many years ago have they been? Some of you have
Not
forgiven
this.
the white man, but you refuse to forgive the brothers who sold you to the white man. I don't believe that story because I wasn't there. Number three.
Okay, so brother, did this African woman say she don't believe the African slave trade happened because she wasn't there?
They want to get what she's saying, brother.
Okay. You're not even listening? All right.
No, I'm listening.
None of us were there during the days of slavery. So whatever story they have taught us, we don't.
So this African lady and all of them that I played on this little beginning introduction, they all said that they don't believe the transatlantic slave trade ever happened. And the reason why they believe that is because they heard the John Henry Clark footage. Okay, now I'm gonna keep playing.
Your brother sold you. I wasn't there. You weren't there, so we don't even know what truth is. Bruh. And even if it's the truth, how many years ago have they been? Some of you.
Slave raiders. Okay, let me just go for.
Show me a white albino.
Okay, now this is your boy Sean. He says show him a white albino because he don't believe they exist. I want you to hear for yourself.
Dutch. The Portuguese.
Bruh. Right here.
Well, but any race can produce albinos, all right?
Can produce what?
Albinos.
No.
Right, you got
no.
Hey, brother, did Sean say no?
Yes, he said no.
Okay, let's finish.
Show me a white albino. You can't.
Now, by the way, are you not looking at white albinos on the screen right now?
Yes, that's what it seemed to me.
Okay.
Albinoism comes from a void of melanin, only from black people. Only from us.
Only from black people?
Yeah. Show me a Chinese
Shit, okay, I looked up. I said,
okay, so show him a Chinese albino at the last one towards the right, second to the right. the bottom row. That's the Chinese albino. Now, he researched it. So they're still talking. He researched it while they're talking. Listen to this.
Can every race produce albinos? And it says, yes, people from every racial or ethnic background can have albinism. Albinism is a genetic condition, not a race.
There you go.
I mean, but if it's not a race.
No, albino, bro, only black people doing that.
Okay, so at that point, is Sean right or wrong? Because he heard the evidence, this science with Sean was his old name. He read it, all races can do it. He said, no, only black people doing that. At that point, is he right or wrong?
Well, if everybody can do it, he's wrong. But I have to look into it. I'm gonna look into this too.
No, hey, bro, bro, listen. Oh my God, dude, do you believe all races can produce albinos or just Africans?
To be honest with you, I thought only we could, but like I said, I really don't know, brother.
Okay, so I'm glad you said that, family. This is what they're doing. They're having these private research think tank discussions, and they're just lying to each other. So, okay, so there's no need to share anymore. But so let me say this: after I pull it up and it says it in plain English, which I'm gonna do it because you actually look at them. You see the screen. It's saying Photoshop. Okay, so but after we look at the data, right, from Google, will you say your original thought was wrong, and will you say Sean is wrong?
I can't say you're wrong, brother, because I ain't did the research on it, man.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. No, I got it. But you can just type it in fucking Google. It's not a lot of research. Can white people produce albinos? It's not. What else you need? You need to read a 500-page book. We just type it in Google. You can't. So I'm gonna do it for you. I'm gonna type it in Google. If it says they can produce albinos, or if it says all, not just them, if it says all races can produce albinos, is he wrong?
Yeah, if it say they can do it, yeah, he wrong. If they say they can do it, yes.
Cool. All right. So, God, yeah, this is what I'm trying to say, family. They call us a cult, and if Tariq say some stuff that's wrong, and you can show it to me, I'm gonna say he's wrong. If you show some stuff Jason Black was wrong, I'm gonna say he's wrong. If you could show me anybody from the chat, I'm saying they wrong. We don't do that. Yeah, y'all the real cult. Oh, I gotta research myself. Like it's a 500-page book, bro. Like it's a scientific experiment, bro. It's a Google search. We got ChatGPT, we got AI. It's a Wikipedia. It's a simple. This is something that's already known in life. Albinism has already been researched. There's already a conclusion there, my guy. So at this point, Sean, he's either correct or he's wrong. The research either says only Africans, or the research says all races. Okay, now what's interesting that the guy read it to him, and he dismissed it by saying, "Now all Africans only." All right. So we're going to before we do that, let me see if I can find the John Henry Clark. Oh, here we go. I got lucky. All right, so we're gonna table that. We're gonna cover 2, and then we'll talk about Dr. Maya. So that's 2 right there. All right. Well, that's 1.
VA check. So you on some bullshit. Okay.
Oh, wait. Okay, I'm arguing with a clown. All right, hold on. I might. All right, here we go.
Specifically because we're talking about women. Disgrace Islam.
All right, that's something else. I'm sorry. That's something else. He's talking about right there. He's lying about Islam. He was like incredibly wrong about Islam. All right. So let me go to the Clark situation. It should be right over here. This should be the one.
Let's.
Hey, maybe it's not. No. So now your clap back on Dr. Mayat was that so basically she should get a pass because she teaches kids STEM.
No, honestly, brother, I wish she wasn't even on Hidden Colors.
So why would she? Okay, what would your reason be? What would the reason be?
Tell me why she shouldn't be on Hidden Colors?
Yeah, if you could give your opinion, why she shouldn't be there.
To be honest with you, kind of like the same thing you saying. We're Pan-African. I do not agree with Tariq Nasheed with his foolishness, what he say, and I feel she shouldn't be on there because when you're on there, you end up in situations like this. Like y'all saying, she don't agree with y'all, she should be in y'all business. I respect that. When I first saw on there, I was like, why is Dr. Maya on this? But I understood that, they making business. I get all that. But if you disagree with somebody with something like this, I agree with you. She shouldn't be on there. I wish the Queen Mother wasn't on there.
Yeah. Queen Nzinga. See, here's the thing. It's called grifting, and that's the real definition of grifting. People mislabel people as grifters, but the real grifter is to hop on a documentary with people who you disagree with, who you believe they're wrong with information, and you believe they're not just incorrect. You believe they're grossly wrong, and you will hop on a video with them talking to spill your information. Now, I will never hop on a Pan-African documentary where they are talking some stuff like saying what you're saying. Sean is a great master researcher, but the guy don't know all races produce albinos, and then saying John Henry Clark is a great scholar, but don't understand that he didn't understand that Africans were involved in slave trade. Like when people believe that right there, and they follow teachers like that, I wouldn't hop on a documentary because I would believe my credibility would be shot because I'm with people who I think are grossly incorrect. Blunders, not even like regular mistakes, horrible, crazy cult-like mistakes. Preventable mistakes. That's what I would think. Okay, so let me just type in John Henry Clark, slavery. It's a 10-minute video. It should come up. This is definitely one. Here we are. Okay, brother.
Because you have not studied African.
Can you hear Can you hear
culture
it?
To understand that the nature of African servitude
Okay, let's back it up.
Let him settle it. No, servitude is not slavery. That was servitude here in the United States, whites against their way out of indenture. The African was not in the slave trade, and you let people beat you over the head with non.
Is that a true or false statement, bro?
It is not true, but the context what he's saying makes it true.
What's the context?
He's talking about what position everyone had in the slave trade. That's why I said he never said they didn't participate. I was talking to you the other day about this. He never said they didn't participate.
Wait. What did you ever watch this video before?
Yes.
Okay, so what position did he give Africans?
Like he was saying, okay, African people having a family dispute, right?
Yeah, no, but wait, hold on. We're talking about the slave trade now. Okay, the family dispute story is different. That's white folks playing Uber, giving them a ride up and down the coast. There's no transatlantic, there's no chattel slavery at that point. Okay. Now, which point in this video, because he talked about white people, the European enslaving black folks, us. Where did he say? Wait, hold on. The slave trade. Which slave trade is he talking about? He talking about the sub-Saharan or the transatlantic?
Well, he started out talking about the sub-Saharan slave trade. Then he moved into
No.
the Atlantic slave trade.
Right. Okay, right. So if we're talking about the transatlantic slave trade, and anybody make this statement right here, Africans were not involved in slave trade. That by itself, is that true or false?
That's not true if they don't bring the context to it, brother.
Okay, but you can't, no context that could be true. If you're talking about the chattel slave, the transatlantic slave trade, there's people buying, there's people selling, there's people kidnapping. Who was doing the kidnapping? And who was doing the kidnapping and capturing?
Other African groups going in, taking their brothers.
Right. So isn't that part of the African slave? Isn't that part of the transatlantic slave trade? That was the starting. Okay, cool. And then you had people selling. So obviously those same people or other people, other Africans were doing the selling, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then white people were doing the buying. Okay, let me keep playing.
Now the European is interpreting this as meaning the African was in the slave trade. The African was not in the slave trade, and you let people beat you over the head with nonsense because you have not studied African culture to understand that the nature of African servitude, one to the other, had no relationship to the slave trade.
Okay, so he keeps saying African indentured servitude. Now, brother, we know what Queen Nzinga was doing. Okay, indentured servitude. So he lied earlier, by the way. The context he was giving, so basically he was trying to minimize and water down Africa's slavery, the in-house slavery. He was trying to pretend that all Africa's slavery was indentured servitude. This person can leave his family, come over here and work their way up. He was ignoring the slave raids. So, brother, in slave raids where they was capturing for sale, could those people ascend up to a chief position or up the ranks in the tribe?
Not when you got to the European, no.
No, listen to my language, bro. Do you know what slave raid is? I'm probably talking too much. Okay. We're talking about the Europeans. He just mentioned them, the Portuguese. So he's only mentioning African slavery in the context of indentured servitude. You do know that Africans went and captured other Africans for sale, right?
Yes.
So those people for sale, that's being captured for sale, did they have any future in being a chief one day in that tribe or ascending to another position?
No.
Okay. So, okay, cool. So he wasn't honest about that, right? Because he was trying to separate that chattel slavery is a white man thing. That means white man is doing it in that slave trade. And then the African slave trade is really indentured servitude. Africans are having family disputes. He want to call it that. Kidnapping somebody for sale to a European nation, that's not a family dispute. They're not even kidnapping people from the same tribe. So it's no way it's a family dispute. That's a whole different family. Okay. All right. So anyway, let's keep playing.
That the slave trade was the greatest holocaust, the greatest drainage on a people in the history of the world. Africans had no ships that he could connect 3 continents. And even if the African was in the slave trade.
Wait a minute, brother. And even if he was in the slave trade, brother, it's called the slave trade. There's a buyer and a seller. He said, and even if he was, because he talked about the slave ships, he ain't owned a slave ship. So he is literally omitting Africans out of the slave trade. He said they didn't have a ship. Nobody argues they ever had a ship. Nobody argues that. Everybody knows the European came with the ships. That's not an argument nowhere in academia that African had slave ships. So that's like a straw man, some bullshit he just made up. So then he said, so then he mentioned slave ships. Then because it's a triangular slave trade. Okay, it's a slave trade. He said, and even if Africans were in the slave trade. So at this point, am I right that he's saying they're not involved? And he's saying hypothetically if they were involved. Is that right? Or am I tripping?
No, you heard what you heard.
Okay.
He could not have brought it off. He didn't have a ship that would hold 100 people.
Okay, so his logic is Africans were not involved in the slave trade because they did not own a ship. And a fool's rebuttal is they were never supposed to have a ship. They were supposed to have the goods, the product, the people. The white man was supposed to come with the ships and the money. That was the deal. You bring the people, I bring the ships, I get them out of here, and I'm gonna have a holding cell. I'm gonna do the amino castle thing and the other castle. I'm gonna create a holding cell because they gotta wait somewhere as we get everything ready. So that was the arrangement, because the Africans said, hey, we ain't gonna hold them in our places, but we're gonna charge you. If we gotta hold them over here, we're gonna charge you. So the white man said, nah, I got it. We're gonna build the amino castles, whatever, and we're gonna hold them there until we're ready to ship them, to transport them over back to the European countries. So he clearly was erasing Africans' involvement in the slave trade. So that is the context. I know I'm not crazy. I got a decent comprehension right there. So now, the other thing we were going to do is check to see if albinos are a product of all races. Remember, we were supposed to tackle that. I didn't forget. Let's go there real quick. Well, I got you here. I'm going to type it a simple question. Can all races produce albinos? Okay, brother, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. And then one more question, then you can say what you want, and then that's it. You dig? That's all I do. I just want people, and so far you're being honest, and I can appreciate that. I don't respect people who just can't be honest. Like I said, somebody show something that one of us said to me, and yo, is this right? And the research is saying it's wrong in my face. I'm not one of those that say, nah, that's the white man. That ain't me. I'm gonna say, yeah, he's wrong. Okay. Right here. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes, all races and ethnic groups can produce children with albinism. It is a genetic condition affecting melanin production occurring worldwide, not just Africa, with an estimated global prevalence of 1 in 17,000 to 20,000, and is not restricted to any specific race. So was Sean wrong when he said, nah, only black folks can produce, or Africans can produce albinos?
Yes, he was wrong. By what I'm looking at, he was wrong.
Right. I mean, what else are we looking at? This is a simple Google search, right? This AI. It's not some deep stuff trapped in an Egyptian tomb that we gotta dig up. Yeah, what we're looking at, he's wrong, right? So that's what we're saying. We're saying people have agendas. They're pushing a narrative, and some of us be scratching our heads to say, why are people intentionally lying? It's like, yo, this don't mean nothing. Like, why would you lie about something like this? Yeah, all races produce albinos. Nah, only black people. Okay. So now the last question was, did Garvey scan black Americans? Because we talked about this last time. And I got my Google right here, so we can just look it up. So according to your research, did Marcus Garvey scan black Americans?
No.
Okay. So if he sold stock to a ship that he did not own, and black folks bought that stock believing he owned the ship, is that scamming?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did Garvey do that? Yes or no?
I don't know, brother. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Got it. See, all right. Look, you see me type it in. Did Marcus? So you see me type it in. So you can't say I tricked it. You know, the algorithm. Did Marcus Garvey? And I'm gonna tell you what the ship was called. It was called the Orient. That was a German old warship. And he had a post. He had like a postcard on it, and he like modified it, changed it to a new ship, and called it the Phyllis Wheatley, something like that. The Marcus Garvey sell stocks to a ship he didn't own. Can you read that? Wait, not the. Okay, you can read the whole thing. Go ahead.
Well, from what I'm seeing here, brother, it said he was convicted of fraud in 1923.
Not that part. Yeah, keep going. Keep going. Though.
for shipping the Black Star Line. Oh, you talking about the Black Star Line? So basically, what you're saying is, since hear me out.
bro. No, wait. I said not that part. I said read the whole thing, please. My argument is not the fraud, the mail fraud. That's not my argument. I don't argue the mail fraud. I'm arguing the ship. He didn't go to jail for the scamming Black Americans. He went to jail for scamming the government. So, or defrauding the government. So can you read the whole thing and don't just stop where you okay, read the whole thing.
Brother, I see it. But I still wonder why you think he scammed people though. Tell me that.
Wait a minute. You just agreed. If he sold stocks to a ship he didn't own and his stock investors thought he owned it, you agree that's scamming. Right?
Yeah, I do.
Right. So he scammed Black Americans. He did that. He scammed Black Americans. Right?
Yeah, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm glad you brought this up again. I'm gonna go look into this. I'm gonna go deep diving into Marcus Garvey to really see, because sometimes people put things out there that's not always true about a person.
Wait, bro. But this is AI. This ain't somebody. This is AI searching. Wait. Okay, this ain't somebody, my guy. This is AI searching the net. And by the way, have you went into Garvey's? I did a whole video on Garvey court case. Do you know about that?
No.
Okay, well, he confessed. We got his so not only did he do it, he confessed he did it, and he explained why he did it. He tried to explain it away. So yeah, go a deep dive, come back on the show like everybody and their mother did, and say, "Bias Ron, you were right." Okay, because right now we're looking at it, and now all of a sudden an AI search ain't worth shit. All of a sudden, because your leader is a scammer, and this is why all of them start to scam, because Pan-Africanism started with scamming. Your first national global leader was Marcus Garvey, and he did the first scam, and then Umar. Then you got everybody else following after him, just scamming. 19 Z's and everybody else, Young Pharaoh and the Polites. Go ahead.
You're welcome, brother. Yeah. Well, brother, I hear what you say, but I'll make you this. So, do only Pan-Africans scam?
No, not only no. People scam all the time, but as far as an organization, as far as a consistent organization, Pan-Africans have largely amongst Black Americans, and we're not just talking about like credit card scam. We're talking about scamming in the woke communities, like the people who's supposed to know better. We're saying Pan-African in the woke communities have a longer, not even close, scamming history than anybody else.
So you saying John Henry Clark a scammer, Dr. Ben a scammer, everybody a scammer?
No. Dr. Ben, well, yeah, he's scammed because Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, do they have real doctorate degrees?
On the backside, yeah, but no.
There's no such thing. No. I'm saying formally through education, did they? Yeah, no, right? They didn't do a master's and none of that stuff. No dissertation. Okay, so when you go around claiming you're a historian and you're saying you're a doctor, that's not scamming, because now you made people drop their guard, because people like to listen to educated people, professionals, experts. Right. So if somebody go around saying I'm a doctor, listen to me, people are going to listen because they're a doctor. That's not scamming?
Yes, but John Henry Clark went back and got all his degrees though, brother.
No. Hey, bro, you made that up. John Henry Clark, go ask your man Sean. John Henry Clark and Ben, they never went back and got nothing. They are not an educated doctor. They wrote no dissertation. They did none of that, my guy. You're lying and you're making stuff up in front of everybody.
They were able to teach us in colleges. Huh? They could teach us in
colleges. No, they weren't.
So they
No. Hey, bro, anybody can go and teach a Pan-African study. Like, you don't need like crazy credentials. You have Phil Valentine out there.
Yeah.
You have Brother Polite. You have Brother Polite in there teaching us like that. And this dude, a high school graduate, he'll tell you he didn't go past the 9th grade. So anybody can go and teach Black history, Black African studies. Like, you don't need much to go there and do that. But I tell you one thing he ain't gonna do. He ain't gonna teach no chemistry class on the college level. He ain't gonna teach no science class on no college level. He ain't gonna teach no law class on no college level. Okay. And he's not gonna teach a regular history class because again, the Pan-African study class, that was something made up and it was funded by the government, and they don't give a damn who go in there to teach that.
So you think the government
people start
Pan-African?
You don't know. Wait, so you don't know the government funds and was behind a lot of the Pan-African studies? You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay. Yeah, go Google that. Yeah, so you got a lot of homework, man. And what I want you to do is, like, was it you before? Yeah, it was you. You came back and said, I forgot what you admitted to. African American. You came back was like, yeah, African American was in the 1990s, late 80s. You came back and said that. So I want you to do it. I want you to play this part of the video back. Research it and come back. Now, this don't matter because I got Jamaican friends, I got Caribbean friends. I got no African friends, but I got friends from the diaspora, right? And they're good people. Are you from the diaspora or like from a different island? Or are you from Africa? Which one?
Brother, I was born in Patterson, New Jersey at Barnett Hospital.
Okay. Are you from Jersey?
Yes, Patterson, New Jersey to be exact.
You in Jersey now?
No, I'm in South Carolina right now.
Okay. Are you out there with? Okay. So yeah, I was out there in South Carolina last year. I'm in Jersey now. Okay, but you're FBA, right?
Huh?
You're FBA?
No, I'm African American, brother.
What is that?
Someone who's descended from people from the continent of Africa, but I've been over in America for what, 400 years now, 300 years?
Yeah, but there's no such. I need a recording. It's okay. There's no such thing as an African American. Like nobody's a continent and a. Wait, hold on, my guy. Nobody's Earth is a continent and a country. That's something made up by Jesse Jackson. And matter of fact, that is categorized as a race. What is your ethnicity?
I just told you I'm an African American.
No, that's your race. What is your ethnicity?
I live in America.
Okay.
Right?
Do you know the difference between ethnicity and race?
What is it? Your race is okay. African is your race, right? Where I'm saying is, because black can't be your race, right?
Hey, listen. You asked a lot of questions. African American was introduced by Jesse Jackson. That was thrown as a race in like 1997 and 2000. That was added as a race. That's a race, my guy. Okay. Your ethnicity is the ethnic group you belong to that has a name. You ever heard of the word BLACK?
Yeah, black.
Yeah. In the 1960s, that became our ethnic group. That's something we named ourselves, and that was our ethnic group, and it was recognized federally in 1970. Okay. So are you a Black American?
Yes, I would be considered a Black American.
Do you like to call yourself a Black American?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay. Are your ancestors foundational to this country?
Yes.
So what is wrong with putting together foundational Black American? Well, what's so wrong about putting it all? If it's all true, why? Okay, how about this? You said you're African American.
Yeah.
Let's go with that one. Are your ancestors foundational to the country?
Yes, my ancestors foundational to this country.
Okay. So you'll consider yourself a foundational Is that more to your likings, foundational African American?
No, I like what I got, African American.
Yeah, but can't recent immigrants also call themselves African American?
You say no. I mean, no, I take that back. They can, but are they? No, they're not. They can say that, but they're not an African American.
Yeah, no, but okay, dude, the way you're known in this country is on paper.
Yes.
So yeah, okay, right. That's how your category. Your everybody's known on what they fill out on a paper. That's how the government works. The OMB. All right, you're categorized by who you are on paper. The way you get help, the way you get benefits, the way you get a job is how you're classified on paper. So on paper, you're classified as African American, and aren't also immigrants classified as African Americans on paper?
No, I think they will mark the other box, right?
All right, this guy.
Wouldn't they mark other?
All right, bro. Look, take your recording, put it in ChatGPT, and get back to me. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what African American is.
All right, brother. I'm gonna finish out the show. Yeah, you got a lot of research to do. Wait, yeah, like because you're talking about things you don't know what a race is, as opposed from a ethnicity. There's a lot of stuff you don't know, and so you're not ready for the conversation. You're just saying stuff. But I just ask you if you're an African American, and then an immigrant that come over from Nigeria, right? Isn't he Nigerian?
Yeah, he's Nigerian. He's Nigerian.
But he's also African American on paper like you, right?
No, he's a Nigerian American.
Listen what I'm saying to you. On paper, when he fill out for assistance or a job, does he fill out black African American like you, or he doesn't?
I would think he fill out black, right?
It's the same category. It's black / African American. It's all the same. That's the race. Racially, all immigrants of African descent, my boy. Let me save some time. All immigrants that come to this country, they all are classified as a race African American. No different than you. That's the problem. Because when America got to address their ills and harms they did to Black Americans solely, those who are foundational, they have a hard time doing it because there's immigrants that's also considered that as well. So therefore, now they justified not giving you shit because they said, hey, we don't want to give it to the people that don't deserve it. So they say we can't give it to you based on race because your race is inclusive to all people of African descent. It's not specific to a group of people who were harmed. So they say until you fix that, we cannot, give you anything, any reparations, anything. We can't give you anything until you work that out amongst yourselves. Did you know that? You cannot get race-based reparations. Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. So wasn't it smart to fix that by saying, okay, we don't want race-based reparations. We want lineage-based reparations. Now we got the targeted specific group. Okay. So that was wise, right? To switch it from race to lineage, right?
Okay.
Is that wise? Is that a way to get around that or no?
Yeah, that's a way to get around it.
Right. Did it work before with other people to do lineage-based, not race-based?
I don't know because the Japanese got theirs.
Good. And what act was it called?
I don't remember the name of the act. I know you were talking about it one day.
It's called the Civil Liberties Act of 1988. What racial group are they classified in?
Well, overall they're Asians, but they're Japanese.
No. I asked you, the ethnicity is Japanese. What is their race?
They're Asian.
Right. And who else is Asian? Isn't East Indians Asian?
Yeah, Chinese are Asian, Koreans are Asian.
Okay,
yeah.
right. Okay, yeah. Are they Japanese?
No, they're not Japanese. Japanese are Japanese.
Right. So if they had a reparation claims based on race, all those people who are not Japanese would have been considered in that claim, right?
Yeah.
If it was Asian, right. Therefore, it'll be thrown out because you cannot do race-based reparations claims. So you have to be specific. So they didn't do that. They went with the lineage, Japanese people. The act is only for Japanese people. It's not for Asians. Yes. So African American is a race like Asian. So the rule still applies. So we were forced to say, okay, Drop that. Drop that African American race. We cannot claim reparations based on that. We're going to come up with a new name that's lineage based, whether it's Adolfs, Freedmen, or Black or Founders Black Americans. But it got to be a name separate from African American, or they'll be tied to your case, therefore making it void. It'll lose every time, and it's been losing every time. And Cobra flopped, and a lot of other people flopped because the new African Republic flopped because they all did race based. All right, so now we know better now. We have technology. We're smarter than before. So wasn't that wise to get isn't that the only way to do a lineage based claim and not race based if that's the rule to get reparations, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we did that. So you see how it's necessary, right? So if we want to get reparations, you see how it's necessary to go from race-based to lineage-based and then do a claim all over again and say, okay, this is a lineage-based claim, it's no longer race-based, and we're going under the name Foundation Black Americans. So there's no confusion with the immigrants who are documented as African American. You see why that's necessary now? So it don't matter if it's FBA, if it's Adolfs, if it's Freedmen, if it's a blue shoe, whatever the name is, it has to be separate from the name that's being used as a race, right? To avoid the confusion. Because if you do this, if we say we're African American and we want reparations, and our government, Congress, pass it, and they say, okay, reparations are for African Americans, and then they deny immigrants who are documented as African Americans too, that will be seen as discrimination. That's a violation. They'll say, wait a minute, you said this is for African Americans. We're African Americans too on paper. They are and we are. How come we're not getting some of this reparations money? Oh, nah, you're not a lineage. Oh, that's not what it says here. It don't say that. It says African American. That's who we are. We've been receiving benefits under this name all the time since we've been here. Why no longer now? And now they can sue. Is that a problem, or you don't have a problem with that?
But first of all, to tell you the truth, brother, I'm quite sure that they know who's African American in this country and who's immigrants in this country. That's why I said if we want to get reparations, they're gonna ask for DNA, right? I'm asking a question. If they're not gonna ask for DNA.
Now I almost kicked you off, right? Hey, bro, what the fuck you talking about, man?
I'm saying if they was to act like you said,
hey, bro, right? No. Hey, bro, what the fuck you talking about, man? What are you talking? No, wait, DNA don't show. Hey, yo, DNA would put us all back in Africa. What are you talking about, man?
But it show that we got different tribes in us, so that will make us African American.
Hey, bro. Listen, man. Listen how stupid you are. You mentioned the Japanese people. Yo, the Japanese in America at that time, the Japanese American at the time, were all Japanese people qualified for reparations in 1988?
I don't know.
Okay, but wouldn't all their DNA go back to Japan?
Yeah, if they did it back then, but they didn't do it.
Okay, wait, dude. All right, man. All right, have a good night. This guy, he's just being stupid. All right, have a good night. All right. Let's get back to this woman. Okay, he's just being stupid. The DNA test. What is that gonna prove? I just told him, like, yo, a DNA test would have made all of the Japanese in America eligible for reparations, even though they were not harmed. See, family, when you get them, they start to act stupid and they don't want to answer questions no more, and they start saying dumb stuff. But they didn't do that. Yeah, because you don't do that, and you don't need DNA in reparation claims, man. Fucking crazy guy. All right. So let's get back on this hateful woman. All right. So he was forced to recognize his master brother Sean is a liar. All races can produce albinos, right? He was forced to recognize that John Clark, his master scholar, was a liar. Africans were part of the slave trade, and he was forced to admit that the original Pan-African leader. Marcus Garvey was a scammer too. So I think I did a good job with those confessions. All right, let's get back to Dr. Mayat. Now, is that easy, family? Is that easy for anybody who's off code? Is that easy? You dig? He has a problem with being called Foundation Black American. I said, all right, let's play your game. Are you African American? Are your ancestors foundational? Yeah. But he don't want to be called that. He want to be called African American. He want to be the generic African American. I said, okay, the problem with that is now you're lumped in with immigrants who also are African American. And it could go from anybody from West Africa, Central Africa, North Africa, South Africa, and even the white South Africaners, right? But the Arabs are African American. And if a Chinese person live in China, if Africa long enough, they might be African American. You dig? So I'm letting the dude know, like, hey, like this term has been co-opted as a racial category. That means anybody of the descent is categorized as African American. Therefore, it's not giving us a unique ethnicity in the country. So that means that we will be the only people on earth without a unique ethnic name. We're sharing our ethnic name with a racial classification. That's bananas. But these people, I want you to hear for yourself. These people already sold you out again. I wouldn't be surprised if these people are not directly descendants from those African enslavers, those African raiders and traders. Like these people, we gotta look at it like that. We gotta look at it like, who are you? The people who are dead 10 toes on, we're just African, no different than those from the continent. We got to look at them as like, these people might be exactly who they say they are. They might be direct ancestors of those who stole us and sold us. All right. Anyway, I had cooked all of his beloved scholars in about 10 minutes. All right. So let's get back to, see, I don't play with these guys, man. I don't play with them. You dig? I get serious. So we'll get back to the Queen Nzinga, the Dr. Queen Nzinga, and we're gonna look at it for ourselves. And everybody should really be like, "Yo, she shouldn't be on that damn documentary." I'm only one person. There's 260 people in here. We should have 260 likes. I know we got 260 likes. The dude said they didn't do a DNA test. Anybody else who disagrees, not agree, because the agree part going to come after I'm finished with Dr. Mayat. But anybody else who disagrees with FBA position, talking points, delineation, reparations, who think we're xenophobic, divisive, or a hate group, a cult, any of that, got any questions, want to know what's the game plan, when does delineation end? If you got any of those concerns, call in. I got you. All right. Let's get back to the video. And I'm gonna mod y'all up in a second. Once I finish so y'all stick around after the Dr. Mayat video, I can mod y'all up. So right now, Unbiased Ron, the account I'm on now, this is the premium account. There's no commercials. If I switch to FBA News and Updates and I try to play her, I'm gonna get commercials. So stick around, family, to the end of it, and I'm gonna switch accounts and I'm gonna give y'all mods, y'all wrenches. I call it lineage wrenches, right? So it's lineage love, the wrenches. You want to donate? The Cash App is $ Unbiased Ron. If you want to, you can super chat, obviously, and you could like the button. That's the best form of donating. It's liking the button. It's liking the video, pushing the like button. Let's get back to this crazy lady. And I'm gonna pick apart her BS. Okay, that's what we're gonna do here. We're gonna pick apart her BS. They got this undenying love for Africa, and they got this undenying hate for the lineage. Okay, they got this undenying hate for the lineage. Let me make sure I ain't fast forward.
Gravest crime against humanity. It was very dehumanizing. So they had this international human trafficking network I would even say human trafficking child network. Shout out to, I'm sitting up here thinking about this sister. She works in the School of Journalism.
Okay, she's talking like Africa's not part of this. And like that's the most head scratching moment I can think of. She's talking like the Europeans, like again, they believe their cult scholar leader, Johnny Lyne Clark. He said Africans were not involved in the slave trade. So she's talking like that. This is why they talk like that, by the way. This is why they talk like Africans were not involved in the slave trade, because they believe their renowned historian and historians, Dr. Ben Johannesburg and Dr. John Lyne Clark. Neither one of them got a doctorate degree, by the way. But for some reason, they wanted to pretend, they wanted to cosplay as doctors to get people to take them more seriously. And all the time they look, here's the weird thing. They took, like, they had about 30 years of lying. They could have got their doctorate degree like 20 times over. They just, like, they didn't really believe that they can get a doctorate degree. Like, so they didn't believe in their ability to really become a true historian, a doctorate, a true professional.
Dr. Stacy Patton. She works over at Morgan State, and she talked about how when she reviewed a lot of the records, they went over to Africa and got a lot of children. Don't think they came and got me. I'm 45. They didn't come get people like me. Okay.
They didn't come and get nobody. They bought everybody. You see how she's lying? She's trying to frame it as white people came over there with a big net and seen a group of people walking and cast it upon them and pulled them up into a tree and dragged them to a ship. Like, her whole framing is deceptive. Queen Nzinga, they didn't come and get nobody without paying for them first. So whoever they could bought, that's because that person was for sale. So if any kids got on the slave ships, it's because Africans kidnapped them and sold them to white people. She's trying to frame it like Africans didn't notice. No, Africans know all about this. They sold them to the white people, whoever they were, older, younger, whoever they were sold. They were part of the inventory.
They ain't come get the 40 and 40, 30 and 40. They went and they got the young folks. They got a lot of young people. Okay, even I'm sitting here thinking about Cudjoe Lewis. You know, salute to Zora Neale Hurston in her book Barracoon. She interviewed Cudjoe Lewis. He said he was from the Accra and he got grabbed up when he was 19 years old.
Yeah, but who grabbed him up? You see how she's. This is why I don't respect her at all. She's lying. She's using language, family. It's called deceptive scholarship. She's using language to imply. So she ain't gonna say it, but she's gonna leave the implications open for people to believe he was grabbed up by a white man, by a European. He was grabbed up by an African.
Came and got the young folks. To Zora Neale Hurston in her book Barracoon. She interviewed Cudjoe Lewis. He said he was from the Accra and he got grabbed up when he was 19 years old. They came and got the young folks, the teenagers. Okay, they didn't come get old folks. Not that you're 30 and 40, you're old, but I'm just saying they got the young folks there. Okay, and so anyway, it's the gravest crime against humanity, man. Okay, very dehumanizing, and it was perpetual. You know, it wasn't like, you know, it wasn't indentured servitude. It wasn't what they did, you know, with the Irish, right? And with the other Europeans. It wasn't that. You were enslaved. You were considered property. You had no rights. You know, it was very dehumanizing.
Okay, so now she's skipping to America. So that's not going to happen over here. We're not going to let you conflate the transatlantic slave trade with chattel slavery in America. Okay, yeah, all of what we suffered as a people is on the hands of the Africans who sold us.
And it was perpetual. So that means you were enslaved, your children were enslaved, their children were enslaved, and their children's children. And they did all kinds of stuff to Black people, chopped off genitals.
Okay, yeah. No, look. You see how she's framing it one way? Okay, let's get past that. No deceptive scholarship over here.
and that slavery and the slave trade shall be prohibited in all their forms. Reaffirming, hopefully you all know what reaffirming means, like re-strengthening, reaffirming also the principles of equality and non-discrimination in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and encouraging respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms for all without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other religion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status, underscoring, so we're saying emphasizing, that the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights reaffirms the prohibition of slavery and the slave trade, and that both the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights reaffirm that recognition of the inherent dignity and of, let's keep going, family, and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. And the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which states that all human beings are equal before the law and are entitled to equal protection of the law against any discrimination and against any incitement to discrimination. Okay, so then it goes here, and I'm not going to go through all of them. I do want to read a couple, though. Okay, I want to read a couple. So it says, reaffirming the Durban Declaration, a program of action which acknowledged that slavery and the slave trade, including the transatlantic slave trade, were appalling tragedies in the history of humanity, not only because of their apparent barbarism, slavery in 2026 societies, still scientific, he said, that attempt to determine the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. The 21st of March, of people of African descent, 2024, and felt throughout the year. Experts on people of African people proclamation to affirm the continental even through reparation, underlying the call of the African Union.
Yeah, I'm fast forward. I don't want to read the whole 7 pages.
Moses.
Okay, so this I want her right here. She read it. Now I want to get her comprehension of what she read, because I read everything she read, and I got what I got from it. I want to know what she got from it. And this what shows who comprehended what they read and who didn't.
Say yes. J11 said yes. Please keep reading. They say your commentary makes up for everything. All right, family. I'm gonna keep on reading. I know I say I don't want to read the whole thing, but it's kind of like you have to, man. You know, it's like you have to. Let's keep it going. Let's keep transportation can bring that stuff. Commercial standard. You get what I'm saying? But I love that they put it in one 7-page document for us to comb through. But family, we still got to do our due diligence and look further into this stuff. Sold or exchanged and does not lack remembrance and education and history. I need to put a damn fire sign on that paragraph. This another paragraph right here for all of y'all. Man, you already had it doing in Africa. You sound foolish. Taking note of the inception of the trafficking of enslaved Africans and racialized dehumanization and racial subjugation right now. For yourself. Let's finish this out. We're going to finish this out. Finish this out. Now it doesn't really sound like it because they're saying that, man, other groups of people have put forth reparations and it hasn't been realized, and and they're saying that this needs to happen. And then how are they stealing? How are you stealing? So when those fools say that crap, read them number 7. Okay. 8. It says calls for member states individually, collectively to engage in inclusive good faith dialogue on reparatory justice, including a full and formal apology, measures of restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, satisfaction, guarantees of non.
I want to raise here.
Y'all, tell me in the chat after we just read this. I mean, we read every single line. Does this look like they're trying to steal reparations or they're trying to?
That's not what we're saying. We're saying they're double dipping. Okay, we're saying they're double dipping or trying to double dip. They sold us because they valued us lower than evidently our worth, right? We over here building superpower countries. So they devalued us. Now they see the real worth of us. Now they want to come back and say, hey, you owe us a little bit more because we undersold these people. They were valued way higher than what we got for them, than what we sold them for. So you actually owe us more on them because obviously their worth is a lot more. That's that. So they see us as a commodity still. They see us as people who were worth more than what they sold us for. We're saying that. We're not saying stealing. They're not stealing our stuff. Stealing our stuff is like coming to America and claiming your FBA and you want reparations. That's stealing our stuff.
Take over the reparations claim. It's bananas.
All right. So the document. The document is a UN General Assembly draft resolution co-sponsored by Ghana and dozens of countries, right? It's not a law. It's not enforceable. It's a political plus moral declaration and framework, right? So the resolution is trying to do three main things. It's trying to reclassify slavery at the highest level. It declares slavery the gravest crime against humanity, right? Number two, it's trying to link slavery to modern inequality. They're looking at the white man and they're looking at what they got going on. Like, okay, hell no, that deal wasn't equal. So they're trying to argue that slavery caused structural racism, global inequality, underdevelopment in Africa, economic disparities today. And number three, they are pushing for reparatory justice. Okay, it says reparations should be discussed globally. There has not been a proper reparation system yet, right? So hold on 1 second. Okay. What else? This thing is saying she had to. All right. Somebody hit the link. Give me a second. So no, they are not filing a lawsuit. They are not demanding a specific dollar amount. It's almost like the almost coming off like the what's that 40 the Congress thing. So what's the Congress thing called? The damn, my mind is slipping. The 40 thing in Congress. You know, because they're saying the same thing. They're saying, hey man, we need to dialogue, right? We got to talk about it. We need apologies. We need compensation too. We need restitution, artifacts, wealth, etc., and policy changes, right? They're saying countries should engage in dialogue on reparatory justice, including apology, compensation, restitution. So money is definitely there, right? They are framing reparations around transatlantic slavery, forced migration, chattel slavery system, colonialism, resource extraction, political control, ongoing consequences, poverty gaps, global inequality, structural racism. So their argument is this isn't just history, the damage is still going. So that's kind of, so they're not stealing our reparations, but they're stealing our language because we're talking about in America, we talk about the continuity of systemic racism and white supremacy. We saying started from the slave plantations all the way to where we are now. They're using the same language. So they completely avoid, right? They completely, in that article she wrote, that she read, she needs to speak to, they completely avoided emphasizing on Africa's participation. They didn't speak about that at all in that 7-page document. So they instead want a one-side transatlantic slavery. They want to focus on European states, legal systems, Spain, Portugal, Britain, France, Netherlands. They want to focus on colonial structures, state-sponsored slavery systems, right? But they're minimizing the African kingdoms selling captives, right? The captives they captured. They are minimizing, or they don't address, internal African slave systems. They're minimizing, or they didn't address, the role of intermediaries on the African coast. Okay, so hold on, one person in the queue. Wait, let me let them more now. Hold on 1 second. Let me let them more as I'm talking. If you're FBA, you gotta wait till it's over. It's not gonna be too much longer. But I want to wait until the end. Definitely want to do that. So the resolution, it basically frames slavery as a global system led by states and institutions, not as a shared responsibility across all actors. So they're omitting their role, but they want to receive something. So they can't have it both ways. And why are they doing that? It's obvious. Because legally and politically, reparations claims require identifiable perpetrators, states, systems of law and profit, continuity of harm, and what African kingdoms were not. This is the argument they're going to say, but they kind of kick themselves in the ass. They're going to say African kingdoms were not modern nation states, don't exist in the same legal continuity, are harder to target for reparations, right? So yeah, slavery was systematized and global, right? It was a legal system. It was legal systems that made it racial and hereditary, and the impact still exists. But they're focusing it all on European guilt. They're minimizing African involvement. Is written to support reparation claims, not to give a balanced historical breakdown. And it treats all actors as equal under modern international law when they weren't. Right. So the document isn't neutral history. It's a legal and political argument designed to justify reparations. That's why it focuses on European state systems and downplays African participation. So Ghana and others they are pushing for reparations, and they frame it as global justice, not a lawsuit. They focus on European colonial responsibility, and it strategically minimizes Africa's roles in the trade. So they're not denying slavery happened in Africa. They're framing the version of slavery that created modern racial inequality as a state-run global system led by Europe. And that's what they want reparations for. So now, caller, you can unmute.
Yeah, what's going on, Ron?
What's going on?
Hey, I've been thinking about this because it's funny how all the headlines are U.S. The U.S. is against says they don't believe there's atrocities or they don't feel like we're owed for slavery. There's a lot of context to that statement because if you actually listen to the address that the United States provided, their concern was why did y'all conveniently begin the origins of slavery in the 15th century? That was number one. Why did y'all conveniently say, oh, between the 15th and the 20th century? That's number one. Number two is, why did y'all? The concern of beneficiaries, meaning, who is this money going to? They didn't necessarily say they disagreed with giving it out. They said, who are we giving it to? If we are agreeing to this, who is it going to? Because it ain't going to Ghana. Why would we give it to y'all? Y'all sold us a product.
Mm-hmm.
And we purchased the product. And now you're asking for a refund for a product they trying to get back with they so-called Pan-Africanism, right? They trying to get their product back, but we not giving it back to them.
Right.
And that being said, that's the context that needs to be added to the conversation that they seem to not be addressing. Because this is verbatim. If we're going to agree to reparations, what specific group is giving it? Because everybody's always like the U.S., the West. Last time I checked, the Arab conquest started in 540 CE AD, whatever term you want to use. And they've been colonizing. There was colonized Arab colonies all over the African continent, thousands of years, a whole 1,000 years before Europe even got their foot in the door.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So the United States, we talked about that yesterday. The United States never said no to foundational Black Americans reparations claim. They said no to the African led by Ghana finesse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're arguing U.S. chattel slavery and the harms afterwards: Jim Crow, convict leasing, all the hired out. All we're talking about redlining. National. We have a national argument, a national case. We don't have an international case.
That's facts.
Okay, so America said no to a global case. Right? They said, hell no, we ain't siding with that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but listen, I'm glad that these tethers tried to tether, because now America's seeing how bad it really can get. They're like, you know what? They could be thinking like, you know what? Shit, we can pay them their 20 trillion and some pay a lot payments here and there, or we could face this global bullshit.
Right.
So it could force them to be like, all right, you know what?
Yeah, it
this
definitely
national
opened the
one
door
is
for
more
the
reasonable.
conversation. It definitely opened that. They
Right.
definitely playing a philosophical role right now.
Yeah, exactly. But indirectly, like that was not their intentions.
No, of course.
Now had they done it like that to play good cop, bad cop, like, hey, look, you can pay them, you can pay all of us. Now, had that been a strategy and it's been known, okay, all right, cool. Thank you. You still owe us though. Like, that don't mean you're not getting, you know what I mean? We still gonna come after what's owed to us. But thank you for that. But they're not doing that. They're trying to double dip. They sold us, and they believe they sold a product that was worth 1,000 times more than what they sold us for. And they're saying, hey, let's get that product reappraised because you got off and that wasn't a fair deal. And as a result, you guys are superpowers. We are the shittiest continent on a planet. So they're like, nah, you got to make it right. It's more like a moral demand for reparations. Hey, man, you got to make it right, man. We don't care about those niggas. We want to get right. You got to pay them one dime.
Look, Pete, I'm gonna tell you something, right? So I work contracted with this organization, and they a very left leaning, ran by the boule type people, and I've been dealing with them like all my life, as far as like I was in their tutoring programs and stuff when I was younger and stuff like that. But like, the older I got, the more I separated myself. But since I had skills, they will always reach out to me for my skills. But long story short, we just did one of those quote unquote year of return trips to Ghana last year in June or July. I forgot which month. We just went to Ghana, and the kids. I'm sitting there telling these kids, I'm like, don't go over here thinking they gonna be trying to this some welcome home. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be going over here thinking like, I know what they telling you up here is this and that, but you American, bro. You ain't one of these niggas. And it's not like
right.
it's not it's I didn't say it like that, they kids, but you know what I mean? Like
right.
You not don't go over there expecting these people to see you as the same. And then even the kids themselves, when they showed up, they're like we go into the elementary schools, we stay in the resorts and shit, but the people is living like shit. The kids, the elementary schools don't got toilets. There's people and like the shit that nigga Tariq be saying is really, these niggas piss in public, shit in public. All the kids like, it stinks out here. These is the kids. The kids are saying, you know, kids don't lie. You know what I mean? Kids gonna keep it 100. They too pure not to tell the truth. So they like, why don't they have toilets? Why don't they have streets and stuff? This is what the kids is asking. But we go back to the resort.
You got to go in the bushes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's mind boggling because everybody's had the same opportunity to advance in these past 100 years. I feel like, especially if you're in control and you're 99% of your nation, you've had more than every opportunity to develop yourself. But what you are is scared of them white folks north of you because you know they're gonna come with that heat if you try to do that. And y'all ain't ready to get down with that. You feel me? They ain't trying to get into it with them Europeans. They ain't ready for that smoke because they got weapons of mass destruction and they ain't did nothing to establish none of that for themselves.
Well, I don't know what European that's going to directly, and I think they're just scared. I think that's their problem. I think the diagnosis that she gave us is really on the Africans. Like these guys are so afraid to do for self because they believe what you just said. Oh, they're gonna drop a nuke on us, man. Iran right now is doing some of the most heinous things to other countries who ain't even involved, and they didn't get a nuke dropped on them. So why would they drop a nuke on you just elevating your country up? You got to think about it like that. Like Iran's doing the most, and nobody dropped nothing on them. So but they're gonna drop one on you because you're self-helping. You're stop. That's just afraid to be great type talk for them.
Well, you see what they if you were paying, I don't know if you paid attention a few years ago when Burkina Faso and Ibrahim Traore was doing his coup, but I was watching that real closely. They were sending the French were sending ships to his borders, and they were using neighboring countries to attack them and infiltrate them and try to reestablish their political rule over there. And that's pretty much the only thing y'all gonna be facing is some land soldiers, if that. They ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like,
listen. We didn't know what we'd be facing until we faced it. We didn't know dogs would bite us. We didn't know Black Wall Street be bombed and Rosewood burned down. We just did it, and we did it with direct opposition, direct threats, direct violence. These guys are in the land of they don't know what's going to happen. They just scared. No. We had a serious man in front of us who already had a history of harming us and willing to crash out and take everybody out. And we still dare to be great. So I'm not giving nobody a pass for being afraid to be great. That's coward behavior, and Black Americans cannot respect that. What we built over here through the face of duress and direct violence and all types of stuff, and we did it anyway, and we were the minority. These guys are the majority. We can't respect that, man. We really can't. We really can't relate to that type of lack of activism. We just can't.
Well, and it's going to continue like that for them until they realize it's not the white man. You have the white man's country, and you are lucky, nigga, to have all these resources, and they built you HBCU, and you worship the white man. No, we are in proximity of the people who I asked to be from America. This is the reality of the situation. These are people we're in proximity with, and we're gonna have to do business some way, in some form or some fashion, eventually.
Where was all this business you know, in the 14, 15, 1600s. Like, where was the opportunities in America then for anybody?
But
Even
exactly
Europeans.
right. That's why I said eventually, because it was a snowball effect into that. It wasn't something that just happened overnight. Like my dad himself, my dad was born in 52. I drive up and down the street in my city all the time. He's like, "Oh, we used to get in shootouts with the police right here. This is the church now, and that used to be the police station. And we used to get in shootouts with these folks, and this, that, and the third." I'm just like, damn, and that was just in the 60s and 70s. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right. Like once these folks realize we ain't gonna lay down like them over there, they're like, all right, we gotta start negotiating. We gotta start letting off because we expected them to bow down, roll over, and they ain't doing it, and they never gonna do it. So you know what? Something got changed, and that's why we are where we are today.
And now, apparently, Ghana trying to hijack Juneteenth, and they doing your return Juneteenth trips. You gotta drop a couple bands. You gotta drop 3-4 bands to go on the trip. But yeah, come on, Juneteenth in Ghana. Like Juneteenth has anything to do with Ghana? What is Juneteenth? Bro, I stood on Juneteenth. I was working at this motorcycle factory on the assembly line one time, and I'm like one of the only brothers working there, and I overheard this dude. Oh, Juneteenth. They made that a real holiday. Like, what is Juneteenth? I turned around. I'm like, what you got issue? Because you saying that as I'm walking by, like I ain't gonna say nothing. I know you think this is
right.
Long story short, I ended up getting fired for that. But like, come on, bro. Like,
Damn.
I ain't worried about it. But it's like, you feel me? Like they ain't standing on it like we gonna stand on it. I'll take a little job loss over my heritage. You feel me? We could do that again. It's nothing. They not gonna do that though. They just gonna pander and trying to get some funds out of it. That's all they worried about. I don't need no money to stand on my lineage because this is what it is.
Right.
With or without the dollars.
They're not gonna. Yeah. So I really, it's good for conversation. In our spaces, these guys cosplaying and trying to hijack things, but we know the masses of us would never, fall for something like that. And then our spaces are making sure that doesn't happen. We even got the tethers talking about what we talk about. So they're like help promoting us for those who are unaware. Those who have never ever heard about us through our spaces. We got tethers because they're cloud chasing. They put our names in titles. And now they're talking about our topics, so indirectly they're promoting us. So it's like, okay, so now these people who would have never known who we were because they don't come to our spaces, but they frequent these other spaces, now they know who we are. And now they research, and we had a sister last night calling, 53 years old. She's new. And I forgot to ask her how she even come around to, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was either some Pan-Africans or some Democratic people talking about us and piqued their interest, her curiosity, and say, you know what, let me check out their space and see what they're talking about.
Yeah, I be hearing it all the time where a lot of these I'll get a lot of suggested content from these African content creators. There's one dude, the Kenyan Beast, he's always making, his title's always Black Americans are getting tired of the Latinos. Black Americans are getting tired of the Asians. Black American. I'm like, bro, you Kenyan, bro. Why is all your content focused around us?
I told you. So that's all they do. All these people really can't get their channels lit unless they talk about us. You got this one weirdo guy. This one, I ain't gonna never say his name. You got this one garbage channel that's all of his content is Tariq Nasheed, all of it. I mean, this dude go live. They be sitting on super chats and but just talking about Tariq Nasheed, like what the hell? Yeah, man, keep talking about him. Yeah, super chats. They look. I read a message. It said, "Keep up the good work." Like I started laughing. Like talking about Tariq is the good work. Like what the where's this coming down to? These folks are desperate. Keep up the good work because he said Tariq, man, he a grifter. Keep up the good work. $5 super chat.
And you literally you over here contributing to this dude's grift. If that's the case,
Right.
you
Right,
just
right,
donated
exactly.
the
Like
dude $5.
right. Oh no, they are yeah, he got the cash app, bro. You would think that he's really educating people. Like he got some cash app stuff there. Hit my cash app, like all everywhere. Hit my cash app. Like yeah. Like I said, like they're trying to expose Tariq as a grift, and the real grifter is amongst them. And they're sending him all their money. Here you go. Keep up the good work. Straight
And
grifter.
Tariq don't even do none of that. Anything when he acts or when he and bro, when you doing crowdfunding, any person that must mean every person that has a small business is a grifter. Because what are you
Right.
talking about? You have a business. You want people to spend money at your business.
Right. Look,
Common
they don't know about
sense.
that. All they gotta do is watch Shark Tank. All they gotta do is watch Shark Tank. You'll see a
Right. Are
lot
they
of those.
grifting?
Yeah, you got see. Yeah, they be like, "How much you raised?" Mark Cuban, like, I mean, 5 million. Wow, how you do that? Yeah. So all of those entrepreneurs, they will have a business idea and they'll go to their audience and they'll do a crowd fund and they be getting 5 million, 10. And this is just a business. This ain't no like for the lineage, not for the culture. This is just a business idea. You dig? People $5 million. They didn't got 250,000, 800,000. 2 million. They be collecting. So yeah. But we know that they changed the rules for us. It's all good if everybody do it. FBAs do it. It's now illegal. Right, kind of like white people. It's legal to carry unless you're black. It's legal to drive unless you're black. Driving while black. So that's why we say like, who are the real wannabe white supremacists? Definitely in us.
Right.
You guys are changing the rules just like how they would do, and you're calling us troublemakers for defending ourselves, and not even that, for being brave, saying, "Hey, we don't want to be grouped in with everybody because it's a finesse," and we proved the finesse. It ain't like we just said it; we proved it. Nobody argues the finesse. I just told the young man that called in earlier, like, dude, like you don't see what's going on, like with the whole race-based thing, and yeah, so he even agreed, like, yeah, I guess you do gotta go with lineage-based. I said, yeah, but we can't have the same name as the race because those people going to know why are they entitled to everything under this race, but now this reparations thing under this race they can't get in on, and they're going to file discrimination suits and blah blah blah. That's why you got to change the name, not just make it lineage based. The name got to go. It got to change. It cannot be the racial name, or you're going to find yourself huge legal issues.
And you know it's real because ABC did a post and delete. It's on the internet now. It's too late. Y'all already put that into
Yeah,
the once
I
that was
got it.
done, it's over.
Right.
And
Right.
I ain't never sent Tariq $1. If he making money off me, it's probably off of some views off YouTube. Whatever. I watch a lot of people on YouTube. It is what it is.
Right.
The thing, I ain't never sent him $1. I'm just coming to a logical consensus. And you want to know what really changed me? Before I even talked to Tariq or even heard of who Tariq was, I just started listening to him a year ago. But before I even listened to Tariq, I used to be in the mindset, and I'm working at this halal market as a chef, and there's this black man, older black Muslim man. He would always come in there, whoop, whoop, whoop. And one time we had gotten into a little dispute because we brought up reparations. I'm like, oh, reparations should go to all the black people in the Latin America and the Caribbean, and he's like, no, the reparations gonna go to us and only for us because we the only black people. I'm like, not everybody's black. Blah, blah, blah. And then like after that shit, after all that, we had our little disagreement, and I had to come back to him like a year later. I'm like, you know what, you was right. You know, you was really right.
Right.
I had to take the time to dive into
Right.
that topic
Right.
and see it for myself
Yeah.
because I already knew
Right.
about Africans disrespecting us. That wasn't a new concept, but the empath in me wanted to be like, but we all black. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The empath
Yeah.
in me wanted to be like, but look what they doing to him. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But when you snap out of that scam African curse,
That that spell, yeah,
that spell
that
of
curse.
Pan-Africanism, you know, and for me it wasn't even Pan-Africanism. It was more like Pan-Black American continentalism. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
Brazil, if you were from Brazil to Canada, I felt like we were the same. That was kind of my mindset, you know, because we have a similar shared ancestry as far as slave trade mixing with the indigenous that were already here, whatever, right? But we do have to put into context that we are our own ethnic groups. We operate differently. If I went to their culture, I wouldn't know anything about it. And if they came to mine, they probably wouldn't know anything about it, or they would, because we the most popping and they are already playing our shit and watching and consuming our content. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
But I'm glad I was able to come to that on my own before I even heard of Tariq. You know what I'm saying? And then that was just all. I'm like, oh, this is
well,
what.
hey, bro, that's the thing though. You just said what we all said. Like Tariq Nasheed didn't spark nobody. He and they said it. He ain't say anything new. Like we all always felt like this. We just didn't put it. We didn't know how to articulate it, and we didn't know that we even should, because we felt like you. We felt like if I say it, I might sound funny. 'Cause I'm like a weirdo. Cause I'm the only person believing this. Like, hey, we're our own ethnic group. I might sound divisive. The lineage might not be with me. So a lot of us didn't want to do that because we want to be seen as the weirdo. But when it got packaged the right way, ADOS, FBA, we like, oh hell yeah. So most Black Americans already thought like that. And that's what a Pan-African won't admit. Like that's how we already thought. We know we're not African. We know we're American. We're proud to be American, and we're not going to trade America for Africa or anywhere else. We're not doing that.
It's not only just how we feel, but it's how y'all feel about each other currently. I seen this dude this morning. He's like, "Oh, Algeria is betraying the reparations." So I'm like, Algeria is a nation full of Arabs. They just got them when ISO Speed was out there. They was chucking water bottles at that dude and calling him a monkey and the N word on live on Twitch live in front of 50,000 people. And all the comments, oh, why would you go to Algeria? Algeria's been like this. So why is y'all trying to pretend like there was this African?
Right.
They're betraying us. Y'all been doing. Right. It's been like this. It's not no betrayal. Y'all been looking at each other as different, just like Latinos look at each other, just like the Asians look at each other as different, just like Europeans see each other as different.
If you call a Puerto Rican Dominican, you'll be corrected immediately, and
they're gonna be like, "I know black,"
and you won't be corrected, and you will not be corrected with a smile. Like they find that high. Or if you call a Puerto Rican Mexican or Mexican Puerto Rican, like they don't take those words kindly. They look at you like you trying to be funny. Like it's like calling me an African. I'm gonna look at you like you're being funny, even though it might be an honest mistake.
But you see, they all look at us. That's the world. They try to group us together. They try to group all black people. Oh, y'all just African. Like, what is African? Define that for me, because that's a very broad statement. It's a quarter of the world's population right there. So, like, that's a very broad statement to say, like, you're just African. What is that? Because if you go, go ahead.
That's why we define both carefully with a fine tooth comb. We define black carefully and African carefully, because these are not words that's interchangeable. Right. There's no such thing as all black people. There's only black people in America, and everybody else is who they are.
Right.
And then you got African people born from a continent, right, that live on a continent, one of those countries, and they call themselves after the country or tribe. Then you got African descent people who DNA may go back to Africa. Yeah, but these words got definitions to them, and they're not interchangeable. And we usually correct them when they come over here with all that stuff. I did to a guy earlier, the 227 Kemet guy. And I feel sorry for him because he's listening to people simply because he likes them. Like he's not going to vet anything they say. But let me. You can go on mute, or you can stick around. We could do an open dialogue. I got a few more to play of her.
Yeah, and, sure. I'm gonna tap in with you. I gotta get up out of here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the calling, brother. Calling again, and let me just finish up on her. Let me just do some recap. So earlier, if y'all remember, she said people are mad. She's talking about FBA, right? FBA said people are mad that Ghana led the resolution, and she was mocking the idea that people might say, Okay. Then she mocks the idea that Ghana is trying to steal Black Americans' reparations. She mocked that. Oh my God, no way. Like she could speak for Ghana. You dig? No way they would do that. That's a silly idea. Like, why do you think like that? Okay, hold on. Let me just. There's no way Ghana will ever do that. No African country will ever do that. The FBAs are just paranoid. She also responds to claims about Ghana's complicity by saying Ghana wasn't even Ghana at that particular time. We all heard her say that. And I cooked her on that. Okay. So there's some words for all that garbage she's talking about. It's called a semantic dodge mixed with ridicule. Okay. Modern Ghana didn't exist at that time. But she knows, because remember, she's supposed to be smart person. If she's as smart as she says she is, then she knows when we say Ghana sold us, we're referring to the political entities in the territory now called Ghana. So remember, Frank Zanou tried the same thing. She knows that we're talking about slave forts on that coast. She knows that we're talking about African intermediaries and coastal powers, not the modern republic as a literal 18th century state. You got to stop. You're chasing. So saying Ghana wasn't Ghana does not answer the real criticism. It sidesteps it. Okay. And that's exactly what Frank Zanou did. These are our enemies, man, because they made themselves that. So whether modern Ghana existed under that exact name isn't the point, Queen Nzinga, Frank Zanou. The real issue is whether polities in that region participated in the trade and whether modern Ghana is now speaking in a way that downplays that history. You feel me? So her response is more semantic than substantive, right? Then she said, "Oh, it's a damn if you do, damn if you don't." And she suggests that we first complain that Africa does nothing, and then we complain when Africa does something. Okay, that's a false dilemma. So a person can constantly no. A person can consistently believe African states should support anti-slavery justice efforts and Black Americans still have a right to question whether African states should lead or frame the claim in ways that dilute lineage specific harms. That's our right. The two positions are not contradictory, like she wants you to believe. Black Americans, we can welcome solidarity from Africa if we want, without surrendering the right to question Africa's framing, motives, or historical positioning. That's not hypocrisy, Queen Nzinga, Dr. Queen Nzinga. That's discernment. We can do both. We don't gotta just kiss ass like y'all doing. She says, ain't no Pan-Africans over here claiming Black Americans or continental Africans in a direct present day sense. We ain't saying that. We saying when I say African, I mean all encompassing global sense. She also said Black Americans clearly created a unique culture in the Americas. Okay, cool. But she also talks as if we are just confused or foolish. Look, all of them do that. Family, take my word. All of the Pan-Africans that have a problem with FBA delineating and demanding reparations, all of them talk to us as though we're retarded. I played earlier, she even diagnosed us as being retarded. by a pseudo witch doctor from Africa, some booty scratcher. They came up with a diagnosis for us. They said Black Americans who don't want to be cosplaying an African and kissing ass to Africa, these people are just mentally retarded. And the Black Americans who kiss Africa's ass, these are the normal holy people, basically. So obviously when she does that, she's ignoring ethnogenesis, a word that all Pan-Africans are allergic to, national origin, legal injury, and reparation standing. Okay, so no, those things are not foolish. It is strategic. That's why I kept asking the guy who called in, isn't that smart? We go for lineage-based, not race-based. If race-based reparations are hard to come by. Matter of fact, you just ain't gonna get it. Isn't it smart to do lineage to go around that? Yeah, there's a strategy, my guy. The issue is not whether we, Foundation Black Americans, descend from Africa in some broad civilizational sense. No. The issue is whether broad African language can blur a specific U.S. historical injury tied to chattel slavery. That's the issue. All right. Jim Crow, exclusion from wealth building, right? GI Bill, HOLC, FHA, and federal state policy. That's a legal and political concern. We're not confused. Okay, here she go. If you hate Africa, just say you hate Africa. Just say it. I know you hate Africa. You think white. You want to be white. You are so removed from the African central thought. You don't even know who you are anymore. Yeah. That sounds like a white person to me. A racist white person. Ad hominems, mind reading. She know how we thinks. Identity shaming. You FBAs, you're African. And she's poisoning the well. You know what that is, right? Attack everybody over one person or a few. They all do that. A lot of them really just hate Tariq Nasheed, and she's one of them. But she ain't gonna ever say the name because she want to benefit and drink off the breasts of Tariq Nasheed and his platforms. She takes criticism of Ghana and Pan-African framing and recasts it as a desire to be white. They all do that. They try to guilt shame us. She tried to shame us of questioning and holding Pan-Africans in Africa accountable. Okay, so no. Questioning Ghana posture is not wanting to be white. All right, that's just defamation. We Black Americans, Foundation Black Americans, we don't become anti-African just because we refuse to let man. Okay, who's in the queue now? One more second. People don't. She start belittling people, education. She's a doctor. You know, we're stupid. We don't have a degree. We didn't write a dissertation. We don't do what she's doing. She's traveling the country. 19 Keys said the same thing. 19 Z's, excuse me, said the same thing. We're not traveling countries. We're not going to Africa, shit in the streets. So we don't have a dog in the fight. We can't critique Africa until we actually shit in the streets. Okay. What else? All right. I'm just gonna play the rest. Let me see who's trying to get in, and we'll play the rest. Okay, they left. Come back. Whoever left, come back.
To walk around and hear people say that, you could tell. That's why I say, man, I'm at a point, man. You know that old saying, don't argue with a fool, because from a distance you can't tell who's who.
There she is, family. The entire lineage is a fool. Okay.
When people want to start talking about what Ghana did, have you read the resolution?
But I may do that. God, I hate these goddamn buttons, man. They may have me click somewhere about to get flagged. Oh my God. Yes, we read the resolution. Okay.
Gravest crime.
And I'm so glad I peeked that where I was. I knew that would happen. I knew somehow we'll get kicked out. So I peeked at the timestamp.
Take over the reparations claim. It's bananas. To walk around and hear people say that, you could tell. That's why I say, man, I'm at a point, man. You know that old saying, don't argue with a fool, because from a distance you can't tell who's who. When people want to start talking about what Ghana did, have you read the resolution? Have you read the resolution? And then if you did read the resolution, because you got to remember, some people have very poor reading comprehension. So they're reading to take something.
There she go. Yo, look how she framed us. We're stupid. We're slow. We got a reading comprehension. All of this because we won't let Ghana tether on to anything we got going on. We don't allow no other tethers to tether on. And we're delineating and demanding reparations nationally, not globally, not internationally, nationally, from our government only. And because that's our stance, we're stupid, we're slow, we're retarded, our comprehension is low. Dr. Ruxpin, all of them do this.
Twist it, take it all out of context. Let me show you all something. In the daggone resolution, they did mention, and you guys know that I talk about this all the time. They did mention, hold on, y'all. They did mention, let me see. They mentioned the dumb diverses. Let me see, religion. It may be in one of my classes, y'all. Let me look it up real quick. I'm gonna grab this presentation. Grab this presentation for you, because I do want to show you those dumb diverses. So it's in my presentations folder. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. I'm telling you, give me 1 second, y'all. I want to pull up something for you real quick. This is all of my STEAM stuff. Hold on, y'all. I got so many presentations.
Stop it.
Oh my goodness. I could show y'all what I'm looking at right now. Y'all gonna say, Jesus Christ, this woman is always teaching somewhere.
Oh, well, we ain't gonna say that shit. We're gonna be like, we're gonna look at her presentation saying, hey, you always teaching somewhere. You're teaching bullshit. Because you're saying bullshit.
Yeah. That's the daggone problem. Always teaching.
Okay. All y'all always
teaching.
Look, I said it when she said it. And she look at those books behind her. They always want to show you their backgrounds, that they read so many books. They're just so well educated. They're so well prepared. And now we had a email communication, right? We were communicating through email. She promised over and over and over that she'll come over here and we'll talk about these very things. Okay. Long story short, she lied. She kept promising. I kept saying, hey, what's going on? She kept promising, I'm coming. She never came. And this is way before she started showing her ugly hand that you know, her hate for FBAs and Tariq Nasheed before she even did all that. When she never came over here, because remember, at one point she was showing signs she's on code. She started using our language and things like that. But again, the company she kept, those ops, well, she's one too. Like she ain't no different than the company she keeps. But the people she kept around her just kept reaffirming, strengthening that she's a Pan-African, she's not FBA, and is up. So now she's full Teen Wolf now. She's no longer Michael J. Fox, the kid in class, the weakling. She's that fast fox running around dunking the basketball, doing some Michael Jordan stuff against slow white boys. That's what she is now. Like there's no converting her back. She's too far gone. And we just want to know what did they promise you? What promises did you get? This might threaten your life. Like what happened? How you go from I'm FBA, I'm ADOS, the immigrants are trying to hijack the name, cause confusion. We need to delineate. She sounds like she's in our spaces all day long. She went from that to this, like literally overnight. But again, I know the people she keep around her. These are sad people, grown ass men jealous of Tariq Nasheed. Like, and you know what? These folks don't even disagree with delineation, reparations, and what we're doing, our talking points. They don't even agree. I mean, they don't even disagree. They just hate Tariq Nasheed. And whatever he's on, they're not on. So they look at all of us as collateral damage. A lot of these guys, they just hate Tariq Nasheed. They actually agree with everything we're doing. Like if they could get him out the way, if they could get Tariq Nasheed locked up for 50 years, all these haters would be talking about they're talking about the Foundation Black American. All of them be like, "No, I ain't African." They only ain't doing it because they hate Tariq Nasheed. So wherever he's at, they're in the opposite end of the argument.
Y'all all right though? Y'all all right? Because I got some stuff. I got some stuff for you.
Sure you do.
Hold on. Because I beat the brakes off of this chick. She was a Hebrew Israelite. And I pulled up these slides and wore out.
Okay, yeah, okay. But I'm calling you out for the whole year. And you ain't wearing me out. You've been ducking and diving. But by the way, her crew came over here. You know, they got educated, but they came over here. Everybody but her.
When we were talking about the Bible.
Yeah. All right. But we're going to smoke her out. Like one day we're going to pressure her. She's going to go to her channel. She's going to have like 2 people watching. And she's like, where everybody at? FBA News and Updates, Unbiased Ron. You got to come talk to him. They want you to talk to him. Just like that dude, that viral guy that he was forced to come over here and get cooked.
Let me see. Let me just look in here. Is it God? Let me just type in God. No, let me type in Bible as a keyword.
Okay, so let's remember she read the resolution operative sections, right? And she said, y'all FBAs should be shown paragraph 7. Remember, she went back to paragraph 7, and asked, how is Ghana stealing anything? Look at paragraph 7. The resolution does call for dialogue, apology, restitution, and compensation and repertory programs broadly for Africans and people of African descent. Okay. So yeah, look at paragraph 7. Ah, boy. It's a lot of things in those paragraphs that wasn't addressed. Why didn't paragraph 7 talk about who is owed by who? Why did it weaken a narrow lineage-specific U.S. case? Right? Why didn't it address Africa's involvement? Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Hey, Hill, you here? You there? Hey, Hill, you want to come off mute? You want to say something? to King Nzinga.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, to speak to King and Zinga and
King
other.
Nzinga. That's what this is.
Okay, all right. I mean, it's any one of them could be saying just that at the same time. If you go to any one of their rooms, you don't hear them referencing any facts. You hear them
Right.
talking about. I was in a room yesterday morning of British, West Indian African women, and I went into the chat, and England did nothing for their ability to see the world differently or to research their assumptions. It did absolutely nothing for that. Because the first thing they lean on is that British accent.
Right.
And the thing they do is elevate themselves above because of that accent, saying any fact that you put forward that has been researched is your stupidity. And it's an ongoing. That's just the whole conversation. That's all it is. But they're speaking to themselves. They're speaking to their people because
Right.
this standing in front of the UN, they're energized by that win.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I agree with you on I really, when you talk about the past slave selling Africa, West Africa, if you're talking about the Atlantic,
Yeah.
Oceanic slave trade, and today's
Yeah.
trafficking, I agree. I don't, within the scope of the resolution, it recalls that Africa and does not recognize the present.
Right.
And so you can't make that association.
At all. Yeah.
You can't make that accusation. And they control the narrative.
Yep. And that's why they focus on what they focus on. Like, oh, it's just the white people involved in the slave trade. The white folks came to Africa with a net and rounded up some people and threw them on a slave ship and left. And they're getting all this from their fake scholar, John Clark, because he taught that first. He taught Africans were not involved in slave trade.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to go see John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben.
You ever ask him about that?
I never asked about that because back then, all we had were books. So you went looking for
they
books.
keep the books. Yeah, they keep books on them.
Yeah.
And you probably can't ask the question until you read about 3 books.
You can ask the question, but I think we were so caught up in because it was also, I came off of that. I was working for the South African Education Program. I had worked at the UN for a while. And so you, or me, I should say, as a Black American, was so outside both of the white world and politics there and the African world and politics there. But somehow we made the space for Africa in our minds through South Africa.
Right, right.
Because they had a similar situation. So politically, we thought, okay, that maybe we would be aligned in that way.
Yeah.
But in actuality, the students would not communicate with us. They would not support their own politics. They would not be vocal at all. They just wanted that institutional money and backing.
Yep. The bag.
Yep, the bag. And that's what I was trying to tell these West Indian women is that, Africa got 1.3 trillion over the past 20 years. The decade before that, they got something, I forget how much. Is it 400 billion or something like that? And they
You talking about
never
through Biden? You talking about through? Is that the one through Biden?
No, 1.3 trillion over the past 20 years through
Because I know they met with Biden, a couple of those nations. They got a nice bag through Biden.
That's through foreign aid. That comes from our taxes, all Americans' taxes.
Dang.
And that's constant. And that doesn't account for, so that's that foreign aid from the US, Europe, and maybe Arab world too. Then they get foundation and nonprofit funds, private investments, of course, because of the resources that they never put their hands on.
Yeah.
And they never fight to. So that's the thing that I'm concerned. Go ahead.
Very interesting. Vanessa, that's very, very, very deep, very interesting. Go ahead.
No, that's the thing I'm interested in is the governance. Like they have that seat at the United Nations. Each one of their countries do. And if you ask AI if Africa has ever taken its foreign aid and transferred any of that foreign aid to the Caribbean or us in America, it's no. And they don't have the mechanism in their institutions to do that transfer. That's what I'm beginning to look at now.
All.
No.
Yeah. So it's just fluff. They out there just running their mouth, trying to redirect and sabotage us indirectly, and that may work to a degree, and it may reverse work in to a degree, as I spoke about earlier. Yeah. America could be like, hey man, do I want to deal with that, or just deal with 43 million foundational people? So that's a possibility. Now, you know what? Let's pay these foundational people, because look at this other claim that's out there. This is ridiculous.
Pay the foundation people?
I know. Yeah. Foundational Black Americans.
Oh. Well, I mean, all of these decades, it would have been cheaper. The money would have stayed in the country. 1.3 trillion. Half of that would have been worth it.
Yeah.
So they could not say they did not have the money because they spent it many times over.
That thing gone. Yeah, that thing gone. They need more money.
Yep. So that the governance and mechanism of only in the UN of distributing that money, but also the legality of it. I mean, the whole idea of the UN and rights and peoples, ethnicities having agency, allowing Africa to co-opt that agency, our agency, is something else. That's an institutional problem. It defies the institution.
Yeah. Yeah, we are up on it. We like you. We're looking at it. We see the finesse. We're vocal about it. We're rejecting it, and this is what's causing these small group of people anger. And somebody said it yesterday, like the Pan-Africans and the Democratic shills can start linking up, trying to be this one powerhouse, because the Pan-Africans realize they are a small fringe bullshit group. Nobody takes them seriously. So they might start linking up with some Democratic shills, which they've already been doing. The Roland Martins, things like that. But I'm saying like you're gonna have like the radical Pan-Africans trying to link up with some of these Democratic shills, like the ones that's out there. Like we know them all.
Oh, but they're already they probably share the same. They do share. I'm gonna say they probably share the same funders.
Yeah, I had just thought about it. You know what, man? Roland Martin's the main one.
Yeah. And I thought about that one more thing. I thought about yesterday, Queen, what is her name?
What?
Pan-African Queen, the older woman, their elder woman. You talked about yesterday, Queen.
Queen Nzinga? No, not her.
No.
You talking about Arlie Moore. Arlie Moore.
From Louisiana.
Yeah, Queen. Yeah, Queen Mother Arlie Moore. Yeah. What about her?
She was just, they would never talk about where she was from, and she would never talk about where she was from in my time. So that was just odd to me how they had this woman from Louisiana, and they always attach themselves to Louisiana, both because of that slight frank language thing, and I think because of Black slave owners there too. They say it has more culture, but for her, I never knew that she was actually American, and they never talked about it.
Yeah,
So
when we read about it yesterday, yeah, she didn't come off like she was foundational. I ain't saying she's not officially, but she didn't read about her, the way she was moving, it was like really suspect.
Just like that other leader who now identifies as Native, who came out as FBA, the one with the conflict with Tariq.
Wait, say that again.
The leader with that had the conflict with Tariq, that Tariq and him were working together, and then they split.
ADOS?
No, he's Pan-African. You do that video with him.
Okay. You talking about Professor James Smalls, Elder Professor James Smalls.
Him.
Yeah. Now he knows better. Like he knows more. He knows better than 19Z. So he's like really letting himself to be played.
But was he playing?
And I said he allowed himself to be played. By the Pan-Africans. Like they're using him to like go against us.
Okay, I thought he was playing. I thought he was playing them.
You can hear me?
I can hear you.
I got a call, so yeah. Anyway, yeah. It's okay. No, what I'm saying about him is that he's allowing Pan-Africans to use him to further their agendas because they know how clicked in he was with us. You dig? Like a lot of our talking points, like he's supposed to be like an OG, like Dr. Clark Anderson, nearly full of journey. Like he's supposed to be like that, like on cold but out the way. You dig? Like can you imagine a bunch of Pan-Africans trying to use Dr. Clark Anderson to go against the lineage? So that's what he's allowing. Professor J. Smalls allowed him to use him to go against us.
I see. That makes sense. Because they need, both with the Queen and with him, they needed an American because they're horrible at seeing culture.
Right.
And reading culture. They'd be lost. They are lost, but they wouldn't even fly. But I thank you. I thank you for you helped me think through these things. I appreciate it.
Yes, that's what we really try to do. We really try to provoke real thought. So like people get intimidated by a little pushback, but like people can't be intimidated by that because I also call in different spaces. I called in like just recently. I called into the Star Report. I don't know if you heard about him. I called in the Star Report. Yeah. And guess what? Eventually he's gonna say, "Hey, hold on there, buddy," and he's gonna stop you in your talk. He's gonna ask you a question. It may be in line with what you're talking about, maybe offline. And guess what you want? Guess what you got to do if you want to stay on the line? You got to answer the damn question.
Oh, you
right?
answer.
Not agree, but
you have
answer the
no problem.
question. Yeah. So it's like so why do they think it's different when they come over here? It's like, I don't mind people talking and sharing information, but before you do that, we want a background. Tariq does it on his. Hey, where you? And I don't even ask people where they from. I'm more interested in what do you believe in? Like, what's your thoughts on this? What's your thought? Like, I think, so we have our different strategies on how we vet our guests or pull information from our guests. So my interest is more in how do you think? Like, hey, what do you think about Garvey? What do you think about John Ray Clark? Because those answers kind of let me know where you're from too. Like, okay, most likely you're either Pan-African or Italian. Like, but either way, you're going to be toxic. I could tell already by your answers, you're going to be a toxic caller. So now I could brace myself for this toxic caller. All right, let's go. Like, because even the guy who called in earlier, like he grew to be like that. When he first called in, he was out of control. But you see how well behaved he is now?
Yeah, that's what thinking.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me.
You and
smack him across the damn head.
You smack me across the head because I don't have patience. I don't have patience, and when you know things, when you feel that nobody is hearing it or there's no exchange on it, it makes you frustrated. So if you don't know something and you're making assumptions, you will really get frustrated. And you present it.
Yeah, that pissed me off because, because we're just talking. Like, we don't got to be stuck in. So there's a couple of times I say something and it's not really the absolute truth, and people be like, "Nah, I Googled that or I looked at it. That's actually wrong." I gotta be like, okay, they show it to me. Okay, now these guys, they try to take that as, "Oh, I debated you and I won." No, you didn't. You just corrected me on this one thing, but my overall point is correct.
Right.
You dig? So yeah, so when we have an argument, we have talking points to support it. So one of my talking points might have been a little off. You dig? So no, but my argument still.
Yeah.
The argument didn't lose. A talking point, I just got rid of it, but I adjusted it and I strengthened it, but it's still the same. I'm still delineating. Right. I'm still FBA. I'm still campaigning for reparations. So once you debunk that, then you win.
You taught me that too. And it happened yesterday because when I was in the room with those 3 English women, I was saying all of those things like, okay, we spent 1.3 trillion and we have a governance system in our country. We don't have a seat at the UN. And what's going to get us the furthest is working within our nation. Oh, stupid. She's so stupid. She doesn't think about the diaspora.
Oh,
then
my God.
I wrote, well, the same day that the president of Ghana put this forward, he signed a security agreement with Europe. How are you going to criticize Europe and Europe's atrocities and then join the military without saying anything about it? But put us up as a poster child. I was stupid until she got off and read and came back and said, well, it was true. But they don't deal with it.
So talking to a tether, I'm glad you're saying that. So all the people that come here, especially FBAs who disagree with me and think I'm out of control, go talk to a tether. Go in their spaces and talk to them. And you're gonna really come back like, wow, I had it good over here on FBA News and Updates. Those tethers, because I've been in those spaces. I know how they do. They don't care about truth. They don't care. They got all gotchas. They're gonna mute you. Oh, and then you got lucky because you didn't go to a space where all they do is just talk about Tariq Nasheed all day. Just imagine those spaces. You trying to have a serious conversation about what's going on, and all they keep talking about is Tariq Nasheed. Oh, he's a grifter. He's a pimp. Yes. Oh, I don't like him. Ah, his wife is Jewish. That's all you keep hearing. Like, okay, listen, I don't want to talk about him. I just want to talk about the topic, the prompt. And I've been in those spaces where the dude Chief X, he comes over here. He claimed he wanted to debate what we talk about, FBA, talking points. I said, okay, go. Tariq this, Tariq that. I'm like, oh, you're not arguing on talking points. You're arguing Tariq. Like, dude, argue with me, my guy. So he's so scared of me. Tariq. So I just kicked his ass off.
He's scared
So
of
then,
you, and they're socialists. Their countries are, they have allies who are socialists, and and through the past, the history of their struggle, they've sided with socialism, even despite dictators. So they're
right.
used to that. They're used to, you have to, like, they steal and do fraud and traffic. All of that is excused because it's for the good of the country or the good of the people.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the
and that's why scamming is not looked upon in those countries, because they see it as, hey man, they scamming y'all. They ain't scamming they're not scamming Nigerians. They scamming y'all over there in the West.
Yeah.
Like, oh well.
And yeah. The one of the women on that panel confirmed that for me, because she said, we don't pay any attention to our leaders. I said, well, you can't challenge your leaders then.
Right.
And she said something else just like that, like about the taxes. Well, that's what your country does to us, and those taxes. So those are my taxes. Well, that doesn't matter.
Right. Yeah, man. Invite them over here.
That's what I wanted. I would love there. I'm going to send you 2 links, and I'm going to direct them your way, because I would love to hear a conversation with you and them.
Yeah. Now it's going to be a one-way conversation, because these people don't really take this seriously. They just yap. They talk. They do no research. They don't look up nothing. They don't follow up. So they're gonna eventually hang up. I'm gonna ask, because I know where they from. They don't know much about their own country and their politics. Like, so it's gonna be like a boring. Now I'm gonna do it for content, and for exposure. I want to expose like these tethers. They just playing around. They're not serious. They don't know anything. So yeah, I'll do it for that. But I'm telling you, it's not gonna be a good conversation. I'm used to these people just talking. They don't know shit about their country, nothing about over here. They don't really disagree with anything we're doing. They just they're confused too. But they confuse themselves. It's not like innocent confusion. They confuse themselves out of like just being disagreeable.
Yeah. Yeah, and with you, definitely the questions or their assumptions about FBA will definitely lead.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna love that, because it's not gonna, when they start asking these dumb gotcha questions, and I'm actually answering them, and it ain't what they thought it was. They ain't gonna know what to do from there. Like, okay, we thought this was it, and then when they find out they're not even black, that's gonna be another thing. I can't wait to tell them that. So that might be the first thing we talk about.
Yeah.
Like, hey, do you consider yourself, like, where you from? What country? Okay, I got it. So do you consider yourself this, that, black? Oh, black. African? Yeah, African. Shit, Nigeria? Yeah, Nigerian. Damn. And Britain?
And Britain too. Yeah.
Right, so you African, black, Nigerian, and Britain. Hold up. So which tribe you from? Igbo. God, you 5 different things. Yeah, you listen. Stop running for yourself. It's not that we're just black. One thing, you're 5 different things,
and have made no progress.
You can't with 5 identities. Like, you ever watch Leonardo DiCaprio Catch Me Now? What's that movie called? Catch Me Now, something like that. You ever watched that? check. I watched that. That movie was fly, but he was always changing his identity. Like the FBI was trying to track him down. Can't catch me, something like that. When they finally get a lead on him, he escapes somehow. But it was like a great movie. He had all these identities and stuff. What was it called? And that's what they are.
Yeah.
They on that type of stuff, but they're running from. So all he did was in the movie is run from his past. His past, he was wanted, a wanted man. That's his real past. He's running from that, and he's saying, "Y'all can't catch me," and they couldn't. So they're trying to do that today. They're running from their origins, their past. Like, no, you're a Haitian, you're a Jamaican, you're a Nigerian. That's all you are.
Right.
You're not black. Okay.
And
you're just that. And so it's okay to be that.
It's not okay though, because they can't get that money if they complain. And if they claim their country.
Yeah. We just want them, if you come to America, that's okay. You come to America legally. And then they got the false narrative that we have a problem with them coming to America. Like, yeah, we never said that. Legally.
I say it. I say that all the time. Because I see how much the numbers for immigration, the quotas have been raised over the years. I see how the year before TANF, when we were put back to work, immigration numbers spiked.
Yeah, so that's something you handle with the country. You feel me? The immigration policies, and that's something you do with that. But we don't I don't hold them accountable for what our country is negotiating and allowing as far as immigration. Yeah,
I
so
was gentrified.
What I do is
No,
I get it. We've been gentrified now, but what I'm saying, I start from. You gotta start somewhere, right? So I start with let's start somewhere. Okay. You gotta first, before you fight immigration, you gotta first, there's an illegal immigration thing you gotta fight. That's more serious than legal immigration. I got a video explaining how illegal immigrants gentrify you faster than legal immigrants because they break the rules. So like the legal immigrants, certain things, they can't do certain things because they're documented, right? But the illegal immigrants, like, they're allowed to do things that the legal immigrants can't do. They could do it much faster, much easier because they're under the radar. Like, they're like a drone.
Yeah, but they are like a drone, but I would say that the illegal immigration that started in the 80s and 90s grew in such numbers that not only did they become the majority in our church and put their flags around the church, but they took over our political representation. Eric Holder came out of that community. And so that grew these 20 years into establishing nationwide, like the opportunity zones and enacting sanctuary cities to join undocumented migrants with those established immigrants.
Yeah, but but you gotta handle.
Yeah, it's the politics. I don't put myself. I'm not diplomatic.
I'm not even saying that. I'm saying you gotta handle one fight at a time. If you try to handle all fights at one time, you won't get nowhere. If you're trying to, the best logical fight is against illegal immigration. It's so simple. It's a fight. It fights itself.
Yeah.
It's like, you're illegal. Like, you gotta go. Now, legal immigration is going to be another story. But you try to take on both, then you're going to be seen. You're going to be targeted as, which does matter. You can be targeted as somebody who hates immigrants. You feel me? So, and you be painted as that, and you be limited in what you can do.
Yeah.
And then
then
you could be, then you could be discredited.
Yeah.
And then they could discredit you. Oh, she hates immigrants. Because now you're just saying all immigrants. It gets a little tricky. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But
one battle at a time.
I'm not an activist. I'm more of an analyst. And I think my influences come more from economists than anything else. So I tend not to exclude, because in order to understand the implications, and I'm a business analyst, so in order to understand the true cost, you really have to see everything. You really have to uncover everything, in my mind. And I leave all of that rest of that stuff to you. You really are more than an analyst. You're strategic. You're more than an influencer. You're a researcher. I leave that to you.
Okay. We got Hammond on the panel. Let me look at the phone again. Robert Hammond, what's up, brother?
Hey, brother, this is Ron.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Hey, brother Ron. Always a pleasure, man. See you every time you get a chance to talk to you. I let you know I'm such a huge fan of your channel, man. I learned so much from you, brother, and yeah, keep up the great work. Hey, Ron, can I ask you a question and kind of like change the conversation for a second, and we can get right back to whatever you were talking about, brother? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I ask this question as respectfully to, about the doctor and to you as possible. Do you think, for lack of a better way of putting it, that we just take Dr. Henry Clark and just throw him in the trash can altogether?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm asking?
Yeah.
Okay. And your answer is yes.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
because look, I did a show yesterday, right? Where I just any mini miny mode a video of his. Like, I didn't even vet it. I just picked a random video and on the fly just fact check his claims. And he was just lying, just being incorrect all throughout. This is a any mini miny mo video.
Yeah, just blindly picking. Yeah.
He just incorrect all him and Ben. I did both of them yesterday. They both. I picked a random video of his, and I just fact checked him on the fly. Just claims his dates are wrong. He's 200 years wrong on this date. He's 2,000 years wrong on this date. So I'm like, damn. If it's a random video, like I come from the background of pharmaceutical, even like marijuana background, right?
Sure.
So where we make it. So when they test your marijuana, when they test your pills or perks or whatever, and they consistently come back tampered, tainted, adulterated, what you think gonna happen to that company? They're gonna shut it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what's going on with him. And these Pan-African scholars, you look at their work, and bro, I'm gonna start doing all of them. I'm gonna start looking at all of them. I'm gonna start testing all their work. I'm gonna start going to the next person. Okay,
yeah.
He was talking about this, that. And what I do, the any mini mighty mo videos, I want to do like open history where it's not like secret to like talking about Africa, talking about Europe, stuff that we all should know. We should not get wrong. I'm not even doing Egypt just yet. So when these guys talk about Africa and Europe, the information is so broad and so plentiful. You can't mess this up. And they're messing it up.
Wow.
So to me, there's an agenda, and I already know the agenda, and the agenda is the white man's the devil and the African man is God. Same thing Dr. Mayat was just doing just now as I was reviewing her video.
I gotta check her out more, because I came in and I've been hearing a little bit about what you guys have been saying about Mayat, but I'm not really familiar with her work. But one thing I can say, man, that I've been listening to you, man, and you sound as if you play it straight, and that's what I like about you. And you sound like you are really sincerely concerned about helping to push foundational the foundational Black American lineage forward. You know, playing your part, and I believe that you play a great part in it. So, you know, just on that alone, I was like, I got to look into this lady. Is she from Baltimore?
Yeah.
Oh,
Scam
Lord.
City, Scam City,
Oh,
Scam
no,
City.
okay, listen. Hey, Ron, I'm with you. I'm behind you 100% every time. But yeah, I heard Tariq say some shit about our town, man. Our town is awesome, man. I'm sure it's some foul people in there too. I mean, but what now? Blindfold yourself and point at the map and point to one city that, hey, that don't have, you know what I mean? Like bad people in it. But I mean,
I mean, but yeah, there are
yeah,
just some cities, man. There's
we
some
can have
cities
an
with a
honest talk
reputation.
about it.
Yeah. Yeah, and we ain't saying every last bit of person there. We're just saying the city has a negative reputation. That's all.
Because of what? I mean, I want to know. I'm born and raised in Baltimore, and
Okay, The Wire, for one. The Wire gave y'all some great exposure.
okay, see,
Okay,
okay, that's what's up.
and that's one. And then when you look at The Wire exposed some real stuff, like with the New York drug dealers going to Baltimore, setting up shop, and they had this little war and that stuff going on. I knew a couple of Jerseyans who moved to Baltimore eventually, you know. And then you look at like you could look at the city and tell like it ain't shit. Like you see all the bandos, boarded up city, you know.
We are home of the Pan-Africanism. No doubt about it. Yeah, like far too much of our city is boarded up. I mean, is that a reflection? But yeah, it's super crazy, Ron, and I'm here for the truth. You know what I mean? I don't care how the truth reflects on my city or how much it might make me feel some type of way. But I mean, abandoned houses, is that a reflection on the citizenry?
No, it's the city, right? But also what it's showing that shadiness comes out of that, right? Somebody's the rat. Like when I say rat, I ain't talking about a snitch. I'm talking about a rat, like a low down, running around trying to get what they can get. And we we already met some of them coming from her circle. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because when I heard Tariq talking about it, I'm like, hold up, Ty. I mean, of course, I wasn't, anywhere having a conversation with him, but I mean, I back Tariq heavy. I mean, I love the brother's broadcast, and I definitely agree with his message. But when I heard him going in on that, I'm like, yo, I'm born and raised in Baltimore. I like some solid men there. Like you talking about rats? Like we don't have no inordinate amount of rats in our town. But
when I say rats, we're not talking about the drug.
Exactly what. And then please don't lose your train of thought, Ron. I'll be quick. That's what I immediately started thinking about street stuff. You know what I mean? Like I ain't gonna lie. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, you know what I mean? Like I know the real Bodie Barksdale and the real Marlo.
See,
you know what I mean?
but
Like,
that's right. And Marlo.
No. Listen, bro. I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was my guy. Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know nothing about the series. I people from all over the country, brother Ron, like, yo, The Wire. I'm like, actually, I've never seen. They like, you never seen The Wire? I'm like, no, but I lived it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm talking about the real Marlo Stansfield that I used to go and visit down Jessup Prison when he was doing like life. I'm talking about the real one. I'm talking about the real Bodie Barksdale. These people who Simon or whoever the guy is that broke the wire, he used to be somebody in Baltimore, but he took their names and likenesses and like mixed stuff up. So when you say Marlo, I don't have no idea of what character you have in your mind because I never watched it. Yeah, but I just know the real Marlo. That's what I'm saying. I just was on the phone with him the other day. You know what I mean? He just came home from prison after 30-something years being down. But anyway, I don't want to get sidetracked. But when I was just saying that, Ron, like like rats, like shit, like my town full of dead serious men who stand up. Like when they fell, they ain't telling on nobody. But I get what you're, and it's a lot of rats in Baltimore that way too. But as you were getting ready to explain, Ron, and I'm sorry for cutting you off, brother. You were saying like not that kind of rats, like because it is other
Yeah, nah.
definitions of rats, like
Yeah.
low down, dirty, shysty, canal. Yeah, I'll let you talk and I'll listen, brother.
Yeah, I'm talking about that type of conniving, slipping through the cracks, sneaky, only come out nighttime and always on some bullshit.
Yeah.
You know, taking what's not
Always on
theirs.
some bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
get you.
She got a couple of those guys with her, man.
Okay, yeah, and listen, Ron, make no mistake about it. Like I said, I'm not even I'm not even familiar with Dr. Maya or whatsoever. Ever, I meant to say, but when I just heard a rising drumbeat of people saying, "Oh, her ass got to get out the movie." I'm like, damn, what she do and who is she? You know what I mean? And I heard her, and like I told you, you and the other brother who has the other show. Sometime I forget his name. FBA Revolt, I think. Y'all
FBA
were
Revolt.
the ones, right? Yes, sir. Y'all were the ones who really began that drum beat on 19Z's, and it's like once I heard that drum beat, I started looking into him, and I was like, oh damn, Ron and Revolt, they right. This guy got to
Yes.
go.
So
You know what I mean?
now I know what happened. Now I know what happened. Because I thought about it, right? I know how it played out. I already had stuff on 19Zs. So it wasn't like Revolt was before me. He was before me with the expose, because what I didn't want to do, I thought about it. I said, is this good timing? Should I do it now if I drop a DVD? That's why I ain't want to do it. Yeah, so I ain't want to be that guy. But when I seen Revolt out there, I said, yeah, I gotta go now. Well, when I seen him lead the charge, I said, yeah, I'm on him. Yeah, I was like, thank you. So I'm not the bad guy. I said, yeah.
Can I ask a question?
You wouldn't have been the bad guy if you stepped out there first. Oh, I'm sorry, sister. Go right.
I just wanted to ask a question. What of Dr. John Henry's Clark? What of his teaching stands up at this point, given what you know?
I mean, like I'm so this is what they all do. They all teach truth with falsehood. They all do that. They all do. Ruxpin, they all teach regular history, but they throw the bull. That kind of like white supremacy. Like they teach a little bit of truth with falsehood. That's what they do. So like some things stand up because it's just history. So he'll say the Portuguese was in Africa. Like that's true. The Portuguese had slave ships. Yeah, that's true. Marcus Garvey was in Harlem or somewhere. Yeah, that's true. Okay, but then they'll start to romanticize now. So they'll tell some truth and then they'll start to romanticize on Garvey efforts and romanticize Africa's role in the slave trade or lack thereof, and then demonize Europeans, you know, even with the Garvey case. Oh, J. Edgar Hoover. Oh, like so they'll over demonize J. Edgar Hoover while they romanticize and pretty much justify Garvey negative behavior, his scamming. Like matter of fact, listen, hey brother, this is what I noticed with John Ray Clark and all these guys. They don't even talk about. Now he got hella videos of Marcus Garvey, John Ray Clark we're talking about. He got hella videos. I haven't heard one where he talked about the stock sales. How is it possible to talk about Garvey as a historian and don't mention the stock sales ever?
Yeah, that's something.
I don't recall him even mentioning the KKK. Now I don't know if every video he did that, but the few that I tapped into, I don't recall him mentioning it. I got to go back just to confirm, but I know for a fact he don't talk about stocks. But I think that's the same with the KKK. So the dirt that makes him look like a horrible person, he don't want to talk about that.
Do you, from my being with those people, and I don't mean with those people, around those people. I wonder if the truth matters. I think that it can get so grimy that the truth is known, and it's like our street rules. That's just something you don't talk about. I don't think he's teaching. I don't think he was really teaching. I think it was the use of ideology or a way of communicating more to his people. That's what I think. And what makes me think that is, Robert, you asking, do you think we should just throw them in the garbage altogether? I think you have to look at what's left to have meaning, whether it's those people over there, his circle, separate from us. If you want to define us as FBA, if you define yourself as FBA or you have the history, it's separate from us.
So all great points, sister. I was really kind of like directing that question specifically at Ron, because Ron is the one who has the wheels turning in my mind, like making me think about reevaluating Dr. John Henry Clark. You know what I mean? Because I heard other FBA journalists, influencers, however you want to label them, I've heard them talk glowingly about this man, and I respect their spaces. And for the high respect that I have for them, I won't name them, but they are other FBA broadcasters like Ron is. And with that being said, it's like when you have somebody like that you respect so much, like this person I'm have in mind, and then I respect Ron highly. You know, you guys have replaced ABC and NBC and CSN. I mean, CNN for me. Like, you guys are where I come to really for my news sources and stuff like that. I think you guys do a brilliant job. But back to the point at hand, it's like the sister, you said, you know what I mean, the truth not mattering, but the truth gotta always matter. And I'm not saying that you're not saying personally you don't feel that way, but I think you were kind of like trying to reach into Dr. Clark's mind in that time and space when he was doing what he was doing. But the truth has to always matter. Like, that's why I don't have anything to hide, because I'm far from perfect. I used to think all black people come from Africa, all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? but I'm searching for the truth though. And if the truth makes me look like a fool yesterday, so that's what that's the limited knowledge that I had yesterday.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at. Like people don't get that. They think it's a gotcha moment. Lex tried that.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
You know, I'm saying Lex tried that. Oh yeah, but you were wrong about the family affair. They hired a Portuguese. I was like, yeah, I was wrong about that because that sounds dumb to me.
Mm-hmm.
You tell me Africans reached out to the European to settle their family affairs? Like, yeah, I didn't believe that stupid shit, but that's real. Like, damn, they worse than I thought now.
That's funny. And Ron, tell me if you. I'm like, well, I know without even asking you that you've seen this, but it's like some people will. They have invested so much into what they thought was the correct thing. Maybe so much time, maybe so much money, so much of their reputation, whatever the case may be, that once it's debunked or once, you know, people like start coming out in masses like, nah, that's not how it is. They want to stand on that lie anyway. You know what I mean? And protect it and guard it. And I'm like, that's just so foolish. Like, and that's what I see with Dr. James, Professor James Small. You know what I mean? Like, and all because
he has no excuse because that dude is smart as hell.
Very smart. He got more education in his pinky finger than I got my whole body. But with that being said, I can look at him and say, you dumb. You understand what I'm saying? Like, yo, why you doing this?
In a sense, you know what? Like, normally I would believe you. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Like, normally I would say that. Like, yo, yeah, you still dumb. But that dude, like, George Macon, Streaming the TV, had put me on, like.
That's my guy.
Yeah.
That's another one I watch. Shout out to him.
Bro, when he put me on, because I was 100% anti Professor James Small. Like, after what he said.
Right.
Yeah, but when he put me on, like, what he used to be on.
Right.
I'm like, so why would he? So he actually knows better. Like, yeah, so like you said, he's kind of like.
Let me say, Ron, let me tell you just that dumb. Let me tell you why I use that word. Because of exactly what you're saying, brother. You're saying, like, looking into him.
Yeah.
You
gotta kind of.
Looking into him, you would realize quickly this guy knows better. So the reason why I use the dumb is because
that's the right word.
Obviously, if you know better and you're still going hard in the opposite direction, it must be agenda. It must be agenda driven.
Right. And you know what?
And if you're doing that and selling out like that, you're a dumbass nigga. But go ahead.
Yeah. Now you are, because that means he knows better, and that's like us on a job. If you get hired on a job, that's because they're confident you're skilled to do the job. You can perform the job. But when you do everything wrong and backwards, and they come to assess you, right? Evaluate you. Yeah. They're gonna think you're dumb. Like, even though your resume said that you're qualified, overqualified, you could do this job, eyes closed, any day the week. But if that thing come up backwards, they're gonna be in disbelief. Like, with that resume,
exactly,
made that mistake. Yeah, you must be retarded.
And
something must have happened.
And if they even invested further time, like we know you're not just qualified, your skill set says that you're overqualified. And then when we put you to the job, you failed this short. Like, what's going on? And if you like look into it deeper, and the person is like, yeah, I do know how to do it, but they had an agenda to make them do otherwise. That's why I'm saying you're dumb, because you know what you're doing, but you dumb enough to like sell out your people. That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, I don't know if I'm,
you're saying right. Wait, so I just want to speak to the other thing real fast, and I'll let A Hill go. I want to say, we're not trying to look into the psyche. We're not trying to psycho and analyze John Clark. Like, we're not doing that. Like, because we don't do that with nobody else.
Right.
So if I make a mistake and I say some crazy stuff, like, you ain't gonna look at me like, oh, we need to psychoanalyze Ron, because no, you're not doing it. Stop. Okay. For one, he's a historian. So, leaders and teachers are held on higher scrutiny than a common person. So when these idiots calling over here, I don't expect. That's why I let them call back. How many times Revenue called back? I let them call back because I don't expect much of them. I expect them to be as dumb as they are, and they prove to be as dumb as they are. So so I don't fault them for being who I thought they were. But when you call yourself a historian, this teacher, we're scientific literate people, all these idiots, and you make that same mistake, no. I'm not gonna let you slide. I'm gonna hold you harshly. So I got more harsh words for you. So that's the same thing Lex. That's
right.
That's the same thing Lex was trying to do for John Clark and other Pan-African liars. Sit down. So what I was saying was this. I was saying he's a historian, right, Lex? Because he's trying to psychoanalyze him too. Isn't he a historian? Yes. Okay. Is George Washington Carver a historian? Yes. All right, we got a problem here. Who came first? George Washington Carver. All right. Who had less tools to research? George Washington Carver. So if he's able to easily find out that Africans were stolen by Africans, kidnapped by Africans, captured by Africans, and sold to Europeans, then how did this historian who came later on his shoulders, he's on Carter G. Woodson's shoulders. That means he knows everything he knows plus more. How he missed that part? That's a blunder to not know Africans were involved in the African slave trade. That's like saying eggs, you don't know eggs is egg soup. You don't know tomatoes in tomato soup. Like, wait, what we doing here, man? Oh, tomatoes in tomato soup. I didn't know that. I'm allergic to tomatoes. Oh, shit. You got to take me to the hospital. I know we on vacation, but you got to take me to the... Dude, you about to croak out here, man. You mean you didn't know tomatoes was in tomato soup? Yeah, you ain't going to the hospital, my guy. You're not going to make it.
Really quick so I can let the sister go. And you're saying, bottom line, what it all boils down to, you think his motive, Dr. Clark's motive, just so I'm clear, like to come out basically saying that Africa is heaven and European people are the devil and that's hell over there.
Yep. He compromised the integrity of history. So black people valuing history the right way. So he condemned white people for revising history and whitewashing history just to do the same in reverse and just Africanize it. And by the way, this was my point too, I used to make to Dr. Mayat and her cronies 10 years ago. I used to call them blackologists. I was like, hey man, listen, y'all lying. Y'all taking white people say, and then you ain't just debunking it, you're now lying about us. You're putting us on it. It's like, nah, don't do that. That's called blackology. Like, you're replacing whiteology with blackology. I said, how about we just stick to the truth?
Yeah, let's just go with the truth, no matter. Yeah, the prophets of God. I mean, not trying to take this into a religious direction, but the prophets of God, all of them would say, speak the truth even if it testifies against you.
Right.
And it's like, that's so deep and it's so real. It's such a simple concept, but it's so real. Like, and they would say it for religious reasons, but it fits so well in this conversation, concerning Dr. Clark, if he indeed did the things that you accuse him of. And I'm not saying that he did, but yeah, like don't blackwash it like they whitewashed it. Like, just call it down the middle and tell the truth.
Yeah, because if you blackwash it, somebody's gonna come down the line and cook us.
Exactly. Like, just show the shiny stuff, the warts, the bruises, the good, the bad, the ugly, all of it. But anyway, great. Thank you, Ron, and great conversation, man. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Likewise.
I'm just.
The people off. Yeah, go ahead, sis.
No, I mean, that's the bottom line. The black thing really gets to me because I know that they never identified themselves as black until 2021. And it gets me because even in Dr. Clark's time, that message doesn't hold to me because, and I'm trying to think about sitting there in the audience, it made even more of a distinction between me and the people maybe I didn't even know were African or Caribbean, because it didn't ring true to me. I know, and excluded our political interests. Like, that took us into another era and into Egypt, which is out of West Africa.
Right. Because all of them wanted to be Egyptians at one point.
Right.
Like even Dr. Mayat. Look, her name is Mayat. That's Egypt. And then she changed it once Egypt was debunked through me and a couple other guys debunked them with that stuff. Me, ex-architect, and a couple other guys debunked with Egypt. And then they ran to West Africa. Now her name is Dr. Oya. Yeah, okay, stop. Okay, like we chased all of them out of Egypt. Now their names is regular names now. It's no longer the Egypt names anymore.
And that was it. That was like, it was a high because we were just getting jobs. They were always lower paying, lower roles, but we were just getting jobs and we were going through hell on the jobs. And that took us someplace else where we were great, we were kings, we were queens, but we totally had no connection to the truth. It was called the truth.
Right. And that's why they, feel a certain way now. When you debunk the truth, they're like, oh, I had a guy call it, but what's sad, what's worse is when you play these people talking, right? John Clark, who's just said a fallacy, just said a lie, historical lie. And you ask the guy, hey, was that true? He'll say no. You say, well, was he lying? Was he wrong here? And he won't even. See, what happened was, what's how you define a lie now? What's like? Oh, so we're gonna do that now?
Yeah.
So that's what they do. They do it with these so-called elders. And I always said I'm not into the elder thing. Like, nah, I'm not into the elder thing. Like, that's some Pan-African stuff. I don't know.
Ooh.
I don't know people who. I'm not into that. I'm not into that because to me it sounds like you're giving old people a pass that when they're wrong.
You're disconnecting even from yourself. If I say elder, I know the names of all of my family. Most of them on 4 sides, going back into 17, 8, like at the latest one was 1810, 1812. I'm not going to call them an elder when they were people and they went through things, not just that's marked down in history, but is talked about in my family. That distance this because now elders are all of our elders, African and American. Ancestors are all of our ancestors. It's more of it's a catch-all is what it is. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say is that this thing about truth, unless people can research, and ironically, they were telling us to research last year.
Right. We don't read.
But unless they can ask the right questions, not the questions that qualify them for funds and qualify them for citizenship, unless they can ask the right questions to get to the truth of what slavery is, because now they're just hinging on the term. I really don't think there's a conversation to be had.
Right. Then now the headlines they're trying to gaslight and tie in like Ghana reparations to what we doing over here. Oh, America said no. So in other words, America said no to FBAs. No, America said no to you damn tethers, you hijackers, you jihadists.
I heard them say this morning that America, meaning us and the government, black and white, do not agree that slavery was an atrocity.
Who said that? Nah, ain't nobody say that.
Oh yeah. I'll go back and
Who said
and
that?
send you the link. That was what I heard. I have to go back and look at my viewed videos, but I heard that in one of those videos. I'll go back and look at it. I'll look at it now. But I know I heard that. They looked at the core, they think about the core of that resolution, and they conclude that because America, in detail, and they gave details about it, which was all about credibility, okay, and context. They say that America, and they said black and white, the way they framed it was like black and white. America does not agree that it's an atrocity. I'll send it to you. It's being used. It's being used as a way. Okay, when we don't agree, we match with their alignment of us with anything America does. We are Americans. And you can't break down governance and the agency of citizens to them. They don't want to hear about that. Either you're with that agenda or you're not. Anyway. I'll send you the link, and I'll send you the link to those two other rooms that I was in.